Finally, we get to go racing for the start of the IAME Euro Series 2022 here at the Circuit International Zuera. It's been a fascinating weekend so far in terms of weather conditions. It was raining for the entirety of qualifying and practice yesterday, but the sun has come out to greet us in the fascinating method that's going to give us some great race action. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here with you once again, and what an interesting and compelling storyline we have for you to start the day. The track is drying, but definitely not dry, and some of the drivers have decided that there might just be a bit of a subtle moment to go for slick tires. It's either going to be the greatest decision ever or the worst decision since the Fantastic Four reboot. We'll have to see how it plays out. One driver in particular going into this heat is going to be going for it. That is Jaime Sanz, who made exactly the same decision in the first heat yesterday. But the man starting from pole position in this one was the fastest in his group, the Israeli talent, Ariel Elkin. We caught up with him as he got out of his car.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a big surprise, just like it was in Valencia. So basically it's the second time in a row I take a pole position in my group, and the feeling is amazing. Thanks very much to VDK Racing. We put everything together in a very beautiful way, and in the practice it was a bit difficult, but we improved, and now we are on pole. Incredible feeling. I'm really happy about it, and I'm looking forward to do it. Really big difference between the two conditions. You have a lot of grip on the dry, and you have a very little amount of grip on the wet. I am coming straight from Napoli, from IAME Series Italy. On the wet, there you have a lot of grip, so I needed to adapt my driving, and that stopped us a bit. But now I got everything together, and now we can be fast also on the dry and also on the wet. We never stop working, so tomorrow we just keep pushing. Now we need to get back the car to the tent. We start to analyze everything. We need to prepare for the heat that will come now, and we need to be prepared as best as possible for the rest of the weekend.
So it's going to be a fascinating battle right from the get-go. Great to hear from Ariel Elkin, the VDK driver, will be going off the front row of the grid along with Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland Racing team in the all-new Lando Norris kart chassis. There is the circuit. It's one of the longest in European karting, and definitely one of the quickest as well. However, this morning, it is going to be very difficult for the karts to get up to their ultimate speed. As you can see, the air temperature is only 9 degrees Celsius, so we won't even be cracking 20 degrees Celsius for the track temperature. It's going to be about 13, 14 degrees Celsius at most, so it's incredibly cold here so far. The wind is quite high as well, 5 kilometers an hour gusts, so it is going to be tricky out there for the marshals to keep themselves warm. And of course, the humidity is very high as well. So this will be very tricky, and it could be a very mixed day in terms of weather conditions. So we'll see an awful lot of changeability. The slick tires are very nearly coming out for a large quantity of drivers. A few decided to take the gamble in the warm-up this morning to see if it was ready. Quite a few were surprised. But the one driver I've spotted down in pit lane who's decided to make exactly the same gamble he made yesterday evening is Jaime Sanz, the local driver. Now, he's going to have better knowledge of the circuit than some of his contemporaries out there, so it could make for very interesting viewing. In the 3 races yesterday, Ariel Elkin took the victory in the first in front of Danny Catanini, the reigning IAME World Finals winner in Senior X30, ahead of Oliver Greenall, Eli Goldstein, and Dan Steenman. Some fascinating battles for them all the way throughout. Rather sadly, there was one exclusion from the weekend in that race, and that was Sami Darri. In qualifying heat C versus F, we had a fascinating battle as well, as Rivaldo van der Westerlaken just managed to hold off Luca Griggs in front of Sam Balota, Santiago Valve, and Thomas Fleming, who ended up dropping to 5th position. In the third and final qualifying heat of yesterday, it was Evan Gilter and Hugo Besson all the way for the VDK Racing team, from Sebastian Hedin, Onze Levesque, and Yanis Steven Haydens, who took a penalty but was still able to finish in the top 5. So it will be fascinating to see how things run from the get-go, as the drivers will have a very solid day of race action in front of them. We will kick off with Senior X30 in qualifying heat B versus C. The drivers will head out on circuit, and it's time for this multinational, worldwide competition, the IAME Euro Series 2022. to get underway. Ariel Elkin and Thomas Fleming on the front row from Ollie Greenall and Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Ellie Goldstein is beside Santiago Valve, then Marcus Luzio and Hugo Arendi, Herelin Nerodini and Miguel Silva, Kevin Rabin and Juan Pasalaigua, Enzo La Cruz and Gabriel Stilt from Jan Duran and Alex Martinez, Bart Harrison and Noah Maton, Lewis Bird and Maxi Schleimer from Ubeltsmoor and Bo Heijmans, Julian Carmen and Ivan Arias, Jan Rothen and Jaime Sanz, who is on slicks, Delano Valens and Arthur Valsort, Nicolas Mulbach and Gaspard Lagaye, Adrian Marjulio and Luis Alves, Mikel Marino, Lars Venink, JP Slater and Luca de Grange. 9 laps of the circuit are going to be very interesting and very tricky out there. My timing screen actually says that the air temperature is 7 degrees Celsius, so it's even cooler than the graphic makes out. So it's very tricky indeed. And getting the tyres and brakes up to temperature in these conditions is going to be astronomically challenging. So the competitors are very much hoping that this works out in their favour. Now, what's going to be fascinating here is that the drivers who are local to the circuit will know it better than most. But in terms of these weather conditions, not many of the Spanish drivers will be used to racing in such cold weather. So it's actually going to be some of the drivers from the cooler climates, such as Britain, Ireland, France and Belgium, who are actually going to have a bit more of an advantage here because they've got more track time in these sorts of conditions. So it'll be fascinating to see how things are going to play out in the first race of the day. Hello to everybody tuning in, wherever you are watching from. And it's totally exciting to see everybody in. We know that the Karting World Banzai group is tuning in, as well as the Stanfields all the way from the United States. They're tuning in as well. And great to have your company. Great to have everybody's company, wherever you're watching from, whether it's via motorsport.tv or via the RGMMC YouTube feed. You're going to be in for some magnificent racing all the way through the day, starting with the X30 seniors, 14 years of age and over, in the pinnacle of racing at IAME X30 level. This is absolutely sensational racing. And what are we going to see from Elkin and Fleming from the front row of the grid? Ollie Greenall and Rivaldo van der Westerleken on the second row. So let's see how the competitors are going to go from the start. Ariel Elkin and Thomas Fleming, 2 drivers who were very closely matched in time qualifying yesterday. But Ariel Elkin has been training himself over the course of the winter in IAME, Italy. And he has come here to the Euro Series, a welcome return for the Israeli, who was a former competitor in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy years ago. And now he is here for VDK Racing, who certainly seem to have picked up the mantle. There's a changing of the guard in 2022. A few teams have come out of the blocks with some pretty special equipment, including VDK Racing and the EGP Racing team from Belgium. They're going to be front runners over the course of this year. But who's going to take the first weekend of the season? Let's find out as we go green straight away. Excellent start from Ariel Elkin. Into the first corner comes Greenall, straight into second place. The field tucks its way through on the opening lap. And are we going to see a change for position into the second corner? Greenall's going for it, side by side, and he's through. Makes the move on Ariel Elkin. Rivaldo van der Westerleken is trying to get through into second place as well. Greenall hugging the inside line. What a start from Ellie Goldstein, who's worked himself into second place. The EGP driver now going side by side, but he loses ground on the exit as a fast starting Thomas Fleming now comes through. Side by side, and off the road goes Elkin. Elkin's gone off. In turn 5, Ariel Elkin, after his brilliant win yesterday, now finds himself in the middle of the pack. Disaster for the Israeli. You couldn't really have asked for a worse start to the lap. And look at the jockeying and weaving of position. Drivers going sideways and left and right and centre in the middle of the field as everybody scrabbles for traction, trying to get some grip into the tyres. A lot of wheel spin on this opening lap, as on the inside, that's one of the Birillards trying to come through. That is Santiago Valve. And he's holding on there from Rivaldo van der Westerleken, trying to find a space on the inside, but he just hasn't been able to make it work. So what a start from Ollie Greenall. The British driver out in front. Second place is Ellie Goldstein, the Belgian. And in third position now, that is Thomas Fleming. He's held on to it from his current position. Marcus Luzio has shot up into fourth position. The man who won the Winter Cup in Valencia last month. And he had a horrible opening heat yesterday. He spun through turn 1 and ended up having to finish a lap down and last after problems with his car. What a comeback from Luzio already, as there goes Valve on the inside, trying to move up into fifth position, going wheel to wheel with van der Westerleken. Van der Westerleken holds on, and here comes Enzo La Cruz. La Cruz is now going to go through on the inside, but is there going to be enough grip? Round the outside, van der Westerleken holds him. Excellent, and diving through past both of them. Santiago Valverde uses his superior knowledge of the circuit and gets them both. Wow, we really have started in fantastic fashion here at Zuera. And now coming through, that is one of the Spirit carts, I think. That's Kevin Rabin. So Kevin Rabin, the Swiss driver, is now working his way through. This is his first weekend in senior, don't forget. He's only just dropped up from junior. So Kevin Rabin doing an excellent job in this first heat of the day. As he comes through, oh, he can't quite make a space on Onzo Cruz. He has to bail out of the move. But Ollie Greenall leads the way for the moment. Excellent work from him so far. Goldstein is a match for him in straight line speed. Then Fleming and Luzio, the Dan Holland Racing teammates, aboard the new Lando Norris car. And what a move from Rabin in turn one, but he's going to lose ground on the exit. La Cruz is going to come straight back for him on the inside. But Rabin is going to hold it round the outside. There's enough traction. He almost squeezes back through on La Cruz. Van der Westerlaken manages to get through on the inside. And Rabin has to let it go, and also losing ground there to Herolin Neradini, the German. So Neradini trying to get his way through. There's still a lot of standing water in various points of the circuit. There goes Bart Harrison now diving through on the inside. Bart Harrison, the former two-time Miami Winter Cup Junior champion, still battling away. Oh, and Onzo Cruz is squeezed out there by Kevin Rabin. And Harrison fights his way to the front of the queue, but then gets held up as Van der Westerlaken takes across. Harrison through on the inside. Thanks very much, I'll take the position. Great racing at IAME X30 Senior. This is what we've been waiting for all season, off-season long. Van der Westerlaken gets back through. La Cruz through as well on the inside of Harrison. And there's still an absolute squabble. This is only lap 3, would you believe, and still there is an absolute dogfight going out on circuit. Fleming and Luzio working together, 3rd and 4th place, these two. The two British drivers on the Lando Norris kart chassis. New for the 2022 season, and their alliance in IAME X30 with the Dan Holland Racing team. Here's the move on the inside from Luzio. He gets past Fleming. Fleming reacts well on the exit, and he'll get him straight back again. Ellie Goldstein, fastest lap of the race now. 1:14.6 for the Belgian, who has made the switch across from the VDK Racing team through to the EGP Racing team and the Eichmanns faction. Going to be fascinating to see what happens with that team. They have made such a quantum leap forward in 2022. And with Ellie Goldstein now pushing them further forward in this race, there's a good chance that Ollie Greenall on the Fusion Kart Republic chassis is going to have a bit of an issue here. Great battles. Here come Fleming and Luzio. They've got to work together if they want to get this gap down to Greenall and Goldstein. There's great banter further back. Santiago Valverde is now on his own in 5th position as the Spanish driver runs in good formation. So let's see if Greenall can hold on to the position. Goldstein in 2nd, but chipping away at the advantage all the time. He's going to get him on slipstream on the next lap, I would think. He's not quite close enough on this one, but certainly he's going to make a massive impact on the next lap. He seems to have good mechanical grip in the slower bends as well. Just a dab of the brake pedal needed for turn 2. This is the first big braking point on the course in the hairpin, and Santiago Valverde has now got into the 1:14s. So the circuit is definitely a little bit quicker than it was yesterday. And you can see that there are dry lines starting to appear. How is Jaime Sanz getting on, the slick-shod driver? Well, I'm afraid he's 6.3 seconds off the pace. So it's definitely still a little too early for slick tyres. But is that going to be possible in the next heat? This is the thing. You've just got to wait for the guinea pig to go out, test it, see if it's going to work, and then react accordingly. So Fleming and Luzio, 3rd and 4th place. Look how close Goldstein's getting to Greenall. He might have an opportunity into turn 2 at the beginning of this next lap, as Greenall is trying to find grip. He's just moving his car off the racing line, back onto it again as he tries to fight traction. Goldstein has definitely got it at the moment, and he's going to have the slipstream surely this time on Ollie Greenall. He's going to be close. Goldstein looks over his shoulder, expect to move into turn 4. He's already sizing it up. But in terms of straight line speed, they're actually quite even. So maybe Goldstein's not going to be close enough after all. Through 2, out through the left flick in 3, and no, he's not close enough. So Greenall still holds it for the moment. Ellie Goldstein has picked up a warning flag, I'm told. Now that's fascinating. Ellie Goldstein has a warning flag. Now that's a big problem, because in this category, in IAME Euro, if you get a warning flag, a 5-second penalty comes with it. And you cannot be contesting or appealing it after the race either. So Goldstein is actually technically now running in 5th position, not in 2nd. No wonder he's trying to catch Greenall. But yeah, the 2:10 on my timing screen, that is Ellie Goldstein. So he's got a warning flag. Not entirely sure what it's for. Didn't see him do anything untoward. But as far as the officials are concerned, Goldstein, who if he gets past Greenall will be first on the road, but he needs to pull 5 seconds plus clear if he wants to win the heat. Because now he's got a 5-second penalty that comes with it. That is drama already. Now the main straight. Greenall does seem to be the equal of Goldstein in terms of top-end pace. So Goldstein's going to need to come up with something pretty special if he wants to get one over on Ollie Greenall. Greenall was the Vice Euro Series winner last year. Now he wants to go one better and get the job done. It's going to be a fascinating battle all the way through this 4-round season. And the sunshine here in Zuera has finally come at the opportune moment. Santiago Valvez still getting fastest laps in as he chips away at the deficit to Fleming and Lucio. But what can Santiago Valvez do about this as he tries to close up? Here is the race leader, Ollie Greenall, staying at a steady 2 to 3/10 of a second or so ahead. Oh, he's run wide! He's run wide, and he struggles to hold it. If you go wide at that hairpin, you really are in trouble, and Goldstein gets through. Goldstein finds his way past Greenall. What a mistake from the British driver in the lead, as Goldstein has snatched the lead away from him now. A big error from Ollie Greenall, and now Fleming is going to try and make his bid. But this is going to be devastatingly frustrating for Goldstein, who will come across the line in the lead. But with that 5-second penalty, he's not going to be winning any race anytime soon. Greenall's trying to get back at him. Now he's got the opportunity on the slipstream, and he's going to make his move back into turn 2, and he recovers. Drifts out wide, holds it back on the line. He's going to try and box Goldstein into Fleming. Goldstein's going for it anyway. Tucks back in on the switcheroo. Oh, Greenall moves across on Goldstein, and Fleming gets past them both. Goodness me, aggressive racing. Goldstein through again on Lucio. Greenall gets back in on Fleming. Ollie Greenall takes back the lead, but here comes Fleming. He wants more. Lucio drifts onto the rough stuff. Now comes back in on the inside of Goldstein. Goldstein tucks out wide, gets a great switcheroo exit. Fleming trying for Greenall. Goldstein tucking in between the DHRs. And here's Santiago Valvez. He wants a piece of it. Greenall defends. Fleming goes for it. Greenall tries round the outside to hold the grip. He can't. Goldstein through in a second. This is one of the best Senior X30 heats we've seen for a long time. Up over the top of the curb. And now Greenall is down to 3rd behind Goldstein. But Tom Fleming leads going into the final lap. What more drama could we have here? There goes Goldstein, side by side. They've got up. Oh, big spin for Fleming. Fleming loses it from the lead, and that's going to put Greenall into the lead of the race. Valvez is now in 2nd. Santiago Valvez could snatch this. Greenall is struggling for grip. Valvez doing an amazing job. Can the homeboy get the victory in the first race of the day? Lucio trying to hold Goldstein to cover. Goldstein tries to find the gap. He can't find it. This is fascinating stuff, and I can tell you that Jaime Sanz is now only about a second off the pace on those slick tyres at the back of the field. Goldstein tries again on Lucio. Can't get there. Maybe slick tyres are the right call after all. But Greenall's doing his best to hold off Valvez. Watch Valvez round the outside. He tries his best. Greenall shuts him down. Valvez might need something special here. He goes from a long way round, tries to cut in on the far side. Can Santiago Valvez get a faster exit? Looks like he has. It's going to be a run to the line in the first heat of the day. Valvez tries. Oh my goodness, so close. 0.005 of a second. What a final lap that was from Santiago Valvez. He went into it in 5th position, and he loses the win by just 0.005 of a second at the finish line. Oh my goodness, what a way to start the season. That kind of race is supposed to be saved for the final. But people are going to be raving about that Senior X30 heat for days. Absolutely amazing. Ollie Greenall somehow hangs on to it from Valve, Lucio Goldstein. And in 5th place is Ariel Elkin. How on earth did he do that? That is absolutely astonishing from the Israeli. He was off on lap 1. And somehow he fought his way back into P5. That is extraordinary. What an incredible race. You've got to feel for Tom Fleming, who falls all the way to 33rd place after his spin on the final lap. But what a race. That is how we wanted to start the weekend. Greenall from Valve, Lucio is 3rd from Goldstein, but he will take a 5-second penalty. Elkin, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, and Gabriel Stilp in 7th. Great job from the Junior X30 World Final winner. Herolin Neradini, Miguel Silva and Kevin Rabin, Alex Martinez and Herbert Smoor from Gaspard Lagaye and Bo Heijmans. Hugo Orendi in front of Bart Harrison. Lewis Bird is ahead of Jan Duran for Monlau Competición. Then it's Noah Maton in 19th place in front of the Irishman JP Slater, who made up 10 places. Mikel Marinho and Ivan Arias, Julian Carmen and Enzo Lacruz, Delano Valens and Luca Degrange. Arthur Valsort in front of Adrian Marjulio, and then Maxi Schleimer ahead of Jan Rothen, Luis Alves, Lars Venink and Thomas Fleming. Jaime Sanz was last, but by the end of the race, his pace was in the 1:15s, equal to the guys at the front. So there could be a switcheroo for slick tyres. Mühlbach was 35th. The one retirement from the race was Juan Pasalaigua, the Spanish talent. Absolutely astonishing racing. That is the ultimate way to start the day. How on earth are the other races going to live up to that? It's going to be absolutely phenomenal to see what the competitors can give us. The Senior X30 race is coming up shortly for the next one. And that's absolutely phenomenal, the kind of speed and the kind of racing that they gave us in such phenomenal fashion. What a terrific display in the Senior X30 qualifying Heat B versus C. The D versus E race is coming up very shortly. But what a sensational way to begin the action on track in Senior X30. One of the races of the season. I'm sure that's going to be remembered all the way through the year. Well, it's not just Senior X30 that's out there on the circuit this weekend. We also have the Mini X30s, and joining me is one of the drivers who will be running towards the front end of the field. Jesse Phillips is with me. Jesse, good to see you, and how have things been so far?
Well, qualifying wasn't amazing, but we can still work up from there, and if we do well in the heats, we can get a good position for the super heat, and then get a good position to start in the final.
Now, qualifying yesterday was very tricky because it was absolutely soaking out there. How have you guys had to make adaptations and changes coming into the day with it being dry but not completely bone dry yet?
Well, we just have to have a look on the track and see if it's dry and where the dry bits and where the damp bits. So we have to use our eyes and see where the good bits are. So then we just try different things, and in the end we just try and find the good line.
Now, we just saw a Senior X30 race where one driver decided to go on slicks, and it took ages for him to get up to pace. He's now a second off the pace by the end of the race. Is that the moment where a driver like you thinks, well, now it's ready for slicks, or are you still a little bit cautious about making that decision at this stage?
Well, we do have to watch the other classes to see if they're doing well on slicks, but I think now, as it's drying up a bit, we might go on slicks to have a risk, and maybe it might turn out the better option.
And obviously with the cool conditions, it's so cold out there, but this is the kind of stuff that you're used to, because out in Britain at this time of year, you're out every week in these sort of temperatures anyway.
Yeah, well, in Britain, yeah, it's very wet, so the British drivers have a bit of an advantage because they always do go out in the wet, but if it is dry, then it is a mixed, well, anyone can win, and even if it is wet, some people from Spain or foreign people can still get onto that podium or something.
Very understandable. It's great to get your insight. I always like to hear what a driver has to say about changeable conditions. So good luck today. Have a great one, and hopefully we'll see you at the front end.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Jesse. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens as we continue on. Great to hear from Jesse Phillips of the Fusion Motorsport squad. He'll be out in Mini X30 a little bit later on today. Always interesting to see what drivers are going to do in terms of the battles on track. And I look out onto the circuit and I notice that nearly everybody has said, right, slick tyres it is then. They saw the lap times from Jaime Sanz and thought, right, it's okay. We can go slicks now. It's going to be tough, but we can do slick tyres. It's about ready. Danny Canonini on pole from Hugo Besson. Finn McLaughlin and Sebastian Hedin from Dan Steenman and Sam Shaw. Daniel Mathia and Paul Cayos after Poulain and Louis Johnston-Cool. Oliver Veit and Ruben Moya from Eliska Babichkova and Eric Genet. Santiago da Costa and Adrian Mustienis. Sita Van Meert is alongside Eduardo Villa. Then Charles Roussin and Alberto Paul. Matteo Quintereri and Angus Mulsdale. Nick Ho and Nathan Joliet. And then it'll be Hugo Jalard, Luna Claret and Joan Aluja. Adrian Maliero, Federico Scalvini, Julian Koch, Gabriel Nicolai, Philippe Gana and Leandro Huguet. Peter Stiller and William Louis, who was one of the gamblers yesterday, decided to go for slick tyres nice and early. And I note there are two drivers out on the circuit who should be that are not. One of them is Sami Dahri, who rather unfortunately was excluded from the weekend yesterday after a little play with the front fairing. It's never the right decision. Unfortunately, he got caught out. But Nathan Joliet, one of the Lando Norris kart drivers, doesn't appear to be out on the circuit either. So I'm not entirely sure what happened to Nathan Joliet, but it looks as though he's not taking up the start of the race either. So that means we have just 34. And looking at the raw pace that we saw in the earlier race from the VDK and EGP drivers, I would expect to see some great performances from the likes of Hugo Besson and Sita Van Meert in particular. In fact, Van Meert was mega yesterday. She charged her way through to a P10 finish. Could easily have been in the top 5 if things had gone her way in the early stages of the race. She had to take a few positions, but a fabulous opportunity for her in this one, and she was P10 yesterday, so let's see what happens there. There are a few other drivers to keep an eye on. Paul Cayos and Daniel Mathia will obviously have the local knowledge of getting the tyres up to temperature. Eduardo Villa is always worth a sneaky bet. It looks as though Adrian Mustienis has had a moment on the warm-up lap. He's not going particularly quickly in position. He seems to have fallen off the road somewhere, Adrian Mustienis. Has he gone off on the formation lap? He certainly hasn't come through at the end. Yes, he's come off. Adrian Mustienis is out of the race before it's even started. So Adrian Mustienis has gone off on the formation lap at turn 4. Well, that is baffling. Not entirely sure what's happened there. There is Adrian Mustienis for the Kids to Win team, walking away. That's a miserable start to his day. Look, you can see there are still massive damp patches on the circuit out of the final turn, so it's going to be a tricky race whatever happens. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Good start from Caronini, but he runs wide in turn 1, manages to get it back to the racing line. Driver's still trying to cope with the grip. It's very tricky, but Caronini leads, and it's Finn McLaughlin who has come through to second place. What a start there from the Irishman. He's doing an excellent job, Finn McLaughlin, as he works his way through. They tuck around in the hairpin, doing their very best to try and make up some places. In third place, that is Dan Steenman, the Dutchman. Steenman was amazing yesterday, looking likely to be again today. He really is coping. Oh, 5 karts have gone off at the hairpin. 5 karts have gone off together there at turn 5. They all managed to recover, but they kind of synchronized span their way through the hairpin there. 5 karts involved in that one, 2 of them scampering away. That's Julian Koch, and the 237 involved as well is Duan Aluya. So basically the 5 karts that run at the back of the field are going to be the 5 involved in that incident. But Danny Caronini, the winner of the World Finals last year, is your man out in front. Finn McLaughlin has lost a couple of positions by the look of it, as that is one of the KR Sport drivers going through. That's Sebastian Hedin, the Swede. As up at a second now has come Daniel Mathia. So Mathia has made a big progress. What happened to Dan Steenman? I think McLaughlin and Steenman had a moment together on the opening lap. And when we had 5 karts going off there in the first lap, we were watching that. But I think McLaughlin and Steenman must have had a moment further along the road, as they are now down in 4th and 5th, and they were 2nd and 3rd. So Mathia is through to 2nd. Hedin is through to 3rd. And now McLaughlin is trying his best to get on terms with the Swedish driver. There's an off at turn 4. A couple of drivers going wide there. It looks as though we've got 2 or 3 karts off the road on the exit of turn 4, I'm afraid. So who is it that's not come through? Gabriel Nicolai is one of them. So Gabriel Nicolai appears to be out of the road. Oh, there's a wheel in the middle of the road. My goodness. They come through the course and there's just a rogue wheel in the center of the racetrack. My goodness, what a moment that is for the drivers at speed. But it looks as though everybody got away from it. Well, that one's, there is the 283, so that's the one that's missing a wheel. That is Gabriel Nicolai. But I think there was one more kart there as well out of the race. So we lost Adrian Mustienis before the race even got started, and I think there's 2 karts out of the race at turn 4. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those days at Zuera. Looks as though the racing's already pretty hectic and frenetic from the get-go. I did say it was going to be drama aplenty. Danny Carinini leading from Mathia, Hedin, McLaughlin, Steenman, Shaw, Moya, Besson, Poulain and Polkaios in the top 10. Now the kart who went off the road with Gabriel Nicolai, I think has actually managed to get going again. So I think it might just be Nicolai on his own as McLaughlin trying his best to get back on terms with Sebastian Hedin as Daniel Mathia closes up on Carinini. Here goes McLaughlin. There's not a lot of grip when you come offline. He tried his best there, but there just wasn't enough grip to storm on the inside line. On the wet tyres you could make that move, but on the dries you're going to have to wait a couple of laps. So the drivers still working their way through. Looks as though Matteo Quintarelli has come off the road. Matteo Quintarelli for the George Gibbons Motorsport team, I'm afraid, is out of the race as he goes off at turn 6. There goes Steenman making his move on McLaughlin. He can't get there. But look at how quickly Daniel Mathia is catching Danny Carinini. Don Steenman sets the fastest lap in P5, trying to make progress. But Danny Carinini in front of Mathia. Mathia tapping his helmet, trying to get Carinini to play the game out in front. Let's stretch away from these guys. He's trying to lull him into a false sense of security. But Carinini is far too smart for that. Look, he's trying to gesture to Mathia. Don't overtake me. Let's get clear of the rest of the field. I doubt that Mathia is going to play ball. He wants to lead. And in conditions like this, it's not so easy to make a big deal of the sprint out front. So Carinini, Mathia, now we're starting to get some proper dry running. You can see that Hedin, McLaughlin and Steenman are able to work together to close up on the 2 karts in front. It's going to be one of those days, I think. Alberto Paul has not come through at the end of the lap, so I wonder if Alberto Paul has had a moment. Looks as though the Frenchman, oh yes, there is a kart parked up at turn 1, so I think Alberto Paul is out of the race. Up the inside comes Mathia to take the lead from Carinini. Hedin goes through as well. So Mathia takes the lead, Hedin in second, Carinini down to third. So that's the first big shake-up of this particular heat. Danny Carinini down in third position. Mathia, Hedin, the Italian Danny Carinini, and then it is Steenman in front of McLaughlin. He did make the move in the end. Sam Shaw is in P6. Then it is Ruben Moya, the Spaniard, running on the Pantano chassis, brand new for 2022. Then Polkaios, Arthur Poulain, and it looks to me as though in 10th position, that is Eduardo Villa. Is Hedin going to get his run on Daniel Mathia? We've had one lead change in this lap. Are we going to get a second? Because the Swede is all over the back. And these are the kind of conditions that Sebastian Hedin relishes in. This is regular Scandinavian-style weather for him. Down the main straight. And Sebastian Hedin is putting a lot of pressure on Mathia. Here comes Steenman on the inside of Carinini. Thanks, mate. I'm going to get third position. And now Hedin is having a look at Mathia. See, Mathia has the track knowledge. Hedin has the temperature knowledge. So this is going to be an interesting duel between these two. Daniel Mathia will be used to a lot hotter conditions than this. Hedin, this is absolutely his territory. Similar for Don Steenman in third position. But Carinini running in fourth. He's doing a grand job, actually. Ever since he won the World Final last year at Adria, he has been absolutely on it, Danny Carinini. Here comes McLaughlin, though, on the inside. Put a feather in your cap and take that back to Ireland. I just got past the World Final winner. There is no World Championship for IAME X30, but they affectionately refer to the World Finals as the World Championship for IAME X30 drivers. And that's a real feather in the cap for Finn McLaughlin. He just got past the senior winner last year. A nice move for the Irishman. It looks as though he has permanently got himself to the front end of the senior X30 field in only his second attempt. He was at the Winter Cup in Valencia, and here he is at Zuera, and he looks perfectly comfortable. So Mathia, Hedin and Steenman have got well clear of the drivers behind. So for the moment, these three are going to be the ones that will contest the victory. Hedin looks like he's got a run. Here he goes on the inside of Mathia. Steenman's trying to make the gap come open as well, and they both get by. Excellent, excellent work. Hedin is your leader. Steenman now second. Mathia down to third. Paul Cayos is up into P6 and with the fastest lap of the race as well. And we're into the 105s. That shows you how much quicker the circuit is now on slick tyres. We've gained 10 seconds in lap time pace in one heat. That shows you how much quicker the track is. So Hedin runs a little wide. Oh, Steenman's going to get his run. He gets there. Mathia almost lost it on the curbs on the way through as well. But he manages to catch the car. And now McLaughlin is going to absolutely eat up the gap from these three. And there'll be 2 laps to go. What can the Irishman do? He comes across the line again. And it's going to be a quartet racing for the win. Behind them, Paul Cayos has crept up into 5th place. So a great run from the Spanish driver, who is up into P5. But it's these 4 that will contest the win. Steenman, Hedin. Then it is, Mathia. Mathia comes through in a second. Mathia gets his run on Sebastian Hedin. And Finn McLaughlin is going with them. No overtaking move needed yet. You've got to get these 3 onto the back bumper of Dan Steenman, who is your leader once again. It's been a long time coming for Dan Steenman to try and get this win. Oh, and on the inside, Hedin's going to make his bid. They bang wheels, and McLaughlin picks off at least one. Can he get both? Round the outside. He holds it to Hedin. McLaughlin has to bail out of it. And he's let Paul Cayos come through into 3rd position. Mathia has backed down into 4th. So Paul Cayos is now suddenly in 3rd. This is heaven sent for PDB Racing and their man Dan Steenman. Steenman has got well clear as a result of this. This is exactly what he wanted. Look at the train piling up behind. A lot of drivers trying to make their bid to come through, as Sita van Meert, I think, made the move for 8th place on Danny Catanini. So some great racing just in the tail end of the top 5. But Steenman has this one on a plate. What can Paul Cayos do to get back in on Sebastian Hedin? They come off the hairpin. Matthew is trying to shake off McLaughlin. And there is Eduardo Vila in 6th position. Hedin shakes off Cayos. Cayos round the outside. Can he hold it? No, there's not enough grip. So Cayos has to back down into 3rd. McLaughlin there in P4. 5th place, Matthew. 6th place, Vila. Who's going to get the move? McLaughlin dives in on the inside. Can he get them both? He tries again. This time he gets... Oh, Hedin over the back. Hedin and McLaughlin go off. Oh, so unfortunate. On the last lap, they just tangle. McLaughlin recovers, but it's all come to nothing. And Dan Steenman is going to be left on his own for the victory. A great run from the Dutchman. Dan Steenman gets the win in brilliant style. Paul Cayos is 2nd. 3rd is going to be Eduardo Vila. No, it's Mathia from Vila. And Sita van Meert in P5. Great racing. Epic stuff in Senior X30. This day just gets better and better. On a drying track in cold conditions, it's about who races smart as well as who races hard. And Dan Steenman was the coolest customer of them all out there. Amazing. Absolutely terrific. And the Dutchman for PDB Racing gives them their first win of the season. That's Chalk Cup 1 for Dan Steenman in the qualifying heat D versus E at Zuera. Terrific job. That really was a sensible and mature drive from Dan Steenman. He could sense where the gap was going to open up. He knew when to make the overtake, and he let the rest of the drivers squabble amongst themselves. Epic job. So he comes in at cruise control. Dan Steenman picks up the win in front of Paul Cayos and Daniel Mathia. Eduardo Vila in P4 ahead of Sita van Meert. A great recovery for her and an excellent drive. Ruben Moya in P6. Sam Shaw is 7th. Danny Catanini struggles home to 8th in the end. Arthur Poulain in 9th. What a comeback from Louis Johnston-Cool in P10. Hugo Besson really struggled for grip in that one. 11th place in front of Angus Moulsdale and Eliska Babachkova. Nick Ho ahead of Santiago da Costa. Charles Roussan, Adrian Maliero and Olivan Veit. In 19th place it is William Louis from the back of the grid. Sebastian Hedin and Finn McLaughlin after his off on the last lap. The 2 of those drivers coming together. Eric Genet and Federico Scalvini. Luna Claret, she was ahead of Johan Aluya. Hugo Jalad, Peter Stiller, Alejandro Huguet, Julian Koch and Philip Garner of Nigeria. Retirements, well, there were a few. Alberto Paul, Matteo Quintarelli and Gabriel Nicolai, as well as Adria Mustienes. Nathan Joliet and Sami Dari were unable even to take the start. Big drama. It's already kicking off here at Zuera. You've got a feel for Adrian Mustienis. He didn't even get the chance to show what he could do. Bitterly, bitterly disappointing. And he will hopefully try and come back from that one as soon as humanly possible. 2 races in, and it's clear that slick tyres are the way to go. Everybody in the dummy grid for the next race has slick tyres on. And the man who goes off the front row is hoping to repeat his win from yesterday evening. Evan Gilter.
That's really awesome. We don't thinking that we was so fast. The kart was perfect. I do the perfect lap. The weather is not all the time the same, so that will be a difficult weekend. I would like to thank VDK, my motor engine, FF engine.
The mild-mannered and eloquently charming Evan Gilter going off the front of the grid for this one. He's alongside his teammate, Sam Balota, the Belgian star, who's only just moved to the VDK racing team. This will be fascinating to see what these two get up to from the front of the grid. I actually caught up with Sam this morning and said, you must be confident going into this one. He said, well, the kart is good. I'm still kind of gelling with it at the moment. And these conditions are always very tricky. He's always his own worst enemy is Sam Balota. He's a lot better than he gives himself credit for. Yanis Stephen Haydens, his countryman, will be there in 3rd position on the grid on the 2nd row for the Euro karting squad based at Karting de Fagnes in Marienburg. And alongside him on the grid is going to be the British driver, Luca Griggs, who has moved into the PDB racing team for this year on the Falcon chassis. Luca Griggs has raced for nearly everybody who has a karting team over the years, but he's settled in very well with PDB, and he's doing a fantastic job. He almost bagged a win yesterday as well, so he's definitely one to watch out for from the 2nd row of the grid. Henke Kouteren, the Dutchman, has moved across to the RSD karting team for this season, and he's going to be there on the 3rd row of the starting grid alongside the very talented Frenchman, Andy Rettel, for KBK Competition. His loyal team, with whom he has stepped up to senior for the 2022 season, was with them in junior last year and pulled off that epic display a couple of times last year. Andy Rettel doing an amazing job in 2021, and he's already up the sharp end in Senior X30. Watch out for the Frenchman. He's definitely going to be a threat in this season. Jason Young of Canada will go off P7 on the grid. It's wonderful to see the fans stocking up there, and wonderful there in the grandstand, the Ukrainian flag resplendent on the grandstand. There's been a lot of support for the country here this weekend. Stickers all over karts and all over awnings. Great to see the very much the spirit of international competition in support of the Ukrainian plight. 8th position on the grid, Lazare Lartigot, the Frenchman, for Victory Lane Karting. And he'll be alongside Jason Young, the Canadian. Eloy Gonzalez for Monlau Competition is alongside Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican, in the Crop Promotions team chassis. He's very disappointed with his qualifying yesterday. He said, we could have been a lot higher than that. But that just means he'll be on his A-game with racecraft, and he's getting better all the time. Enzo Levesque for Karting Loisir Neuilly is going to be there in 11th on the starting grid. Always a major contender in Senior X30. Nathaniel Denhont for the VDK Racing Team will be there in 12th position on the grid, the Belgian. And then it will be Eduardo Dominguez, the Spanish driver for Mol Racing on the Tony Kart chassis. And the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Kamal Agar for George Gibbons Motorsport, will be there in 14th place. Benjamin Hovelak for Victory Lane Karting, the team that is making massive strides in 2022. They've got a really serious race team this season, along with Oscar Joyce for Premium Karting, who have really dipped their toe into the water of IAME Euro Series properly in 2022 with the Lando Norris Karting chassis, part of the OTK group. 17th is Akil Gobert of the KBK competition team on the Red Speed, and the similar chassis of Alexandre Monod for Victory Lane is 18th on the grid. Kimi Durun will line up 19th on the grid for them, and Hugo Nataril, the Spanish talent for AC Motorsport, will be in 20th position. A very busy grid once again. 35 drivers should take the start of this one. And just like the first 2 heats, I have a feeling everybody's still going to be struggling for temperature in the tyres. It's a really difficult battle ahead of them. And there's going to be a lot of excitement in this race because everybody's still struggling to get their tyres to temperature. It's as simple as that, really. You're going to have the same problem all the way through the day with the air temperature not really getting above 9 degrees Celsius. It's up to 8 degrees Celsius now, according to my timing screen. So they're still going to be scrabbling for tyre temperature and brake temperature all the way through the day. Expect crazy races and expect drivers to really push the limits of what's possible out there. One kart hasn't got moving yet. That is Hugo Brun. So Evan Gilter and Sam Balota on the front row from Yannis Steven Aydens and Luca Griggs, Henke Kalter and Andy Rattel, Jason Young and Lazar Latigo from Eloy Gonzalez and Carly Atkins, Enzo Levesque and Nathaniel Den Hont from Eduardo Dominguez and Kamal Agar, Benjamin Hovelak and Oscar Joyce. Then it is Achille Gobert and Alexander Monod, Kimi Duron and Hugo Nataril, Sebastian Murray and Drake Janssen, Senna Rodijk and Ben Doughty from Daniel Breeze and Matthijs Barb, Adrian Klosmanil and hopefully Hugo Brun, Harvey Ryby, Mirko Wouters, Mika Vos, Giovanni Trentin, Francisco Costa, Petra Babachkova and Lucas Federic. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one. So let's see what happens as the racing continues in fine style here. Very tricky day at the office for certain, as we've already had 2 crazy races in Senior X30. We're bound to get a few more, as the very cold temperatures here is very much an unknown quantity. So hello to everybody watching around the world wherever you are. Hello to Shani Mountcastle, who's listening all the way in the United States of America and watching in. Fascinating to see everybody keeping an eye on things. You can send messages via the Facebook page for the IAME Euro Series. We'll try and pick some of those up through the course of the day. But hello to those of you who are watching via the YouTube feed and via motorsport.tv as well. You're all very welcome indeed. And great to have your company. And what a spoil of a treat you are getting so far. It's absolutely amazing just how close the battles have been. Having an amazing racing day so far. Was never expecting it to be this exciting and this close quarters this early on. So we've already had some fascinating battles. Hello to Laurent Heck, to Michel Rose and to Susan Domain, who are all watching along on the Facebook stream as well. Now, what's happened to Jason Leung? Jason Leung has not come through by the look of it. So what's happened to the Canadian? But Jason Leung appears to not be coming through on the timing screen on the formation lap. That's a problem for the Canadian. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. Has he had a problem? Certainly for Hugo Brun, it's not going well at all for him, as he finds himself down at the back of the field in the pit lane, waiting to get restarted. So hopefully he'll go racing later on in the day, but we're about to go racing on the dummy grid. Are we racing on the tramlines? Yes, we are! Evan Gilter pulls out in front of Yannis Steven Aydens as they go through turn 1. Everybody gets through without incident. And into turn 2, Evan Gilter holds it from Steven Aydens, and in third, that is Luca Griggs, who has made a cracking start. Trying to go right round the outside of Yannis Steven Aydens. He's going to have pressure from Sam Balota. Balota squeezes through and into third place. Excellent work from the Belgian. So Sam Balota finds himself in third place, trying to tuck in on the inside of Yannis Steven Aydens, doing his best to make good progress. But on they come to the big stop at the hairpin. If you run wide there, you're going to have an axle full of stones. It is a really tough part of the course. They go through to the right-hander. And it's all looking good for Evan Gilter in front of Steven Aydens, Balota and Luca Griggs. Perhaps the track is now dry enough that it's not going to be quite so pandemonic. So through they come into the final couple of corners. Onto the main straight. Use the slipstream to good effect. Charge through turn 1. Flat on the throttle as they will. And Evan Gilter going well in front of Steven Aydens, Balota, Griggs, Kalteran, Rattel, Gonzalez, Levesque, Lartigo, Atkins, Den Hont and Hovelak. Through turn 2, dab of brake pedal, catch the throttle on the inside apex. It opens out on the exit through the flick. Now hard on the brakes into the hairpin and up the inside. A lovely move there from the third place driver, I should say. That is Luca Griggs, who's made his way through. Now, for some reason, Federic and Wouters are transponding us at the front of the field. That's not quite accurate, I'm afraid. It's Gilter from Steven Aydens, Griggs and Balota at the moment. Kalteran's having a look. Henke Kalteran, the Dutchman, always towards the sharp end in IAME Euro. Is the Dutchman going to get his opportunity to move forward? He'll keep pushing. He'll keep putting on a good display. He needs to just tuck away on the back bumper of Sam Balota, see if there's an opportunity to come by. And there's a mechanical problem. That's Jason Leung, so it must be that Jason Leung has a transponder issue. If the transponder isn't working, because his times are not coming up, then that is a technical flag. What a problem for Jason Leung. the KR Sport driver, the Canadian, who had to spend the entirety of COVID-19 stuck in Canada, has finally been able to come racing again at the tail end of last year. It's a big disappointment for Jason Young to get a technical flag. He's got no transponder on the kart, or at least the transponder isn't working, I should probably specify. Up the inside, a big move for Andy Rattel as he dives in to try and take 5th position, and he's got it from Sam Balota. So Rattel gets past Balota. Maybe that's exactly what Balota was talking about pre-race. He was saying it's a bit of a tricky day so far. We're not entirely sure how things are feeling, but there is Andy Rattel on the KBK. He's got through and doing a great job in P5 at the moment, trying to tuck up behind Henki Kalteren. Evan Gilter definitely not as dominant yesterday as, he was a long way ahead, so I do wonder if the gaggle of drivers in the dry is much closer than it would be in the wet. Yesterday, VDK were flying in the wet conditions, but here in the dry, it's much more evenly spread. Ultra competitive. Yannis Stevenadens right in behind Evan Gilter, and the Belgian, for his Belgian team, is hoping to make the move. So what can the Euro karting team driver do? Evan Gilter gets the fastest lap at 104.3, but Henki Kalteren is the fastest driver of all in the 3rd sector, and the fastest of all in the 1st sector. So Kalteren is on the warpath, tucking up behind Luca Griggs as he tries his best to make progress and move forward. Could be a fascinating day at the office for both drivers. Achille Gobert has not come through, and Achille Gobert is out of the race. He's off at turn 4, so Achille Gobert, I'm afraid, is out. Didn't see what happened to him, but you'll see him there to the side of the road. There's green flags flying. So I'm afraid Achille Gobert is out of action. That's a real shame. He was doing a good job moving his way through the field up to that point. But certainly Andy Rattel has made his move on Henki Kalteren. So that puts the Frenchman up into 4th place. They go down the straight and across the line, and Luca Griggs is vulnerable. Andy Rattel making his moves. Here's the battle for 7th further back. This is Gonzalez and Levesque. So Eloy Gonzalez for the Monlab Competition squad, battling away with the Karting Lozoya Neuilly driver of Enzo Levesque. Here they come, battling away. Is Levesque going to get his move? Yes, he does, on the inside of Gonzalez. Good move from Enzo Levesque. So that puts him into P7. That puts him into P8, I should say, because Sam Balota is still the kart in front of them. And behind them is the Frenchman Lazare Lactigo, who is in the Victory Lane karting team. So still some good battles. Hugo Brun and Achille Gobert are the only retirements. Hugo Brun, rather sadly, unable to take the start. And Achille Gobert now at the side of the road at turn 4. Green flag still flying because his kart is obviously being moved from its position at turn 4. So through comes Evan Gilter in the lead of the race. Yannis Stevenadens is still only 0.3 of a second behind him, but he's making Evan Gilter do all the hard work. He's just trying to keep with him at the moment. Gilter leads the way. He's the one punching a hole in the air. Stevenadens is just tagging along for the ride, basically. So this is going to be a very exciting run all the way through. Evan Gilter from Stevenadens, Griggs, Rattel, and Henki Kalteren. Battling away for position, off the hairpin. Rattel looks over his shoulder, wants to see if there's an opportunity to go for Luca Griggs on this corner. He's certainly lining him up, but he knows that Kalteren is right underneath him as well. If he can make a decent enough gap, he might be able to get both karts through in the same breath. The rooster tails are almost gone from the entirety of the circuit. There are still a few damp patches, and I think Rattel just found one on the exit of the curb there. That's going to take a few more corners to get the moisture off, and that's the moment Kalteren chooses to slice in back on the inside of Andy Rattel. You've got to pick these moments where your opponent is vulnerable, and that's what Kalteren's done. Excellent timing, made it work. So back on the straight. Gilter just pulling a 10th extra in front of Yannis Stevenadens. That's enough to keep him safe for now. Rattel on the recovery is getting back on terms with Kalteren. Through turn 2, they will go. 3 to go. 9 laps of the heats, and that gives them 15.2 kilometers of race distance to cover in a very short space of time. Drake Jansen has a warning flag. That's going to come with a 5-second penalty that goes with it, I'm afraid. The Dutchman not really colouring himself in glory in that moment. That doesn't help his cause. So Evan Gilter running ahead of Yannis Stevenadens and Luca Griggs, and the gap is actually increasing between Gilter and Stevenadens. So looks as though the Frenchman has looked after his tyres very well. And Stephen Haydens is just struggling to stay with him. He's keeping him abreast, but here comes Rattel. Back on the inside of Kalteren. Neither driver is yielding. And Kalteren keeps his position. It's very hard to overtake Henki Kalteren at the best of times. And he's definitely not going to give away any overtaking moves. He doesn't have to today. Taps his helmet. Come on, Andy. Think. Work with me. We can both get Luca Griggs. But will Rattel cooperate? He probably feels, well, I'm actually faster if I get ahead of you. All psychology and mind games in the world of karting. You tap your helmet. You try and work with your opponent. Evan Gilter. A 104 flat. There you go. That's how much speed and time we've gained as the track has dried out this morning. We started the day in the 114s and 15s. Now we're in the 104s, so the track is a good 10 seconds quicker than the start of the day. Evan Gilter has pulled almost a second clear now of Yannis Stephen Haydens, so it looks good for the VDK driver to hold his position in fine style. Excellent work thus far. Evan Gilter from Yannis Stephen Haydens, Griggs, Kalteren and Rattel. They're actually very close together, those three. There's Yannis Stephen Haydens running in P2. What can he do about the man in front? Evan Gilter still going full guns blazing, but Yannis Stephen Haydens is on his own in P2. He can't quite keep up with the Frenchman out front. He's doing everything he can. This is a much stronger start to the season for Yannis Stephen Haydens than we've seen in the last couple of years. And he looks so confident and authoritarian at the wheel now. He's had his moments where it hasn't quite come according to plan, but now he really has settled into a rhythm. Looks as though we've lost Benjamin Hovelak down at the back of the field. Not sure what's happening there. Here we go, last lap, and it really is starting to get heated between Luca Griggs and Henki Kalteren. Kalteren trying to squeeze a gap on the inside. Rattel is hanging in 5th place, just waiting to pick up the pieces if they tangle. We saw it on the last lap in the previous race between Hadid and McLaughlin. Are we going to see it between Griggs and Kalteren? Well, not if Kalteren can't get close enough. Griggs is doing his best. Luca Griggs, the Englishman, with Henki Kalteren, the Dutchman, and they are working together, but it looks like it's going to be a victory for Evan Gilter. He's done the work when he needed to, only pushed when it was necessary. Excellent work from him so far, and he's going to come through in extraordinary fashion to take the victory for the second time this weekend. Stephen Haydens, Griggs, and is it Rattel? No, Kalteren just keeps his position over the line. Sam Balota in P6, having an extraordinary battle so far. Excellent work. It really has been amazing up to this point. But Evan Gilter has held the position. Yannis Stephen Haydens in second from Luca Griggs in third. But the Frenchman Evan Gilter has settled into a very neat rhythm now. Excellent display. And he keeps it going strong. We're in for a sensational race day from Evan Gilter. He hasn't really put a wheel wrong all weekend yet. Pole position in time qualifying. Heat 1 winner yesterday. Heat 2 winner today. Catch him if you can. That's the challenge. That's the message. And Evan Gilter certainly going full guns blazing thus far this weekend at Zuera. As the track temperature increases, so does his win tally. So for Evan Gilter, it's been a perfect start to the weekend. Yannis Stephen Haydens in second, Luca Griggs in third from Henki Kalteren and Arnie Rattel. Sam Balota gets back into P6 ahead of Onzo Levesque and Eloy Gonzalez. Lazar Lartigo is ahead of Jason Leung. Will that stand? Kalai Atkins in 11th from Alexandre Monod. Eduardo Dominguez in front of Harvey Ryby. And then Oscar Joyce and Daniel Breathe. Kamal Agai 17th in front of Adrian Klosmanil for the DSM team. 19th place is Hugo Naturil in front of Drake Janssen, and then it's Nathaniel Den Hont ahead of Mattis Barb. Ben Doughty is ahead of Kimi Duron, Mika Vos, Sebastian Murray, Giovanni Trentin and Petra Babechkova. Senna Rodijk is ahead of Lucas Federic and Mirko Bouters, with Benjamin Hovelak and Francisco Costa finishing up the field. Achille Gobert was out of the race. Hugo Brunn was unable to start it. So a fascinating situation in Senior X30. We've started the day in brilliant fashion. Junior X30 is coming up next on track. And it's going to be a very exciting battle for the competitors in this one as we go straight off pole position with Group A versus Group B, the first race of the day. And that's going to see Aaron Garcia run from pole position. We caught up with him after a fascinating battle in qualifying yesterday.
The feeling was really good. We managed to take the pole position. The lap was good. We were on wet, so we need to be fast here and run the outside on our corners. And we are going to try tomorrow to do the best of us. We were very comfortable with the setup, so we are so happy. We are also fast in the dry, so we can do the best tomorrow and win in the heat.
Great racing from the Senior X30 so far. We just heard from Aaron Garcia, who's hoping to do a similar job to Evan Gilter in Senior X30. Here's the schedule for the day as it looks. Qualifying heats for the juniors coming up next in A versus B and then C versus D. And they will come in, as you can see there, 4 minutes time. For the minis, it'll be qualifying heat A versus B and then C versus D directly after those races. And then we'll continue with the third rotation of heats for the senior race drivers. It'll be qualifying heat C versus E first at 12 o'clock local time. And then we will have the battle from the drivers in seniors again in B versus F and A versus D. Then we'll have the two junior heats. That's at 1 o'clock through to 1:20. Then we'll have our lunch break pause. And that'll give us a little bit of time to take a little bit of stock and see what the situation is for the afternoon. Minis will then come out again at 10 minutes past 2 local time. Our broadcast will resume at 5 minutes past 2 to catch up with that. And then for the rest of the day, it'll be minis followed by 3 senior races back to back as we go through B versus E, D versus F, and A versus C. And at that point, it's likely to be the hottest part of the day. Whether that gets above 10 degrees Celsius or not is yet to be seen. But then we're also going to get to see the battles from junior in qualifying heat A versus C. That will be their third and final race of the day. And that will lead them into the battles for the super heats tomorrow morning. There'll also be a junior qualifying heat after that from B versus D. Then the minis will finish up with A versus C and B versus D. And then the final 3 races of the day will come from senior in qualifying heat E versus F, C versus D, and then we'll come up with the best 2 racing groups from time qualifying yesterday. The fastest 2 groups will meet each other for the final race of the race day, and that is going to be Group A versus B. And that's going to be taking place at 17:50 local time. It's a long day at the office here at Zuera. And of course, for the drivers, that isn't even going to be the last race of the weekend for them, because this new format that we have for 2022 gives drivers a battle to go together again in the Superheat. Now, the Superheat is the new format that's been brought in for the 2022 season. Once the qualifying heats are completed, they will then be put into Superheat races based on the positions that they have run in the previous races. The top 72 drivers in each category will be given the chance to race in the Superheat, and they are split based on their aggregate points scored through the weekend. So the drivers in the odd positions of the standings, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, etc., they will go into one Superheat, and the drivers in the aggregate positions 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, and so on, will go into the second Superheat. The results of those races will then be added to their aggregate positions rather than a completely separate agenda. So there is one last chance on Sunday morning then for the drivers to get themselves into the final. It kind of gives them something to fight for on Sunday morning rather than having to have the ignominy of walking home on Saturday evening. It makes the weekend longer for the drivers, gives them more to fight for, and it certainly spices up the racing. We saw in the Valencia Winter Cup when Guillaume Alvarez was with you in the commentary box just how exciting it made the races in all 3 categories. So it's definitely made a massive improvement on the show, which was already pretty spectacular. Now it's made it even better. It's like putting the cherry on the top of the cake in terms of the quality of the race battles. It's definitely been very exciting all the way throughout. So we're going to go into the first of our junior races. 7 laps of the course this time. So the Junior X30 drivers will be pushed to their limits from the get-go. Aaron Garcia will be alongside the Frenchman Clement Outran, who was the 2nd fastest driver from the qualifying session yesterday. Thibaut Ramakers will go off 3rd place. The Dutchman Dylan Visser will go off 4th place. And there's definitely going to be an awful lot more competition between these drivers as the weekend plows on. Eloan Bianame and Cameron Pratt-Thompson will be on the third row of the starting grid. So watch out for them as we go racing again as well. Here we go. The first X30 Junior qualifying heat of the weekend. Expect the unexpected. It's always pretty brutal in X30 Junior from the start, and the drivers are going to give us plenty of entertainment, I'm sure. Aaron Garcia and Clement Outram from Thibaut Ramacus and Dylan Visser, Eloan Bianame and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Raoul Thantharden and Hugo Magnas, then Noah Montero and Morgan Moore, Tiziano Cugnini and Cahal Clark, Mark Granada and Hugo Martiniello, Gilles Caranta and Francisco Macedo, Freddie Allam and Oliver Stilp, Mathis Michaud and Mick Blancaspor, from Sacha Avril, Adrien Alstubier, Raphael Lefebvre, Hugo Latour, and Macaulay Bishop will start last. It's a big problem for Macaulay Bishop because he'll be starting from the back of the grid after an airbox filter issue meant he couldn't even get out for time qualifying yesterday. So he'll be starting all of his races this weekend from the back of the grid. So expect a monumental charge through the field, because you're definitely going to get one, whether you expect one or not. It's going to be fascinating to see how the battles will take along over the course of the weekend. We're going to see some sensational battles in Junior, and they are definitely going to be putting it to the limit as the drivers come through. Garcia, Outram, third place for Ramacus, and then Dylan Visser in the mix as well. We're going to have a fantastic battle amongst the drivers as they get ready to go racing here in Junior X30. So we'll have some sensational battles from them as they come through. The track is definitely looking near bone dry. There's still some rather obvious damp patches in places. So it's definitely going to be very, very tough for the drivers to make good use of the opportunity from the get-go. But we're definitely going to have a tough race, that's for sure. All the juniors drivers have seen what the Senior X30s have given us, and now they're going to be focusing on their objectives and their plan for the day. And it will be tough. They won't really know just how much grip is out there. They've only got to guess, and there could be a few drivers that push the limit just a little bit too far over the edge. So we'll have to see how it all plays out, but there's definitely going to be some very exciting battles from the drivers as they run through. So now we'll see how the drivers cope with the battles in front of them. Aaron Garcia in front of Clement Outram, Thibaut Ramacus and Dylan Visser. The drivers will come together in their two tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time by? Looks good. Yes, we're racing. Good start from Garcia. Ramacus goes alongside Clement Outram, but Outram holds it round the outside as they come up towards the hairpin. Looks as though everybody's got through. Through turn two, everybody's held on to their position as well. Down to the braking zone for 4. It looks as though everybody's kept it relatively clean and tidy. So it's certainly a relatively good start. But it's going to be a fascinating battle as the drivers continue in formation. They run together, and on the inside, that is the run from the 17. Moving forward, that's Eloan Bianame. So Bianame has made a good move on the opening lap, and a big dive down to the inside. The retaliation comes swift and solid from Thibaut Ramacus. He makes a good comeback there. So a fascinating run, but he runs wide. Now that is a battle, again, that's just going to keep going between these two by the look of it. Bianame and Ramacus so solidly together with each other. My goodness, this is just going to keep going throughout the entirety of the weekend. A very tough race battle coming their way. But what a battle this is going to be. Garcia, Outram, and Bianame, the top 3 at the moment. There goes the 29 through to the inside. That's Jules Caranta. So Jules Caranta making his bid as he comes through on the inside line. Good battle between these two drivers as they come through. Thibaut Ramacus making his move as he comes through on the inside now to get into 3rd position, past Eloan Bianame. So Ramacus going well, and Eloan Bianame having a very solid race battle here. Dylan Visser ahead of Tiziano Cugnini in 6th. Then it is the 16 car, that is Cameron Pratt-Thompson making his own bid as he comes through. Noah Montero having a good race of it. Hugo Magnas in 9th place, and in 10th that is Hugo Martiniello. He's made the bid on Morgan Moore on this lap, and so too have Gilles Caranta and Cahal Clark. So some good battles from several drivers in the field then. Macaulay Bishop has charged his way through. He's made up half the places. He's into 14th at this moment. So he's furiously making progress. But Aaron Garcia leads the race from Clement Outram, or does he? Because here comes Outram on the inside line. And Clement Outram makes his way through. A fabulous opportunity made there, and he's taken full advantage of it. So Aaron Garcia has lost the lead for the moment. Clement Outram now trying to solidify his position at the front end of the field. But check out the battles further back. That is Cameron Pratt-Thompson sneaking his way on the inside of one of the EGP carts. That is going to be Dylan Visser, who's lost 2 places there. Kuzhnini's come through, and so too has Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So some good battles right from the start. And Eloan Bianame is going well in 4th position behind Thibaut Ramakers. So still the battles rage on the inside. Good move there from Hugo Manias. He gets through on Dylan Visser as well. And he's not the only one. Visser's really struggling. Montero's gone through, so has Martin Yellow. And Gilles Caranta, Cahal Clark and Macaulay Bishop are lining him up as well. Macaulay Bishop is still a little bit of a way back from this pack, but you can see him in the background trying to make progress. There is Kuzhnini ahead of Eloan Bianame, and now he's going to make his bid. Kuzhnini gets into 4th place. Good overtake, good moves, and it looks like Cameron Pratt-Thompson might follow him as well. On the inside line, can he make it stick? Yes, he does. So a great bit of racecraft there. And it just keeps on going as Cahal Clark is now trying to make his way through the field, make up some positions as he gets in on the inside of Jules Caranta. Little bit close for comfort there, and that's enough to give Hugo Martin Yellow the opportunity. Noah Montero got a little too close, and now on the inside there's going to be some big moves made as Clark picks up 2 places on his teammate. Gilles Caranta gets through, so does Clark, and that's demoted Montero and Manias down the field. Clement Outram is going a tiny bit defensive now on Aaron Garcia, with Thibaut Ramakers in 3rd position in the similar VDK racing car, as he runs there in 3rd place. 4th is Tizi Kuzhnini, still holding on for the moment from Cameron Pratt-Thompson, but it is close between those 2. So the racing's still going to be very tight. Macaulay Bishop has come through in 13th place. He's closing in on the Montero-Manias-Visser battle, but he's only half a second away from them, so it won't take long. And with that sort of pace, he's on a 1:05.3. That's comparable to the current pace being set by the senior X30s. So that shows you how quick Macaulay Bishop's been able to go. Phenomenal lap. He's a good 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else out there. So he's really driving angry after qualifying and now making a massive impression. So Clement Outram in front of Aaron Garcia. The Birolart running in 2nd place behind the Kart Republic of Clement Outram. So through to the final couple of corners of the lap they go, and they'll go into lap 6, 2 to go in Junior X30. So they will push very hard as they come off the final turn, and you can see just how cautious Clement Outram is having to be as they run to the 1st corner. Aaron Garcia looks like he's got a good run on him. Will he make the move into 2? No, I think he's going to wait for 4. As Clement Outram drifts out a little wide. Is this going to be the moment from Garcia? He's sizing him up. He had to think about it, but decides against it in the end. I think he's trying to keep Clement Outram guessing as to where he's going to make his overtake. Certainly needs to get on with it, because this is the penultimate lap. Cahal Clark is up to 8th place. Make that 7th now, because he's got his move on Hugo Martin Yellow. Up to 5th is Bianame, past Pratt-Thompson. Clark is now 7th. Caranta's up to 9th, past Noah Montero. So a very tough battle. Macaulay Bishop is running well in 11th position. Then Hugo Manias, Dylan Visser, and Raul Thanthaden. So some good battles coming from the drivers. Morgan Moore doing a fair job as he's now lost ground to Rafael Thenevi. But still some good battles for them as they continue their charge forward. But Outram, Garcia, and Thibaut Ramakers, then Tizi Kuzhnini and Eloan Bianame. Hugo Martin Yellow doing a fair job as we go into the final lap, and it looks as though this is the move from Aaron Garcia. Slices in the 1st corner. Lovely job. Timed it to perfection. Outram didn't see it coming, and now he's going to have to try and fight back on the final lap. Up towards 4. Garcia's going ultra defensive, and Outram very nearly gets alongside him on the runoff area there. Goodness me. Now they're going to go down towards 5. Pick a line. Hope there's grip. Outram's got to go right round the outside and then tuck back in for the inside switch on 6. He's going to get a faster exit. Now Garcia's got to park the bus. And a big move from Utran. Oh, absolutely sold Garcia the dummy. And he's through. What a move from Clement Utran. Garcia's going to try and get alongside him. He's there. He's on the inside. He's back. Utran's not done yet. So what can Utran do to get back on terms with Garcia? Garcia holds the inside line. Utran tries to run right round the outside. He'll get a faster exit than Garcia, who's protecting the line. It'll be a sprint to the finish. I think Garcia's done enough here. Experience of the circuit comes his way. What a battle. But Garcia has it from Clement Utran and Thibaut Ramakers. Great racing all the way to the finish line. A great duel, but Clement Utran just couldn't quite get one over on Aaron Garcia there. Fascinating stuff. I thought there was going to be a handshake between them there, but perhaps not. I think Clement Utran a little frustrated that he just gave Garcia the tiniest bit of space. Sold him the most incredible dummy into turn 7, but he couldn't hold it. Excellent work from Aaron Garcia. Superior knowledge of the circuit coming his way, with Clement Utran doing a great job in second from Thibaut Ramakers, and then Tizi Kuznini from Eloan Bianime and Cahal Clark in P6. A good recovery from him. Macaulay Bishop, by the way, fighting his way through to 9th place after all of that. So coming from the back of the grid, he has made exceptional progress to fight his way back forward. It'll do. It's not quite where he wanted to be. He wanted to be further up than that, but it's certainly good enough progress made for the time being. Garcia from Clement Utran and Thibaut Ramakers from Tizi Kuznini and Eloan Bianime. Cahal Clark in P6 from Hugo Martiniello and Noah Montero. Macaulay Bishop running in front of Jules Caranta. And then Cameron Pratt-Thompson from Hugo Manias, Dylan Visser and Raul Thentharan. Sasha Avril in 15th from Freddie Allen. Matis Machout is in front of Rafael Thevini. And then 19th across the line, Oliver Stilp in front of Mark Granada. Hugo Latorre coming home in front of Morgan Moore. And then Francisco Macedo ahead of Adrien Alsubier and Mick Blankespor. For the first time today, every single driver that was supposed to start the race not only started, but finished. So excellent work from the 25 competitors. A very clean race, just as the track starts to get drier. So it couldn't be better in terms of the timing. Well, we need to get a bit of an understanding, therefore, as to how the circuit is actually changing and how it's drying out. So one person we should ask is Ellie Goldstein, who's been out there. Now, Ellie, this morning, obviously, the Senior X30 race is very, very tricky because the circuit was drying out. Just how quickly was the track changing from lap to lap?
Yeah, it was changing very fast. We had to change our line when you drive. Just keeping in good position, in good line, and trying to see how dry the track comes.
And in the first race, of course, slicks weren't really an option for you. You were out there on wets, and it really came quickly to the slick tyres. How difficult is it when you're on wets and by the end of the race, there's just no grip left to play with?
No, I think the slicks was not the right decision. But yeah, at the end, I think the next heat was on slick and was quite good. So yeah, I think we did the right decision.
And how difficult was it to keep the kart on the road in the last 2 or 3 laps when it was quite clear that the dry was the right option by that point? Yeah,
it was riding very fast. Yeah, it was quite difficult. We saw the mistake of Oliver Greenall 2 laps before the checkered flag, so I tried to pass him. I passed him. After it was a bit too hot in the last 2 laps. But qualifying heat, but some people didn't know that and didn't think about this. So, yeah, I have nothing to say more.
Now, you've made the switch this year to the Eichmann's GP team. It looks as though you've settled into the family very, very well. Just what's the atmosphere like in this team? Because it's a much stronger operation even than last year now.
Yeah, the atmosphere in the team is very, very good. All the team is very, very good, very competitive. We try to work hardest as possible. We tried to find a solution because we hadn't the pace in Wednesday and Thursday. Now we try and I think we found the solution for the moment. Now we will see with the dry. Yeah, obviously it's come good.
Now, one of the things I've observed for this season, and I'm sure you have as well, is that coming into 2022, last year and previous years, a lot of British drivers were at the front and it was difficult for drivers like yourself to break through. This year, it's become much more even in terms of a playing field. You've got much more of a chance to run at the front of the field. There's not so many dominant drivers from one country. It's much more even this year. What have you guys been doing to kind of level the playing field and get that little bit faster?
I don't think that last year I couldn't win because I showed the pace in Genk, I showed the pace in the whole season. So yeah, it doesn't matter which driver is there. I will try to do the best I can, and doesn't matter the level. The level is also really high. We try always to do better and better and to be the best and to try to be in the best position we could.
And this year, you are one of probably about 15 or 16 drivers out there that could win the title, which is awesome to see. And the second and fourth rounds are on Belgian territory, circuits that you know well, Marienburg, Genk. This could be your best shot to win the Euroseries title.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that I'm really better in Genk than here or better in Marienburg than here. Like as I said, I always try to be the best and to do the best I can, and we will see after the result, but always doing the best.
Interesting. Good to get your thoughts on it, Eli. Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Amazing. Always good to hear from Eli Goldstein. And you've obviously got a race to get to, so I know we'll obviously let you focus on that. Merci beaucoup to Eli Goldstein. Always great to hear from him. Always a sharp operator in Senior X30. He will always be a great contender and definitely one to keep an eye on. But the first Junior X30 heat of the day for A versus B, going the way of the pole sitter, Aaron Garcia, after an epic race battle with his front row colleague, Clement Outran. So some great performances already coming through. Tibor Ramek is doing a fair job in third position in front of Tizi Kuznini and Eloan Bianame, Cahal Clark being there in P6. So the battles are definitely raging as the competition continues to step up a pace. The next race is going to be for qualifying heat C versus D, and that's going to put the British driver Henry Jocelyn for Mick Barrett Racing in pole position. This is going to be a momentous karting season for Henry Jocelyn, whichever way you cut it. He's going to be battling for junior honours in the Mick Barrett Racing team, following very much in the footsteps of Bart Harrison, who's been one of the stars of Mick Barrett Racing in junior. Now it's Henry Jocelyn's turn, who's really plied his trade in the karting world in the last couple of seasons. And not only will he be fighting for the honours in IAME Euro Series this year, but he's also been selected to represent Great Britain in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, which kicks off in a couple of months' time. So that's really exciting to see what he can do to follow in the footsteps of great drivers such as George Russell and obviously Theo Makouris, who have all come through the British ranks of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And obviously we've also had Bart Harrison, who did it last year. So following very much in the footsteps, Henry Jocelyn. He's alongside a very talented racer in his own right, Leo Robinson, who represents Algeria these days. He's had a very successful transition. Leo Robinson last year racing under the Algerian colours in the Academy Trophy himself. But not only that, he also wrapped up his first major international title last year when he won the Main Nations Cup. But he is there in the second row of the second position, I should say, of the grid. Sacha Van Padbosch, who is now permanently settled within Fusion Motorsport and really plying his trade in the junior category, having stepped up at the tail end of last year. Alexis Constant, the Belgian driver for RSD Karting, will line up on the second row of the grid. And then Daniel Dalakian, who has moved across to the AC Motorsport team. He was a privateer for many seasons under his own Formula Dalakian squad, but now he is there doing a great job for AC Motorsport, ready to step up and go for the Euro Series title in 2022 as a junior. Hugo Marti for Paralin España will line up in sixth position on the grid after a good job in time qualifying. Wasn't that long ago that he was a mini, and now he is there in the junior category. Similar story for Adrian Ferra, who has moved across to Mole Racing at the tail end of last year, and now he is going to be one of the front runners in the junior category in 2022. Alongside him on the grid will be Andreas Dupé for the Team Driver Racing Kart on the Kart Republic chassis. Then Vic Stevens, the Belgian, will be for the Dimes Racing Team in 9th place. And then in 10th position, Ben Smith for the Mick Barrett Racing Team. He'll be there in position, having stepped out of the world of Mini and up to Junior with the Mick Barrett Racing squad and looking to add his own name to the accolades. It's so windy out there. You can see just how tricky it is keeping the positions in a straight line there for the film crew. They're doing an amazing job in very tricky conditions, as they always do. Marius Barryberg and Bas Vedold will be together on the 6th row of the grid. Joey Brown and George Nassar will be together on the 7th row of the grid. And for Fusion Motorsport, the Irishman Colin Cronin will be 15th place, and Sandro Perez, the Spanish driver for ALC Motorsport, will be there in P16. Here we go. The X30 Junior Qualifying Heat C versus D. And it is going to be a tough one again. We saw how close it was between the front row men, Aaron Garcia and Clement Outram in the previous heat. Now we're going to see how tough it's going to be between Henry Jocelyn and Leo Robinson on the front row of this one. Sacha Van Padbosch and Alexis Constant on the second. Daniel Dalakian and Hugo Marti. Adrien Ferra and Andreas Dubé. Vic Stevens and Ben Smith. Marius Barryberg and Bas Vedold. Joey Brown and George Nassar. Colin Cronin and Sandra Perez. Raul Martinez and Natalia Granada. Harry Yule and Alex Caralto. Pedro Cachada and Rintzavos. Adam El Osta and Ronan Hennessy of Ireland takes up the final place of the grid. So with qualifying heat C versus D about to get underway, the track is the driest it has been over the last 24 hours. Thursday was glorious, Friday was wet, today is glorious again, and it looks as though tomorrow the forecast tells us that it's likely to be wet again. So could be a very difficult and very changeable weekend of race action. But the drivers will probably prefer the fact that it's dry. The warm-up race that a lot of them did, the Zuera Cup, ended up being predominantly dry for the weekend. So certainly in the finals they had some solid dry weather running to prepare them for this race battle. But the competitors are ready for an exciting race battle in Junior X30. What can they give us in terms of drama and suspense? There's certainly going to be a few drivers fighting their way forward after difficult qualifying sessions. They'll want to make up a lot of progress. So we'll have to see how it all plays out for them. But we're definitely going to be in a solid position as the race weekend continues to progress. Henry Jocelyn in front of Leo Robinson, and then Sacha Van Padbosch and Alexis Constant on the 2nd row of the grid. And 7 laps of the course. Obviously very, very tricky to get right as they battle away around this circuit. A very fast circuit, this one, particularly in the dry conditions, of course. But it's only really at this part of the day that they've been able to maximize and utilize running on the slick tires. Yesterday it was nothing but wets all day long, and even in the couple of races that we saw yesterday, a couple of drivers decided to gamble for slicks, and it ended up being the wrong decision. So now it was very much Jaime Sanz playing the gopher for everybody else. So let's see how it is all going to play out. The competitors are going to make big progress as they come off the final turn. What can Jocelyn and Robinson do from the get-go? It's a false start. So the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, elected that they were not in position straight away, and so decided to throw caution to the winds and send them round again. It was very important, obviously, to make sure that they got the best possible start they could from it. And that was not the start that they were hoping for. So they've gone and done it again. Another formation lap. Obviously, they have to stay in the tram lines, and they have to be in a solid position off the start. So let's see how they will get off the grid this time. It's up to Henry Jocelyn and Leo Robinson, of course, to set the pace of the field as they go around on their formation lap. But at least now, with the sunshine out here in Spain, we're finally starting to get to see that beautiful sunshine battle it's going at the moment. So let's see how it all plays out. The drivers are ready for an exceptional race again. 7 laps of the course, and Henry Jocelyn and Leo Robinson, the Brit and the Algerian, running from the front end of the field. Sacha Van Padbosch in 3rd from Alexis Constant, Daniel Dalakian and Hugo Marti. Then Ferra, Dupé, Stevens, Smith, Barryberg, Vedold, Brown, Nassar, Cronin, Perez, Martinez, Granada, Yule, Caralto, Cachada, Vos, El Osta and Hennessy. So let's see how the racing gets underway. It's definitely going to be a tough one. And a very exciting race is on the march. They come off the final turn. They're in the 2 tram lines. Are we going to go racing from the get-go? It's all going to be about who delivers now. And it's green, 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 green. Up to the first corner. 3 wide. And a little bit of a tussle there as Alexis Constant tried to overhaul Leo Robinson. And it didn't quite work out in his favour. He had to hang back a little. So that's given him a couple of kart lengths of recovery drive to make up for. He has got that into 4th place already. So now the two Fusion teammates, Robinson and Van der Bosch, are setting off the task of closing in and overtaking Henry Jocelyn. Have they all got through the hairpin? Yes, they have. So down to turn 5, the long flowing left-hander that goes on and on and on forever. And now into the right-hander. Sascha Van der Bosch closing down Leo Robinson. Robinson's already starting to look for his move. You had to think about it. Oh no, wait, that isn't Robinson, that is Van der Bosch. So Van der Bosch has actually managed to get past his teammate Leo Robinson on the opening lap. So the Dutchman is in second place. Leo Robinson in third. Interesting that the two drivers in the same team on the same kart, but they are running different Nassaus. You can see that Sascha Van der Bosch is using the new Nassau with the hole cut in the middle that channels airflow above the driver's helmet. And Leo Robinson in third place is using the what has now become almost traditional, the hot dog bun Nassau panel in third position. So fascinating stuff, but Jocelyn is your race leader. Van der Bosch of the Netherlands in second place. Having a look on the inside, and he takes the lead. So Sascha Van der Bosch gets up into the lead of the race. Jocelyn in second place. Third is Leo Robinson. Fourth is now the 63. That is Alexis Constant. Constant going to try and get through on Robinson. Can't get by. Now we've had yellow flags up at turn 4. A couple of drivers going off the road there, I do believe. And I think one of them is permanently off. That's Ronan Hennessy, who has not come through. So I'm afraid the Irishman, Ronan Hennessy, may well be out of the race. Yep, we just saw a glimpse of it there. There is Ronan Hennessy walking away. What a shame. The Irishman, unfortunately, out of the race on lap 2. But the juniors still tucking together. Alexis Constant just trying to get under the skin of Leo Robinson a little bit here. Watch out for the man in 5th place. That is Adrian Ferrer, who has moved up, the Spanish driver for the Mole Racing team. They're really starting to make some impacts now. A bit of a battle as Robinson goes for the 2nd place man who was Jocelyn. I didn't see where Van der Bosch took the lead, but Van der Bosch is now leading. Jocelyn has got to try and fight his way back past Constant, which he has done. So Jocelyn into 3rd place behind Sascha Van der Bosch and Leo Robinson. Jocelyn is 3rd. Constant is 4th. 5th is Ferrer, and 6th place is Daniel Dalakian. 7th place is the 142. That is Hugo Marti. So Daniel Dalakian, the man who is in 6th position for AC Motorsport, races under a Spanish license and is based out here, originally from Armenia. So a great battle. These 3 drivers trying to get one over on Jocelyn, and Alexis Constant throws it up the inside, makes the move. So Constant has done a great job and takes on the position. So there goes Alexis Constant into 3rd place in front of Henry Jocelyn, with Adrian Ferrer, Daniel Dalakian and Hugo Marti all starting to line them up. Jocelyn's going to get support from his Spanish rivals there as Ferrer gets through with Jocelyn. And now Ferrer's going to go rogue. On the inside, he gets by. Great racing from Adrian Ferrer. He's now into 3rd position. Jocelyn's going to come straight back at him on the inside. 3rd place. Constant's going to try and get past them both. Ferrer goes on the curb, cuts back across before Constant can take the place. Here comes Dalakian and Marti. Dalakian on the AC Motorsport kart and the Paralin of Hugo Marti all starting to line up. Could be some fascinating battles in front of them now as the juniors go to battle on the inside. Constant gets past Ferrer, so does Dalakian. So that's 2 places made up. Ferrer and Dalakian both getting their way past now as Alexis Constant has got through. Adrian Ferrer down to P6. Constant and Dalakian, 4th and 5th. Ferrer in 6th place. Then it is Marti and George Nassar, the young man from Lebanon, is in 8th place. He races under a UAE license. Well, that's the flag he carries, but on the kart it is the Lebanese flag as Alex Caralto has picked up a warning flag. I'm afraid that comes with a 5-second penalty. Here comes the move. Although it's well defended by Alexis Constant. He does not want to lose another place as there goes George Nassar. George Nassar goes into 7th place. Now he's going to get up alongside Adrian Ferrer as Dalakian and Ferrer both get by. George Nassar is going to come through as well. He can't quite make the move on Alexis Constant. And there goes the 43 through. That is Colin Cronin, the Irishman. So Colin Cronin making up some good moves there. This is his first season in Europe and he's making a very good impression. Round the hairpin. And once again, Alexis Constant is trying to make up a place, this time on the Paralel España of Hugo Marti. So Hugo Marti still holding the place, but Alexis Constant and Colin Cronin are now lining them up to make their own overtaking moves. What can George Nassar in 9th place, the young man from Lebanon, do? They come onto the home straight, and there is Sacha van Padbosch, looking as cool, calm and collected in junior as he used to do in Mini when he was out in front. The Dutchman doing a great job, and Sacha van Padbosch has already made a headline for himself in the IAME Euro Series in his Mini days, doing exactly the same thing in his first season in junior. Another new fastest lap for the Dutchman, a 1:05.4. And with 2 laps to go, it doesn't look as though his teammate Leo Robinson or the British driver Henry Josselin can close up on him. Here is the battle between Dalakian and Ferrer. So Daniel Dalakian going well in front of Adrian Ferrer. This is Kart Republic versus Tony Kart. And up the inside, further back, that's Alexis Constant. He finds his move on Hugo Marti. So Alexis Constant gets up into P6, and Hugo Marti has very little he can do about it. Further back, that is George Nassar back past Colin Cronin. So the Lebanese driver gets past the Irishman. What a truly international series this is. It's the IAME Euro Series, but it may as well be the World Championship of IAME Racing. Terrific stuff. Onto the home straight for the last time but one. Sacha van Padbosch continues on his way. But Henry Josselin has got one last chance here, and Leo Robinson. Robinson goes defensive. Josselin's going to try and come from round the outside and get the undercut manoeuvre. Tightens in on the switch. Can he get by? Robinson holds him round the outside. They almost bang wheels in the braking zone. Josselin, the fastest man on track. Can he squeeze through? On the inside, Robinson trying to hold him. No, you don't, says Josselin. Josselin finds the gap, and he's through. Great move from Henry Josselin. He will not be intimidated. Now he's going defensive on Robinson. Great move. Oh, and a big lunge there from Ferrer. He gets through on Dalakian. Constant slips by as well. So Ferrer up to 4th. Constant up to 5th. Josselin still having to defend to cover Leo Robinson in the final lap. Robinson tries to dive in, but Josselin is holding his man. Hold it through the white lines. Excellent from Josselin. Well covered. But the man in front of all of them is going to be Sacha van Padbosch. He takes the checkered flag. Great race from the Dutchman. Josselin and Robinson to the line. Josselin holds it just from Leo Robinson. And Ferrer gets Alexis Constant and Daniel Dalakian by millimetres at the finish line. But Sacha van Padbosch does a terrific job there and gets the win. 7 laps, 11.8 kilometres of racing, and he is the man on top form. Great racing so far from Sacha van Padbosch. Begin as you mean to go on. And that's exactly what the Dutchman is doing. An excellent start to the weekend for him. His first race, and he follows on from where he left off in Mini X30. He was always at the front end there. But what a sensational battle it has been as he continues his march forward. It's one thing to be quick in one category, but the jump up to junior can be a lot for drivers to cope with. Not for this boy. He's done an amazing job. Excellent work from Sacha van Padbosch, and he continues his epic journey in the world of karting with his first heat win in Junior X30. Henry Josselin ahead of Leo Robinson, Adrian Ferrer and Alexis Constant from Daniel Dalakian, Hugo Marti and George Nassar. Colin Cronin is 9th ahead of Natalia Granada and Andreas Dupé. Then Ben Smith and Marius Barryberg. Sandro Perez in front of Vic Stevens. Bas Verdold was ahead of Rins Vos and Pedro Cachada as they came across the line pretty much 3 abreast. 19th across the line, Raul Martinez. The Swiss driver was very close to them. Harry Yule and Joey Brown. And then Alex Caralto was right in behind them from Adam El Osta. The one retirement from the race, the Irishman Ronan Hennessy, unfortunately off the road at turn 4 on the 2nd lap of racing. So a fascinating battle and a really exciting tussle from the drivers. Our attention will now focus to the Mini X30 category, the youngest drivers in the field. And as the air temperature has suddenly shot up to 13 degrees Celsius, I think it's quite clear that today is going to look a little bit more Spanish for the rest of the day, to coin the phrase, as the drivers will now be racing in much warmer conditions. But let's hear from the man who bagged pole position yesterday. Jensen Graham for Fusion Motorsport did a fantastic job in TQ.
I think the circuit is I was at a difficult phase in between dry and wet where it's quite slippery and it's hard to find the grip on certain parts of the track. Qualifying, it went very well and I managed to find the grip in the most parts of the track. The slipstream, it's hard in the wet conditions because the last sector, you obviously need to be very good in the last sector to be able to push your teammate up the straight and get an amazing lap. I think it's boosted my confidence a lot. I haven't done the best in qualifying in Europe, especially lately. I think it's really nice to be able to be on pole and to have that fighting chance of winning the race.
Scottish superstar Jenson Graham with his special limited edition Fusion Motorsport overalls in the rather brighter distinguished orange than some of his colleagues. He managed to bag his first IAME Euro Series pole position in the earlier qualifying session, and that's a great way to start the Euro Series as far as he's concerned. Alongside him on the grid is Dan Aleman, the man who did so well in Valencia before he was excluded on a technical infringement. But he is definitely going to be a contender from the sharp end of the field, Dan Aleman, as he chats in conversation there with the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, who is very much in command of the grid and doing a fantastic job as always. Third position on the grid is Kit Bolowski, the man who won the IAME Winter Cup in Valencia last month and did an exceptional job to do so. For the Spirit Racing team, the Swiss driver Matt Corby doing a fair job as well in P4. And then the Portuguese sensation Gustavo Marques for Escoda de Karting do Oeste is there in fifth position on the starting grid aboard his Birolart chassis. And Jesse Phillips, the man we heard from earlier on in the day for Fusion Motorsport, is definitely looking to be a title contender this year. 2021 was a learning year of him building and getting faster all the time. This year, he looks like he is set for a title bid. It wasn't quite what he wanted from time qualifying, but he has plenty of time and opportunity to charge his way forward. And he is one of those drivers within the Fusion Motorsport camp who is almost certain to do so. Henry Domain for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team will line up in 7th position, looking good from the 4th row. And for the Deiser Racing team from Belgium, it is Bruno Priam, who is there in 8th place, looking very good for his charge forward from the 4th row. Daniel Miron is in 9th position on the grid for the Fusion Motorsport team on row 5, looking like this could be a breakthrough year for the Spanish talent. And in 10th position on the grid, it is the VDK Racing youngster Gilles Herman, who will be there in 10th position on the grid, the Belgian talent on P10. Leo Perez is going to be for the DG Motorsport team in 11th place on the grid, alongside Noah Baglin, who didn't quite get the qualifying we expected to see from him in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. But the youngster is still going to be charging forward, and he'll make up massive places, I'm sure, over the course of the 3 heats. Marie Barryberg, the younger sister of Marius, is going to be there 13th on the grid for the MBB car. And then Otto Wang of the Deiser Racing team will be there 14th on the grid as he lines up on row 7. Antoine Venon is going to be next up, 15th on the grid, the Belgian for RSD Karting, alongside the very talented Alex Martinez on the Praga chassis, 16th on the grid for the young Spaniard. Then Maxim Bobrashov from the United Arab Emirates for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. He'll be there 17th on the grid in the Kart Republic chassis, alongside the Dutchman Devon Hagelen for Energy Course Benelux. He'll be there in 18th position on the starting grid, the Dutchman. And there's definitely going to be a charge forward from him, that is for sure. 19th on the grid for Joao Andrada for the Monlau Competición squad on the Alonso kart. He's 19th on the grid alongside Jenson Jones, the new face at Crop Promotions in Europe. He'll be there 20th on the starting grid, flying the flag for Great Britain. Fascinating to see what he can do for the Mad Croc team. And he's going to be masterminded this weekend by Caden McQueen, who certainly knows what he's doing. So you couldn't really learn from much better in the Mini X30 paddock. 21 on the grid is Antonio Macedo, the Portuguese star for Monlau Competición. And he is there on the inside of the 11th row. Max Yule, his teammate at Crop Promotions. Jenson Jones' teammate at Croc Promotions is going to be 22nd on the starting grid. The 1 minute board goes up at the front of the grid. Maya Lemarchand is the talented privateer from France on the energy course. Another privateer, Ruben Perez, the man who is quickly being known as Spider-Man. You'll notice his helmet in fantastic fashion as he goes off the 12th row of the grid. So Ruben Spider-Man Perez Cabello will be on the CRG on the penultimate row of the grid. And then Abel Torres Coton for Mole Racing will be in 25th on the starting grid. a fabulous collection of drivers in the 2022 IAME Euro Series Mini X30 Brigade, and there's going to be 25 more to go racing in the second heat after this one. 50 of the best 8 to 12-year-old racing drivers in the world here in their first IAME Euro Series competition of 2022. Away they go, onto the starting grid for qualifying heat A versus B. These were the fastest two groups over the course of time qualifying yesterday. Let's see what happens as they head on track, as Spider-Man joins in at the back of the field. Jensen Graham and Dan Aleman from Kit Belowski and Matt Corby. Gustavo Marquez and Jesse Phillips from Henry Domain and Bruno Priam. Daniel Miron and Gilles Herman from Leo Perez and Noah Baglin. Marie Barryberg and Arthur Huang from Antoine Venon and Alex Martinez. Maxim Bobrishov and Devon Hagelin from Joao Andrada and Jensen Jones. Antonio Macedo, Max Yule, Mayo Lamarchand, Ruben Perez and Abel Torres. 25 drivers from all across Europe and the world, and they will battle for supremacy in the first X30 Mini Euro Series heat of 2022. Great competition. According to my timing screen, the air temperature has risen to 13 degrees Celsius. The sun came out nice and quickly, and it'll probably heat up rather rapidly around the circuit. We started the day in bitter cold. It won't be cold by the time we get to 3 o'clock. Let me tell you, it gets very hot here in Zaragoza, which is the nearby city. Home to 750,000 people. The River Ebro, which enters the municipality, I should say, of Zaragoza at 200 feet above sea level. And it's also home to the Spanish Air Force. Fabulous part of the world, this. You can see the military training camps in the background of the circuit. When it gets very hot and sunny, particularly in May and June, you'll regularly spot in the distance mini tornadoes popping up. Fortunately, they're never strong enough to do any damage, but they're certainly a fascinating sight for the passerby. It's a wonderful area of northern Spain, this, the Iberian Peninsula. Fabulous community spirit as well, with the marshals and officials around the circuit here at Zuera who love their motorsport, love speed, and this really is the ultimate Spanish cathedral of speed. One of the longest and fastest circuits in Europe. And when it's dry, you really do get wheel-to-wheel drama every single race, as we have already seen so far across the senior and junior categories. Now it's time for the minis to put up or shut up around this brilliant circuit. So let's see what the drivers will give us as we go to battle once more. Jensen Graham and Dan Aleman from Kit Belowski and Matt Corby. Gustavo Marquez, Jesse Phillips, Henry Domain, Bruno Priam, Dan Miron and Gilles Herman. Let's see what the Mini X30 drivers will do as they run to turn one. Hopefully it's going to be a neat and tidy start right from the get-go of qualifying heat A versus B. Marshall's doing their job to slow the carts down. They've got to be in their 2 tram lines off the start. You can still see some wet patches on the course. In the tram lines, are we racing? Yes, away we go. Great start from Graham and Belowski. Are they going to beat their opponents? Yes, they do. And through comes Marquez as well. So Graham, Belowski and Marquez through to the first 3 positions. Jensen Graham starting beautifully. Belowski in a second. Marquez into third. And as they go through turn 1 and 2, everybody's kept it on the road. What about turn 4? Is everybody going to make it through in one piece? The drivers come through. Yep, neat and tidy. All the minis doing an excellent job so far as Dan Aleman goes wheel to wheel with his teammate Matt Corby. And trying to get through on the inside line, that's Jesse Phillips trying to make his impression. So the field's still battling away there. That was the fast starting Daniel Miron trying to come through. Whoops! Somebody got off in the background there. Running wide and losing positions, I'm afraid. Hopefully everybody's going to get through turn 7 hairpin in relative safety. They do indeed. So all of the Mini X30 drivers keeping it on the island in the first lap for the majority. There goes Belowski holding on in front of Henry Domain. Henry Domain making a great start. He's up to 3rd place in the Ollie Rowland Motorsport kart. And the rivalry continues. Fusion versus ORM. It was the story of last year, and it continues with new faces to take up the cavalry. Graham, Belowski, Domain, and the 3 of them are nose to tail as they go through turn 1. Here we go. Belowski and Domain are going to squeeze past Graham. Graham on the grass. Somehow he saves it. Well played by Jensen Graham. So easy to go off the road there, and he somehow managed to catch the cart before sheer disaster struck. Alaman and Corby running 4th and 5th. The Swiss boys working their magic. Phillips in 6th, Miron in 7th. Then it is Marie Barryberg. She's doing a great job. The Norwegian lady in 8th position in front of Gustavo Marquez and Arthur Huang. Noah Baglin in P11. 12th place is Alex Martinez. And here comes the move from Alaman. Alaman gets past Jensen Graham. Matt Corby is lining him up, and so is Jesse Phillips. Here comes Corby. Corby gets through. Is there enough room for Phillips? Yes, there is. So Phillips gets into 5th. Bit of a nasty moment for Jensen Graham, but he needs to regroup, reboot, and just get himself back into position again. There goes Phillips on the inside of Corby. And Jesse Phillips goes from 6th to 4th in the space of just 4 corners. Onto the home straight. Henry Domain is lining up Kit Belowski. Belowski won the Winter Cup. Can he win in Zuera? It's going to be a long journey to get to that point. Over 24 hours of action to come still. So let's see what Belowski can do to hold off Henry Domain. Domain is working very hard here. But obviously all the hard work is currently being done by Kit Belowski in the lead. 3rd position, Dan Alaman is closing in. These are likely to be the 3 teams that will battle for supremacy. Here comes Domain. He takes the lead on the inside of Kit Belowski. But these are the 3 squads that are likely to dictate the action in 2022. Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Fusion Motorsport, and Spirit Racing, the 3 teams that are likely to be the teams that will quest for victory in 2022. And they've got a representative each in the top 3 in the first heat of the season. Belowski, Domain, here comes the move. A brilliant 3-way battle from Dan Alaman, and he splits them both. Gets through. Here comes Belowski back into the lead. 3 different drivers lead the race across 4 corners. Excellent racing. Belowski is your leader. Alaman 2nd. Domain 3rd. Phillips 4th. And 5th is Matt Corby, with Jensen Graham trying to keep up. Into lap 4. Belowski's defending from Dan Alaman. Henry Domain still 3rd. Phillips 4th. Corby 5th. What a battle this season is going to give us. This is only the first heat, and we've already got an incredible duel of drivers as well. Whoa, wide goes the leader. Belowski is going to have some pressure now from Alaman, Domain, Phillips, and Corby. Jesse Phillips, the fastest one of them. So let's see how this 5-kart battle continues with 3 to go. Nudging, little bit of rubbing from front fairing to rear bumper. Up the inside comes Phillips. On the inside of Domain, gets the move. Matt Corby goes with him at the expense of Henry Domain. So Domain falls to 5th for the moment, but don't count him out. Henry Domain has still got a few tricks up his sleeve. It's Fusion, Spirit, Oliver Rowland Motorsport in the top 5. And Jensen Graham is still there in P6 in front of Gustavo Marquez and Marie Barryberg, who has slipped to 9th now behind Dan Miron. Onto the home straight. 2 to go. Out towards the first corner, and Dan Alaman is really starting to put pressure on Kit Belowski. This is the lap when you would normally start making the big move for the victory. But Alaman is going to go late here. He wants to pull clear of Phillips and Corby. He doesn't want any more drivers going for the victory other than him and Belowski. But those 2 are working in unison too. Matt Corby's playing the smart game here in 4th place with Jesse Phillips. Domain is still there just in case some badinage kicks off. But into the hairpin, Belowski and Alaman. Phillips and Corby. Phillips has dropped Corby. He's going to go for it himself. He'll have the slipstream on Dan Alaman, and Alaman knows he's there. Phillips has looked after the tyres well in the first 4 laps. So now he's going to get an opportunity going into the final lap. It's stalemate between Belowski and Alaman, but all it's going to take is for a motivated and fired up Jesse Phillips. This will be a magic race battle between these 3. Let's see who's going to crack first. Belowski drifts a little wide. Phillips and Alaman close up, tighten up. 1 lap to go as they come off the final corner, and this is where things are really going to start to rock. Across the final lap board comes out, and Dan Alaman is going to reel into Kit Belowski. What will Belowski do? He needs to place his kart well here. Holds it together, keeps the racing line. Alaman is not gunning for it yet. Maybe into 4. He'll have a think about it. Belowski might go defensive. He opens the door, and there goes Alaman. Phillips is the fastest one of the 3. Corby's still there in P4. Don't forget Domain in 5. But now Dan Alaman leads the way. Belowski's going to squeeze through. Brilliant from Kit Bilovsky. Excellent work in the hairpin. Phillips isn't done yet, nor is Matt Corby. Alemann's going to try and line him up. Protecting on the inside. They all drift wide, and Corby splits them, gets into second place. Lovely from Corby. Corby goes for the lead. Matt Corby hits the front from fourth position to first in 2 corners. And now Domain is trying to get his weight in there as well. Matt Corby has snatched it from all of them. Oh, formidable from Matt Corby. They were too busy scrabbling amongst themselves, and Matt Corby is going to snatch it, or is he? Because still there's going to be a draw to the line. It is Matt Corby from Bilovsky, Alemann, Domain and Phillips. What a race. What a drive from Matt Corby. Ah, zut d'alors to the rest of the field as Matt Corby has done it in style. What a race. What a drive from the Swiss. Absolutely magic. Everybody in front of him was just tiptoeing, defending. Corby came straight in on full power, and it's Matt Corby. After 10 kilometers, he is the man on top. What a way to start the weekend. Incroyable, Matt Corby. Fantastic. That was a really, really good drive from the Spirit Racing star. He's been threatening to do this for a couple of years now, but this is the moment. In 2022, Matt Corby has arrived, and he is on the top spot for Spirit Racing. I've been keeping an eye on this boy for a long time, since he did his first major international event back in 2019 at Le Mans. He's always been a little bit of a superstar in the making, and now he's really shown it. Bilovsky second, Alemann third, Henry Domain and Jesse Phillips in the top 5. Gustavo Marquez in P6 from Dan Meron and Marie Barryberg. Bruno Priam and Alex Martinez from Noah Baglin and Devon Hagelin. Maxim Bobrashov and Arthur Wang. Jensen Jones and Joao Andrada from Antonio Macedo and Gilles Herman. Behind them, Maya Lamarchand coming home in 19th place in front of Max Yule. And then it is Abel Torres ahead of Antoine Venot, Leo Perez and Ruben Perez. The retirement, unfortunately, on the final lap, we lost Jensen Graham. Not sure what happened, but Jensen Graham was not able to complete the race in the end. So a bit of a moment on the final lap for the pole sitter. What a shame. Hopefully, he will be able to fight his way back later on in the weekend. But it's definitely game over for the moment, at least for Jensen Graham. He'll fight back, and he'll get himself into a race-winning position again in the second heat, no doubt. But his job has been made just that tiny bit harder as they go into the second heats. Well, the second heat of the day is coming in from X30 Mini. We'll talk about that in a moment, but we just saw Devon Hagelin battling his way around in the midfield. We caught up with him yesterday for his thoughts on a very busy IAME Euro Series it's likely to be.
Yeah, it's a very nice track, it's a very fast track. It's one of my favorite tracks. I think it's very important position for the race. And if you get a disqualifying, you need to start at the back at the race, and you need to drive very, very fast to get the top 10 or top 5. I think that's one of the most important things on this track. This is a very fast track, and you need a slipstream to get a very fast lap. I think you need not too much grip and not too low grip. I think you need to get from the front grip, normal grip, and from the back that's sometimes a little bit losing. I think that's the best. Yeah, it's not too difficult. It's very simple. The very fast corners is the most full gas. That's very simple, but the turn 2, then you need to brake hard, and yeah, then you need to get a good exit.
So amazing stuff so far. The battles have been very, very close in Mini X30 for that first race, and now the second race will come out. You can see that the weather conditions have definitely improved since the start of the day. The humidity has dropped slightly, the wind has increased a little, but more importantly than that, the sun has come out, and now it's pretty much double the air temperature that we started the day with. and that means that the track temperature is going to accelerate in ferocity as well. Going to be up to about 25, 26 degrees Celsius by the time we get to midday. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And as you can see, the longest circuit in the IAME Euro Series calendar, one of the longest circuits of its kind in Europe, and certainly one of the fastest. It's become a very popular venue here at Zuera. This circuit is all about speed, know-how, and very shrewd operation. You've got to be quite disciplined to get the most out of this circuit. And running wide is costly. There are various runoff areas where the rough stuff is incredibly rough. I was walking the circuit yesterday morning, and very tricky to see. If you run off on the outside of turn 7, for example, you would not be too shocked to run over some massive stones and pebbles. It's really rough when you go offline, and certainly none of the drivers are going to have a good time of it and a very easy return to the circuit if you go wide. There's been a lot of improvements made to the circuit over the last couple of years, though, as it's become more and more popular. There have been some great upgrades and updates to the circuit over the last couple of years. And we're very delighted to come here. It's a very popular venue, Circuito Internacional de Zuera, and with good reason, because the racing is always magic to watch, and the battles are always very close quarters, and the driving standards are very, very exciting here. But what's particularly relevant at this particular circuit is the incredible work from the volunteers, from the marshals and the officials around the course. They really have looked after us incredibly well over the last couple of seasons. Very fast to manipulate and to maneuver when there needs to be a clear-up job around the circuit. They're an incredible team. They're all very passionate, a very youthful team as well. They love their racing. They love their action out on the circuit, and they have kept us very, very safe and sound despite some very nasty accidents over the years at high speed. There have not been any serious injuries around this circuit in the RGMMC paddock, despite some difficult moments in the past, and that is a testament to the hard work that the crews do here. A wonderful display from the Circuito Internacional Zuera, a very popular venue, and we just love coming back here time and time again. It's a wonderful place and a brilliant race circuit for action of this kind. So let's focus our attentions then on the grid for X30 Mini Qualifying Heat C versus D. Another wonderful collection of racers to come to the floor. On pole position for this one is the Irishman, Daniel Kalea, and it's been a brilliant start to his journey in IAME Euro. He really has come out of the blocks fighting hard in 2022. Alongside him on the grid, his teammate, Anthony Witkowski, who did an epic job in qualifying yesterday. Hopefully the cobwebs are all brushed off, and now he's going to be a permanent fixture at the front end of the field. He certainly deserves to be. He works very hard indeed, as does his crew. Third position on the grid, the leading Spanish talent in this race, Jordi Fortuny, for the Monlau Competición squad. Expect him to be challenging for wins all weekend long. He knows this place very well, and he has the confidence and the speed to match it. As to the man starting alongside him on the grid for Paralel España, that is Manuel Miguez, who lines up fourth on the grid. Fifth position is Bosco Arias, who is never far from the front end of the field in the AC Motorsport team. He'll be there on the third row of the starting grid to charge his way forward. Sixth on the grid, the Fusion Motorsport driver from Portugal, Gustavo Cunha, is going to be there charging forward in P6 of the starting grid. Then it is the Monegasque driver, Andrea Mani, who lines up in 7th position on the grid for the Yana Racing team. And alongside him on the grid, it is the Frenchman Thomas Pradier for the PB Kart squad. Great to see him returning and fighting his quarter in IAME Euro Mini once again. Nikita Nigazov, the Spanish driver for ALC Motorsport, comes up next on the Alonso kart, starting from P9. And P10 on the grid, it's the new Irishman in the Fusion Motorsport camp, Keith Grant, who is going very quickly indeed and getting up to speed rapidly as you like, and definitely making some big impacts in this IAME Euro Series mini field. It's baby steps, but it won't be long before he's in the top 3. 11th on the grid, Senna Munier, going very well indeed, as he always does in the IAME Euro, always towards the sharp end for the Spirit Racing team. 12th on the grid alongside him is the new face at Oliver Rowland Motorsport, all the way from India, Jagrat de Troja, a great talent and already starting to make some big waves on the circuit. And it's definitely going to be the first of many appearances you'll see from this talented Indian who is making some big movements in this IAME Euro mini field. He's made massive progress already. Leonidas Peruzzi is going to be his teammate this year. He's starting 13th on the grid, the young man from the UAE. And alongside him on the grid for the TEPZ Racing team, Denny Babicek is scheduled to be next out on the grid. And he is there from 14th position on the grid for the TEPZ Racing team on the Tony Kart chassis. Romeo Melo, the Lion from Portugal, will be there on the MDC Racing team kart. And Georgi Zazov, the Swiss driver for Spirit Racing, will be 16th on the grid. And then it will be Leif Khan for Fusion Motorsport in 17th place. Javier Broasca will be 18th place. Flavio Kaida, Angelina Simons, then Costa Nopel, Kazra Kamyab, and Edouard Godefroid will finish off the field. X30 Mini qualifying heat C versus D coming up. Always nice to welcome the young superstars again. And we're going to have a brilliant race weekend with these X30 Minis. So let's talk you through them one more time. Dan Kalea and Antoni Witkowski from Yori Fortuny and Manuel Miguez. Bosco Arias and Gustavo Cunha. Andrea Mani and Thomas Pradier. Then Nikita Nikizov and Keith Grant. Senna Munier and Jagrat Troja. Leonidas Peruzzi and Denny Babicek. Romeo Melo and Georgi Zazov. Leif Khan and Javier Proasca. Flavio Kaira and Angelina Simons. Beatrice Costa, Maxime Nopel, Kazra Kamyab and Edouard Godefroid. 24 drivers from all four corners of the globe. They continue to battle away in IAME Euro Series. Great to see a real international flavour on the starting grid as well. We call this the IAME Euro Series because, of course, that's where it's based. But drivers have come from even further afield than that to race here. And multiple continents represented, which is always wonderful to see. I think the only continent that isn't represented here this weekend is actually Australasia. In some way or form, everybody else that is competed here this weekend is from one of the other 5 continents. Obviously the largest contingent comes from Europe, but you have got North America represented by Jason Young from Canada, and Lucas Federic of Brazil is here this weekend, so that takes care of South America. For Africa, we obviously have Leo Robinson from Algeria. From Asia, we obviously have Jagrat Troja and Maxim Bobrishov, just to name a couple of them from Asia, representing India and the United Arab Emirates. So on this occasion, only Australasia is unrepresented, but we will wish all of the drivers from there, from Australia and New Zealand, all the very best, and we know that they will return to the IAME Euro Series when they are able to. Wonderful to have great racing drivers from all over the world here in the IAME Euro Series. And we hope they're watching along out in Australia and New Zealand as well. They're very popular when they come here. So hopefully it'll be a great return from them when the time comes. However, the racing is going to be very, very strong from the get-go as the racers are ready for the action. And it's definitely going to be strong action, that is for sure. Dan Kalea, Antoni Witkowski, Yori Fortuny and Manuel Miguez, then Bosco Arias and Gustavo Cunha, Andrea Mani and Thomas Pradier from Nikita Nikizov and Keith Grant, Senna Munier, Jagrat Troja, Leo Peruzzi, Denny Babicek, Romeo Melo, Georgi Zazov, Leif Khan, Javier Broasca, from Flavio Kaida, Angelina Simons, Beatrice Costa, Maxime Nopel, Kazra Kamyab and Edouard Godefroid. Are we ready to go racing this time by? It's up to Martin Bean. He says no, we're going round again. So, false start. Drivers out of position, and there is the repeater light to show it on the starting gantry. Once that light comes on, the drivers know that we're not racing yet. They can only go racing when the red lights go out on the starting gantry. And on that occasion, it was clear that the drivers were not quite in position. They have to remain in their 2 tram lines. If you come out of the tram lines before the start, then you are obviously going to get a penalty for that, anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds, depending on the severity of the maneuver. And also, if the 2 tram lines are not formed up correctly, then they can do exactly what Martin Bean has just done, which is call for a second formation lap. As they leave the pits for 1 out lap, and then they do the formation lap after that. A second formation lap is called if needed. If they need a 3rd formation lap, then what has been the case in previous times with Martin Bean is that the red flag will come out, and he will actually remind them, look, this is how you need to start, this is how you need to do it. Just a gentle reminder, particularly considering that these guys are still 8 to 12 years old. You've got to remember these are the youngest international racing drivers in the world. So fascinating stuff. Younger than this, you have to race at domestic and regional level. So to come out here and do this, a very exciting battle. So let's see what the drivers are doing as they come off the turn this time. Are we going to get a clean start in the 2 tram lines? Looks a lot smarter and smoother this time. Drivers coming off the turn. Is it going to be green? Yes, it is, and we're racing. Good start from Dan Kalea. Witkowski falls into 4th place. It looks as though Fortuny and Arias have managed to go with the pole sitter from Ireland. So Dan Kalea is your leader. Bosco Arias is already going wheel to wheel with Jori Fortuny. AC versus Monlau. But the Monlau driver's going to go for the lead. Jori Fortuny goes in with Bosco Arias. And so Jori Fortuny hits the front. A great start. A little bit of badinage in the midfield as drivers are squabbling for position. But Dan Kalea comes back on the inside into 2nd place past Bosco Arias once more. So it's Spain, Ireland, Spain, Great Britain at the moment. Anthony Witkowski is there in 4th place still. But Dan Kalea has split the 2 Spanish drivers. Jori Fortuny is your race leader for Monlau Competición. So they come through again. And here comes Kalea going for the move into the lead. Takes it back. He may have lost the lead on the opening lap, but it didn't take him long to get back in there. Another 45 seconds of hard work. And he hits the front once more. So Jori Fortuny and Bosco Arias is going to need to team up again to go after the Irish sensation. Onto the main straight, and they are making big waves. Here we go. The speed is good. Fortuny signals to Arias, don't overtake me. Let's pull clear. Let's get away. And that is exactly what they've decided to do. So Fortuny and Arias teaming up, and they're starting to pull clear of Witkowski and Nikizov. So Nikita Nikizov going well. Here's Arias. He's gone rogue up into 2nd place past Jori Fortuny. And a nice move there further back. That's Senna Munier battling away to get past Nikita Nikizov, and then has the audacity to pass him and then say, come on, let's go get the guys in front. We're losing ground here. So Senna Munier, a cheeky maneuver, but it's perfectly allowed. He gets through into 5th place. Behind them, it's Pradier, Miguez, Mani, and Babicek, who's made up 4 places already. Cunha, De Troja, Grant, Peruzzi, Baraska, and Leith Khan. So some good moves through the pack as Dan Kalea leads the battle. Bosco Arias in 2nd place. Jori Fortuny is 3rd. And now they're going to go through the tight apexes. Once again, tucking out through onto the top end of the course. They come out of the final turn. Flat on the throttle comes Jori Fortuny, and he's going with Dan Kalea. Bosco Arias in 2nd place, I should say. Fortuny is 3rd. Then it's Kalea and Arias in the lead. So Kalea and Arias already starting to get clear of Jori Fortuny. Witkowski is 4th, then Munier, Nikizov, Pradier, Babicek, Miguez, Cunha, Mani, Grant, De Troja, Proaska, Khan, Zazov, and Peruzzi. But what can Bosco Arias do here, trying to get his way into the lead of the race? Really wants to give AC Motorsport a solid start to the season. The team feel they can be strong here on home turf. And obviously the Monlau Competición squad is going to be very rapid as well. It'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top of these 5 teams. Fusion, Ollie Rowland, Spirit, Monlau, and AC Motorsport. Easily at the moment the top 5 teams within the IAME Mini X30 world. But are we going to see the big challenge from Bosco Arias on lap 3? He's closing up on Dan Kalea. No, he's going to play the long game. He wants to wait for his moment to overtake. As he comes through at the end of this lap, it's going to be halfway home. 3 done, 3 to go. 13 degrees Celsius air temperature. The track getting hotter all the time, as is Bosco Arias' right foot. Into turn 1. They cut through the air together. Fortuny is close, but not close enough yet. He's got to hope that these two start battling with each other. They come off of 4. Into the hairpin. No overtaking move yet. It's too early for Bosco Arias. He wants to bide his time. Just take his opportunity when it comes to him. He's not going to force the issue. A 112 flat for Bosco Arias. There's Fortuny, and here's the battle further back. That's 4th position downwards. Witkowski, Munier, Nikizov. Then Pradier and Babicek from Miguez and Cunha. Babicek is storming his way back through the field. Making good progress. 6 positions made up. Here comes Munier. Senna Munier, good overtake there into 4th position past Witkowski. So Senna Munier hits the front of this train of carts. But Kalea and Arias are still clear of Jori Fortuny, and then there's a gap back to Munier. So Senna Munier, the Belgian, is in 4th place. Thought there was a move on there for Bosco Arias. I think he thought it as well. But Kalea just held on in the middle of the road. Now, 2 laps to go. This is it. Game time. Arias looks over his shoulder, sees Fortuny a little way back. Expect the overtake into 4. He may even go for it in 2. But this is where Bosco Arias can size his moment. Penultimate lap, and there's a big battle going on further back. That's Nikizov squeezing past Anthony Vitkovsky. Vitkovsky's going to come back at him. Pradier is going to try and make his move. Babacek round the outside. So some good battles in the field already. As Denny Babacek gets into 7th past Pradier. Nikizov gets into 5th past Vitkovsky. Not a lot of change between Kalea and Arias though. There's still 1 and 2. Bosco Arias checks to see where Jordi Fortuny is. He's not close enough really yet to throw it up the inside at 7 without a big risk. And he's still got a lap and a half. You can make that gamble on the final lap. You can't really afford to make it on the penultimate one. You've got to know that the move is on. So here comes Kalea and Arias into the final sector of the lap. There's Meunier running in front of Nikizov, Vitkovsky and Babacek. Denny Babacek really starting to get close to that top 6 mark now. And the TEPZ racing driver has a real chance here down the straight. Kalea is already starting to defend from Arias. Arias taps his helmet. Think, man, think. We're going to lose ground here to Fortuny. Kalea is married to the inside line. Arias is doing his best. Trying to come through. Jordi Fortuny is alongside further back. Here comes Arias trying to get the switcheroo. He can't make it stick. Dan Kalea still leads it. Bosco Arias is right there in 2nd. Where's the move going to come? Kalea is going to try and keep him back for the entirety of. Meunier still holds firm, but Vitkovsky has got through. So Vitkovsky is now into 4th position by the look of it. Meanwhile, that's Meunier down to 8th position. So Nikizov is 5th, Babacek 6th, Pradier in 7th place. Bosco Arias is right there. Kalea checks over his shoulder. He knows he's there. Has to hold the inside line. Bosco Arias trying to go the long way round. Cuts back across. Kalea on the inside line. Can Bosco Arias snatch this at the death? He's going to try and go fast in, slow out. He tries. He's nearly there. Can he get alongside? Kalea's going to hold him at it. And Dan Kalea will take the finish. Oh, so close. Good effort from both drivers. Bosco Arias didn't quite have the time or the space. Fortuny was catching them rapidly. But Dan Kalea held on just to the victory. And that's a great start to the weekend for the Irishman. A great start for Fusion Motorsport. And a great start for Dan Kalea in particular. Excellent work, great racing. So we have 2 different Mini X30 winners from 2 different teams. Spirit Racing's Matt Corby and Fusion Motorsport's Dan Kalea. Excellent work. That was a really strong start to the weekend in Mini X30. Both races giving us a subtle hint as to the intensity and ferocity that's to come. But great racing, particularly from these 2. Clean as a whistle, hard, firm, fair. That's how karting should be. Dan Kalea and Bosco Arias giving us a real final lap showdown. Jordi Fortuny in 3rd from Anthony Vitkovsky and Nikita Nikizov. Thomas Pradier ahead of Denny Babacek and Manuel Miguez. Senna Meunier ahead of Gustavo Cunha. Keith Grant and Jaguar the Troja from Andrea Mani of Gianna Racing and Laith Khan. Then Javier Prohaska finishing in front of Georgi Zazov and Edward Godefroid. A great comeback drive from Kazra Kamyab to make up 5 places on his starting position. Romeo Mello is in 19th ahead of Angelina Simons of Spain. Then Leo Peruzzi, Flavio Caira, Maxim Nopel and Beatriz Costa. And once again, every single driver managed to bring it home to the victory. They all completed the race distance, I should say. So fabulous stuff there. And a great race battle so far. We are really excited to see how well they have gone. And it just continues to go full guns blazing in Mini X30. So a good start to the weekend from those 2 races. We're going to turn our attention once again to the seniors category. It's been very exciting all the way through the weekend, and we've seen some exceptional performances from our senior X30 drivers. But next up, it is qualifying heat C versus E in senior X30. And the man we caught up with yesterday, resplendent in the LN Kart quadrant colours, Thomas Fleming of Dan Holland Racing.
There was quite a bit of quite a downpour, you know, as we put our karts onto the grid. and with my tinted visor on, I was like, oh, am I actually going to be able to see whilst I'm going around on the track? But you know, I got the kart switched on pretty early during the qualifying session, made a couple moves, made sure I got into a good position with a chase, but not getting any water spray. And yeah, it's very tricky out there today. You know, there was standing water everywhere. You just had to chuck everything in the kitchen sink at it, which is what I did, and it paid off, so very happy. Usually I'm used to racing around UK tracks where you just hit the curb as hard as possible on the inside, but you know, because you're running such a small sprocket over here, you've got to really get the most out of the kart and keep the momentum up, which is really challenging, especially in conditions where, you know, grip is is very limited. So you know, I think it really shows who can use the brake pedal the hardest. So we've been looking good some of the dry testings. Got, you know, a few creases that we need to iron out, but apart from that, we're looking quite good for tomorrow, and going to take it like I always do, nice and calm.
Always nice to see Thomas Fleming with a smile on his face for a change after a run of bad luck last year. He's put that to bed this weekend, and it's great to see him at the sharp end of the pack, where he rightfully belongs. The Dan Holland Racing team really have come out of the blocks fighting this season. After Marcus Lizio gave them the win in the Winter Cup last month, Thomas Fleming has come out of the blocks, and he is determined to start in winning ways here this weekend. He had a bit of bad luck in the first race of the morning, dropping down the order, but he still kept it in the top 5. That's what you have to do in this field. You have to stay as consistent as humanly possible to give yourself the best possible chance of making progress. But Thomas Fleming will start this race from the pole position. Alongside him will be the Frenchman Hugo Besson, continuing to ride the train for VDK Racing. Now that the circuit's really starting to heat up, this will be interesting to see which drivers and which teams have got their setups right in both wet and dry conditions, because drying conditions are very similar to wet weather. But now that we are bone dry and there's not really a patch of water on any part of the circuit, really, that's going to cause massive problems. I think the water has finally dried away from the outside of the final corner, where no racing drivers dared to tread in the early part of the meeting. But now the competitors are making a good run of it as they continue in fine style. Thomas Fleming and Hugo Besson from the front row of the grid. The LN Kart and the Kart Republic of Fleming and Besson, Dan Holland Racing versus VDK, will go to battle from the front row of the grid. Third on the grid will be Rivaldo van der Westerleken, who started his weekend in fantastic run from the Dimes Racing team, as he will be there in third position. Sebastian Hedin will be in fourth place from the KR Sport team on the Cosmic chassis. A great performance from the Swede thus far this weekend. Rather unfortunate that he ended up tangling with Finn McLaughlin in the previous heat. He was going to have to try and fight his way back after that. Santiago Valve, what a performance from him so far this weekend. The Spanish driver doing a great job for the Mole Racing team on the Birolart chassis. He really is looking strong now. And Santi Valve, who is a junior final winner, I wonder if he's going to start his weekend here at the IAME Euro Series in Zuera with a similar home result. Sixth on the grid, Sam Shaw for the premium karting team aboard his own LN Kart chassis. Great to see how well they're doing out of the blocks. Hugo Orendi doing likewise for the Dan Holland Racing team as he runs in seventh position on the grid on row 4. Paul Cayos of Spain will be there for MDC Racing on the Birolart chassis as he goes off 8th position on the grid. Miguel Silva will be lining up in 9th place on the grid for the TD Kart squad on the Cosmic. And in 10th place will be Louis Johnston-Cool, who is just doing exactly what he needs to do to keep that kart in the top 10 at all times to give himself the best possible chance of a decent starting grid position for the Superheats tomorrow. 11th on the grid will be Juan Pasalaigua, who had a rather unfortunate start to the weekend with a retirement in the previous heat. And the MDC driver for Birolart will be 11th on the starting grid. 12th on the grid, Ruben Moya for the Pantano Racing team. We're going to hear later in the day from Giorgio Pantano, this new project. He had his own race team a couple of seasons ago. Many of you will remember. Well, now he not only has a race team, he has his own chassis. So that's going to be very interesting as their season develops. Gabriel Stilp, 13th position on the grid for Croc Promotions. It wasn't that long ago before he claimed the ultimate prize in Junior X30 racing, the winner of the international final at Adria last year with one of the most exciting final laps in recent karting history to fight his way through to the victory. Eric Genet in 14th place alongside him for the Mole Racing team on his Birolart on row 7. Alex Martinez for the AC Motorsport team will go 15th on the grid for Kart Republic. And then the Kids to Win squad driver, Adrian Mustienis, is hoping that his race lasts a bit longer than his previous race did, because he couldn't even get to the starting line. Mechanical problems before the race even got underway for the Kids to Win driver on his Lando Norris chassis. Noah Mato, 17th on the grid for RSD Karting Cosmic. Eduardo Villa, the TB Kart superstar. And then 19th on the grid for Maxi Schleimer for the GT by WS Tony Kart. And Alberto Paul for the Kart in Pro team on his Tony Kart. Hopefully his race lasts longer than his previous encounter when he failed to get away. Well, the whistle goes. The green flag flies at the front of the pit lane, or the green light flashes, I should say, as the drivers in the qualifying heat for C versus E groups will head out on track once more. So here is the grid in full. Thomas Fleming and Hugo Besson from Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Sebastian Hedin. Santiago Valve and Sam Shaw from Hugo Arendi and Paul Cayos. Miguel Silva and Louis Johnston-Cool. Juan Pasalaigua and Ruben Moya from Gabriel Stilp and Eric Genet. Alex Martinez and Adrian Mustienis. Then it is Noah Maton and Eduardo Villa from Max Schleimer and Alberto Paul. Bo Heimans and Angus Mulsdale. Ivan Arias and Nathan Joliet. Jaime Sanz and Hugo Jalad. Arthur Vaussaut and Juan Aluya from Gaspard Lagaye, Federico Scalvini, Luis Alves, Gabriel Nicolay, Lars Venink, Alejandro Huguet, Luca de Grange and William Luis. Now I can't see Alejandro Huguet out there on the circuit, so I'm not sure where Huguet has gone. But certainly Alejandro Huguet Torreblanca, the Spanish driver, was meant to be on the starting grid in the number 304. And I can't see him out on circuit now, so problems potentially for the Spanish ace. We'll have to come back and double check. Ah, there he is. So there is Alejandro Huguet. He couldn't get started. And now hopefully the CRG driver will be able to rejoin after the formation lap. But that is bitterly frustrating when everybody else goes out on track. They've already passed the pits. Can he go straight out? Yes, he can. So he'll be able to do the formation lap, but not the out lap. So he'll be at a slight disadvantage, having done one lap around the circuit rather than two. But at least that means he's got started and can head out onto the circuit and take his original grid position. So he won't start last. He'll start 34th, which could make all the difference. You never know. It only sounds like 2 places and 1 place further up on the grid. But you'd want to start as further up the grid as you possibly can. And there's another car that's come into the pits after the first lap. That is Lars Venink. So at the end of the out lap, Lars Venink has come into the pits and has had to bring the comp car into the pit lane. And that is going to be touch and go as to whether he can actually get started again. So big problems for Lars Venink, I'm afraid. We'll have to find out whether he can get started again shortly, but the focus is going to be on Thomas Fleming and Hugo Besson for sure. So we'll see how they go as the battle is going to rejoin. It looks as though Venink is going to get started at the end of the pit lane and will join in after everybody else has gone through. But for Fleming and Besson, it's going to be a start. Is it from the get-go? Yes, it is. Green flag, and away we go. First corner. No problems for Fleming as he holds on in front of Van der Westerleken and Santivalve. Oh, and there's a problem before the race even got going. That's the 319, I'm afraid. That is the Karting Pro machine of Luca de Grange. Luca de Grange had a problem before we even got started. So disaster for Luca de Grange. His race is already over. And there's a spin at turn 4. Several karts in trouble. And one of them, unbelievably, is Alejandro Huguet, who already had bad luck. And now he's had even more. So through they come. And it is the LN kart chassis of Thomas Fleming who leads the way. And there's another retirement. My goodness, it's not a good start to the day for several drivers out there. That's Hugo Jalad. So Hugo Jalad is out of the race now as well. But we continue on battling away around the course. There is the tight-knit battle, and Fleming is just in front of Alve with Rivaldo van der Westerleken in 3rd position, and in 4th, that is Sebastian Hedin. Bring it on, game on. Home straight, turn 2 is coming up. It's going to be the main overtaking point on the circuit for Valve if he wants to go for it nice and early. He decides against it. Rivaldo van der Westerleken holds on in 3rd. Hedin in 4th place. Paul Cayos has made a go. Oh, problems further back. 2 or 3 karts in trouble there. And it looks as though we've had a kart driver actually come out of the kart at turn 2. So a big moment there And I have a feeling we're going to go to yellows as a result of this. It looks like a driver in a bad way. Into the pits comes one of the Leclerc chassis. That is the 275 of Bo Heymans. So there are problems. Yep, one driver out of the kart. It's one of the Monlau Competition. Oh no, sorry, that's one of the Birrelarts in dire straits there. That looks like Alex Martinez and Juan Aluya who have come out of the karts there. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly chaotic start to racing. But the battles are well and truly joined. Looks like we've had another couple of incidents on turn 4 as well. Yellow flag, yellow flag. I thought we were going to have one, and that looks like a problem for Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya's had a problem there. So his race is over as well. That's a real shame for the Spanish driver, but the slow boards are out on track. We're under yellow flag conditions. I think Ruben Moya's had a problem with Hugo Martinez and Alex Martinez and Hugo Arendi. So several drivers out of the race there. I think Hugo Arendi's just pulled up. There's a nice littering of karts around the circuit now. And it looks to me as though the two drivers that were involved in that first lap incident, Alex Martinez and Juan Aluya, have now been escorted from the scene. It's a little bit of an awkward moment, but I think both drivers are able to walk away, thank goodness. Well, we just needed the yellow flags to sort that one out. So a bit of a nasty scare, but I think we are going to be able to take up the restart just in time for Santi Valve to lead the race. He just managed to get past Thomas Fleming before the yellow flags came out. So we're under yellow flag conditions. Great work from the marshals and officials to make sure the race can still run, but the drivers can be escorted from the scene in safety. So I think we'll have one more lap behind the yellows, just because of the timing of where the clean-up job has been done. And the marshals and officials will be there to ensure that the circuit is clear. There is a rather uncomfortable moment for Juan Aluya and Alex Martinez, the two drivers able to walk away. It looked worse than it was for Juan Aluya, but fortunately he is okay. Ruben Moya out of the race as well. So too is Bo Heymans, Hugo Jalad and Luca Desgrange. A lot of drivers on the sidelines then. Just 30 of them still circulating. And that's why there was such a desperation for Alejandro Huguet to get back on the circuit, because with drivers retiring, you move up the ranks. And even though he's in dead last, that is now 30th rather than 36th. So Santivalve in front of Thomas Fleming and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Sebastian Hedin, Paul Cayos, Hugo Besson and Louis Johnston Cool from Stilp, Shaw, Silva, Genet, Villa, Pasalaigua, Schleimer, Arias and Maton. So some good battles coming in from the drivers as they prepare themselves for another tight race. Here we go. And green, 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 green. We are racing and Santivalve's got the perfect restart. Excellent for him. Thomas Fleming in second from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. We are green, 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 green. So racing continues and we're on lap 5 out of 9. It's only going to give 5 laps of racing to the checkered flag, but 2:46. Santivalve for the Mole Racing team is out in front on his Birrelar and doing a great job in the lead. Second is Thomas Fleming. Third is Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. And these three have already started to get a little way clear of Sebastian Hedin. Drivers are running out of opportunities to make good moves, so they need to get on with it. Out through the hairpin, van der Westerlaken trying to hustle Thomas Fleming into a mistake. So far so good for the race leader Santivalve, and there goes van der Westerlaken, slides in on Tom Fleming. So Fleming has to concede and drops to third behind van der Westerlaken. So the Dimes Racing driver into second place. Sebastian Hedin is taking Paul Cayos along for the journey. So there's going to be 5 of them down the home straight. Valve, van der Westerlaken, Fleming, Hedin, Cayos. 6th place Hugo Besson in front of Gabe Still. So this is already a very good starting position as Paul Cayos is going to get his move on Hedin. They're side by side, and I think Stilt went for Besson as well. And he got there. So Gabe Stilt has managed to get himself in a 6th position. Cayos is into 4th and Stilp is into 6th. Good overtakes. So Santivalve still leads the way for Spain and for the Birrelar. Second, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, the Dutchman. And then in third, it is the British driver Thomas Fleming on the Lando Norris kart chassis. So some great battles to come here this weekend, and we are definitely in the midst of one. Valve checks over his shoulder, knows that Van der Westerlaken is there. So Santivalve running a great race. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken looking comfortable in second. Thomas Fleming is third. Polkajos, the other Spanish driver, in fourth position. And in fifth place, it is Sebastian Hedin of Sweden. Onto the home straight. Look at Gabe Stilp in P6. He's catching them. He's got a great setup in the dry. And it looks as though the Croc Promotions driver might be about to take a leaf out of the book of Kalai Atkins and Caden McQueen, the regular Croc Promotions front runners in Europe. I think Gabe Stilp is stepping up. There we go, a 1:03.6. That's the fastest lap we've had all weekend so far. Excellent run from Gabe Stilp as he continues to find speed around the course. But what are we going to see in terms of his fight through the field? He's currently behind Sebastian Hedin, who has dropped a little way off the top quartet. But Stilp is charging after the Swedish driver in P5. So Santivalve, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Tom Fleming, Polkajos, Sebastian Hedin and Gabriel Stilp. Still they run in formation. Hugo Besson in 7th place ahead of Sam Shaw. Eric Genet and the 2:27 is next to Miguel Silva from Louis Johnston Cool and Noah Maton, although he's just lost out to Eduardo Villa. Here we go for the lead up the inside. Tom Fleming is going to have to sit and watch as Rivaldo van der Westerlaken moves up into first position ahead of Santivalve. 2 laps to go. But Rivaldo van der Westerlaken hits the front for the first time, and Polkajos now makes his move on Fleming. So Polkajos into 3rd position. The 2 Spanish drivers now going to chase after Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, with Fleming just hoping he can keep in touch. 5th place is Gabe Stilp. He's made his move on Hedin. Has he got time in the last lap and a half to catch up to these 4? With Valve going for the lead, he may get his opportunity. Valve takes the lead. Van der Westerlaken is backed into Kajos and Fleming. So now the real race for victory begins. Here comes Kajos, making his bid on Van der Westerlaken. No chance, says the Dutchman. Holds on a 2nd place. Here comes Kajos again. No, I've already told you once, you're not getting through. Van der Westerlaken maintains 2nd place. Needs to stay in the draft. And as they come onto the home stretch, he's gesturing to Kajos. Come on, work with me. A big opportunity. Thwarted by Valve. Here comes Kajos, side by side with Van der Westerlaken, and he's through. Fleming's there as well. Fleming squeezes by to 3rd. Awesome. And now the Spanish drivers will battle for supremacy. Fleming is sat there in 3rd, waiting for his chance to come through. Valve hangs on from Kajos. Stilp is catching all of them. Stilp's going to get his run on Van der Westerlaken if they're not careful. So Valve and Kajos. Stilp is going for it on the inside and through to 4th. Great move from Stilp. So Gabe Stilp is now P4 in Senior X30. Santivalve and Polkajos, the 2 Spaniards, they'll know this track like the back of their hand. Valve parks the car in the middle of the road, holds the inside. What can Kajos do? Fleming's got to stay very alert here. There could be a run to the line. If these 2 jockey for position, he may get the slipstream. Kajos has an opportunity. Valve's going to have the move, but is Kajos going to have the slipstream? He goes for it, side by side. And it's Kajos. Kajos gets it. 0.03 of a second to the better. Oh, wow. Absolutely mega. Polkajos snatches it from Valve at the death. Just sensational from Polkajos. That was amazing. Right to the end. Never gave up hope. That's the thing about this circuit. If you get a good exit out of the penultimate corner, you can use the slipstream, pop out to the left, and gun it across the line. And Polkajos, by 0.03 of a second, snatches the win from Santivalve. That just shows you, doesn't it? You never give up. You never say die. You haven't won the race until that checkered flag falls and you get there first. Amazing. What a run from Polkajos. He always had a tricky time as a junior. Now he's a senior. All that bad luck is ancient history. An awesome drive from Polkajos Rivero. He gets the win from Santivalve and Thomas Fleming. Gabriel Stilp, a brilliant drive to 4th ahead of Sebastian Hedin and Hugo Besson. Frustration for Rivaldo van der Westerlaken ahead of Sam Shaw, Eric Genet and Miguel Silva. Eduardo Villa, close but no cigar. Ivan Arias comes into 12th in front of Noah Maton and Angus Mulsdale. Adrian Mustienis in front of Duan Pasalaigua. Louis Johnston-Cool struggles in front of Maxi Schleimer. And then Alberto Paul comes home in front of Arthur Valsort. From Jaime Sanz, Lars Vennick, William Louis, Hugo Arendi, Federico Scalvini, Ariandro Huguet and Gabriel Nicolay. The retirements, well, we lost 3 of them in one go. Luis Alves, Gaspard Lagaye and Nathan Joliet all tangled on the final lap, unfortunately. Ruben Moya, Alex Martinez and Juan Aluya were all out on the second. Bo Heymans, Hugo Gillard and Luca Desgrange were all out on lap 1. A very tough race, that one, from X30 Senior in qualifying heat C versus E. And as you can see, it's going to be a busy clean-up job for the officials here. They're going to have an awful lot of work to do. But this is what the contenders here are very good at. They always give us a really safe environment and a really exciting one too. So a very exciting battle all the way through. And it's not gone the way that these guys wanted. They were rather hoping for a little bit more success than to be picking up their carts at the side of the road. But fortunately, they can all assist in getting their carts home. As it was looking at one moment that Juan Aluya was in some discomfort, but fortunately not so much that he needed assistance to get back to the pits. So that is very fortuitous. We are able to keep going in fine style without any major dramas. 27 of the 36 starters able to come through. As it stands at the moment in the qualifying heats, Evan Gilter leads the way as the only driver in the whole Senior X30 weekend so far to go unbeaten. Aliel Elkin and Oliver Greenall have 3 points apiece. Luca Griggs has 5. Steenman also has 5. Stephen Hayden's on 7, Caranini on 8, and Sam Balota on 9. So there is a lot of work still to do and a lot of racing still to come. But the racing is definitely very exciting and close quarters as the drivers continue. So we will follow in the formation as we just keep an eye on the safety crew doing their job to get ourselves ready for the next race. It's been a very intense battle so far, but one driver who has had a very hard job trying to keep himself up to date with the other drivers in terms of his race preparation and in terms of his skill out on the track, having had a lot of his time spent back home in Canada during COVID-19. It's great to see him back in Europe once again. We caught up earlier in the weekend with Jason Young of the KR Sport team.
Well, it's a very fun track. It's like a very fast track, lots of fast corners, and a lot of technical sections around the track. It's my first time here, so I've driven around 3 sessions now, and I really like it. It's a little bit different to a normal IAME series race. Every year we have like a pre-final and then a final. So Superheat, more or less the same, but I really don't mind it at all. I think qualifying is really important because it just sets you where you need to be during the race. So if you can start as far forward as you can, that's the best part because you do less work and it's easier to fight with other people when you're further up ahead versus then when you're at the back. So I think it's very important. So obviously I've never been to this circuit before, so I expect the toe to be really big around here. So the slipstream and everything in that sense would be extremely important for qualifying and the race, so we can catch up to people, make a run on them and make a pass. Obviously the circuit feels faster than Valencia than the race before. But I think Valencia has more technical sections, so I think the tyre wear would be less severe compared to Valencia, so the tyre wear should be a bit better. Since it's the first time, again, it's a bit difficult for me since it's the first time, but as the day goes on, I get more and more comfortable, so I don't think it's that difficult. Obviously you have to hold yourself in the go-kart around all the fast stuff because majority of the track is fast, and you got to remember, where your kart needs to be, so it's pretty mental as well.
Always wonderful to see how truly international this competition is, and we missed Jason Young a lot when he was unable to get here. He was one of the stars of Junior X30, took that fabulous victory in 2019 at Marienburg in the junior category. Great to see him back, and great to see him a presence in the paddock once again as he runs from the front end of the dais in Senior X30. Always nice to see our good friends returning and giving us brilliant displays. He'll be out in the heat after this one coming up. Group A versus D. But our attention and our focus now comes to groups B versus F, as they will come out onto the circuit next. And that is going to see Ariel Elkin on the front row of the grid alongside his Belgian teammate Sam Balota and all VDK Racing front row. So we will have some exciting battles with the drivers. Oliver Greenall in third position off the grid for this one as well. The British driver will line up alongside his comrade Luca Griggs. Fusion Motorsport versus Falcon Racing there. And the Belgian talent Ellie Goldstein, who we heard from earlier on, will be going off P5 on the grid for the EGP Racing team alongside Andy Rattel of the KBK competition squad. So the drivers will continue. I saw the recovery crew working hard because there's quite a few karts to recover at the side of the racetrack there. And those are the two drivers walking in. That's a big relief. They're going to go to the medical centre for checks. Juan Aluya and Alex Martinez. It's always better to be on the safe side because you never know in an accident like that whether there's bruising to the ribs or something. So it's always very important to make sure that safety comes first. So we'll keep an eye on it. But for the moment, we've got an opportunity to catch up with one of the local stars here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. Always great to see the drivers making their way through. And one of the stars of the show in the junior category is Natalia Granada Ferrero, and she's with me. Natalia, good to see you. How have things been so far today?
Well, it's been a tough weekend. We weren't able to test on Wednesday because we had an injury. And Thursday we couldn't either. We could only go out once. So, yeah. Yesterday was really tough in the wet. It's not our favorite condition. P18 in qualifying, so yeah, we don't have much to work with. Today in the first heat, we did a good job. We would have been P6, I think, without the bumper penalty. But yeah, the start, things that happen. But yeah, we're happy with the work we've done so far and think we can work our way up in the other heats.
Now, you know this circuit very well, of course, because being a Spanish driver, you obviously race here very frequently. What is it like as a circuit to race on? What are the characteristics of this place that make it so much fun?
Well, I think it's personally one of my favorite tracks. It's really easy to overtake, really long straights, fast corners. So yeah, I think it's one of my favorite tracks, and I think it's a great race to be here in the European Championship. It gives awesome races, as we've seen so far. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
And you were new to the IAME Euro Series last season. This year, you've really stepped up and you're starting to be one of the drivers in junior regularly in the top 10. How long do you think it's going to take before we regularly see you in the top 3?
Yeah, I think this race should have been the one that we stepped up, but unfortunately with the rain, with the injury, we couldn't be up there. But I think when the conditions are dry, we can be up there, and yeah, we're working our way up in the wet, trying to improve every time we go out. But yeah, I think we have the pace to be up there and to start doing podiums and start winning.
And you have new equipment for this year, the Lando Norris kart chassis. Just how big a difference has that made to the Kids to Win team in terms of the focus, in terms of the preparation? The team looks a lot stronger.
Yeah, this year we're looking very prepared. We feel really confident this year. All the team, basically my brother and I, are doing a good job, we think. Last week there was a race here, and yeah, we had very strong pace against the pole sitter here. So yeah, we think we've got something to show today and tomorrow.
Amazing. Still a long weekend and there's a lot of races to go. Good luck with it, Natalia. Looking forward to seeing how you get on.
Thank you.
Amazing. So let's focus back to the grid once again in Senior X30. The battles will continue, and with that all VDK Racing front row, it's going to be very interesting from Ariel Elkin and Sam Balota. They did a fantastic job in time qualifying. Oliver Greenall and Luca Griggs in Cosmic and Falcon chassis respectfully, as we watch the Fusion Motorsport team driver go head-to-head with Luca Griggs off the grid. Ellie Goldstein for the EGP Racing team, and Andy Rattel with Marcus Luzio, the man who triumphed in Valencia last month in the Winter Cup. That bought him a free ticket to the IAME Euro Series for the entire season. And he is going off the 4th row of the grid on the inside line alongside Lazare Lartigot, the Frenchman for Victory Lane Karting. And then the privateer, Evelyn Nerodini, going well in the 9th position from the grid. And Kalai Atkins, the Croc Promotions driver, running from P10. The Jamaican star who has been very, very strong over the course of the last year and a half. And he obviously races under a British license, but I'm sure everybody watching back in Jamaica will be very proud of the work that he has put in. He's gone from new boy in the paddock to midfielder to front runner very, very quickly indeed. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens. So as the battle continues, and we've got a really exciting craftsmanship of driver, they will continue to give us plenty of excitement and enthusiasm. So these top 10 drivers are obviously going to be working flat out and frenetic. The yellow light has come on the timer. It's been a little bit of a delay, unfortunately, of course, because of the long cleanup job for the number of karts that were out on the course from the previous race. But now we can go racing, and I'm sure we'll get back to schedule very quickly. So let's talk you through the grid in full. Ariel Elkin and Sam Balota from Ollie Greenall and Luca Griggs, Eddie Goldstein and Andy Rattel from Marcus Luzio and Lazar Lartigo from Herolin Neradini and Kalai Atkins. Kevin Rabin and Nathaniel Den Hont, Enzo de Cruz and Kamal Agar from Jan Duran and Oscar Joyce. Bart Harrison is alongside Alex Monod. Lewis Bird and Hugo Nataril from Ebertsmoor, André Janssen, Julian Carmen and Ben Doughty from Jan Rothen, Mattis Barb, Delano Valens, Hugo Brunn, Nicolas Mühlbach, Mirko Wouters, Adrian Margiulio, Giovanni Trentin, Michael Marino, Petra Babachkova and JP Slater of Ireland. So as the drivers work their way around the course, once again, they'll just be trying to put themselves around the course, and they will want to put on a good show, getting the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature. They want to showcase what they can do. So let's see how the drivers get on. And we will have an absolutely fascinating battle, I'm sure, as the drivers will give us an awful lot to do. But is there going to be a monumental challenge forward now from the new boys in the mix? We've had some great messages come through on our Facebook stream. It's great to see the likes of Oren England, Harry Burgoyne and Noel Dunn, who just can't quite get away from the world of karting. They're not the only ones either. Maximus Meyer is watching along, missing this so much. Hopefully we'll get to do a race and see you all soon on track. Up until this season, Maximus Meyer had IAME Euro written through his bone marrow. He had been here from the very start, and it's only now that he's made the switch to cars that his race commitments have meant he's unable to be here as often as he likes. But I don't think it's going to be too long before we welcome back Maximus Meyer. Some people just cannot get karting out of their bloodstream, and I'm very, very confident to suggest that Maximus Meyer is one of those. So the drivers are lining up then in their two tram lines on the far side of the course, and we are going to have an excellent race battle as Ariel Elkin and Sam Balota will go off the front row of the starting grid. Oliver Greenall and Luca Griggs will go off the second. Eli Goldstein alongside Andy Rattel. Now this is going to be tough, because now that the circuit is getting hotter and hotter all the time, we're really going to see what the ultimate pace of these chassis and teams setups are going to be. And this is going to be fascinating for drivers to observe as the day goes on, because now they'll be looking for places where they can gain advantage, whether it's slight adjustments in the setup or whether it's tyre pressures, whatever it might be. Let's go racing. Good start from Elkin. Great start from Greenall and Goldstein. They go with him up to the first corner. Everybody charging their way forward as we go through turn 2. Is everybody going to get through clean? Yes, they do. Up towards 4. And there's the move already starting in from Greenall. He had to think about it on Ariel Elkin, but he doesn't make the ultimate overtake. A couple of drivers running out wide there, and there's a moment or two in the pack. Did everybody keep it together? Well, there's one driver off the road by the look of it at the very back of the field, but it's only brief. It's the 232 of Oscar Joyce, I'm afraid. So the premium karting driver recovers, but now down at the back end of the field, and he's going to have to make up a lot of time there, Oscar Joyce. He's not the only one in dire straits, but he's certainly the only one off the road on the opening lap. What a start, though, from Luca Griggs to get himself back on terms with Eli Goldstein. So Eli Goldstein is now in 4th position. And still, the drivers battle for supremacy on the front end of the Senior X30 grid in qualifying heat B versus F. Round the final turn, onto the home straight again. This is going to be tight as the drivers run in close proximity. Eli Goldstein having a look for the inside of Luca Griggs. Further back, that looks like a battle between Balota, Luzio and Rattel. Herolin Neradini trying to work his way through as well. And that is a spin at turn 1 for Margiulio. Adrian Margiulio has gone off there at turn 1. That's unfortunate for him. And that drops Margiulio a long way down the order. He was in the midfield there. And now he will be down at the back. Side by side. Good battles there with the VDK driver. That looks to me to be the 258, I believe. Going wheel to wheel there. Oh, it was Onzo the Cruz trying to pop up there. So Onzo the Cruz battling away. Kevin Rabin and the 269 in the mix there. That's Sam Balota, who's had a bit of an awkward lap. So Ariel Elkin leads the way at the moment. Greenall in second place now, having got past Goldstein and Griggs. Lucio is fifth ahead of Rattel, Balota, Atkins, the Cruz, and Nuradini. Kevin Rabin ahead of Ubertsmoor, Lazar Latigo, and Bart Harrison. There's the move from Goldstein. That'll do. Second place. A good move into turn one from the Belgian. And that could be the first of many this weekend. So Ellie Goldstein doing a fascinating job out in the front end of the field at the moment. The Eichmann's GP kart going well in second place in front of Greenall and Griggs. So they continue their charge forward. It's a great weekend of racing so far at Senior X30. So many teams running up at the sharp end of the field. And certainly the confidence that will grow in the EGP racing squad as a result of this weekend, with the likes of Goldstein, Carmen, Wouters, Van Meert, all doing such a fantastic job. The team is just going to continue to grow in stature. But what about Greenall? Fusion Motorsport, Dan Hazelwood in his operation, always towards the sharp end. So Greenall is still putting in an excellent display here, right in behind Goldstein. It's a long race, don't forget. They've only completed 3 of the laps as they come through this time by. But Ariel Elkin is the man they've all got to try and beat. There's Andy Rattel at the back of the train as they go through turn 1. So Griggs and Lucio still dueling away for 4th position behind Goldstein and Greenall. And there's great racing everywhere you look in Senior X30. It's hard to pick a decent battle because there are so many to choose from. Here comes Lucio now into 4th place for the Dan Holland Racing team. Puts the Lando Norris kart chassis into 4th place. Running Tony Kart overalls, which does fit because, of course, the Lando Norris kart is part of the OTK group. But Marcus Lucio running a great weekend thus far. He had a bit of bad luck in the first race yesterday, spinning in position and then having to finish a lap down, but he's not done yet. There's a long way to go for Lucio, and he's got good recoveries to make. So we'll see what happens as the battles continue here, but we'll definitely have some solid efforts to come. And that is one of the Lando Norris kart chassis coming back onto the circuit. That's the 235 going off. Now I'm afraid that is a very unfortunate state of affairs for Drake Jansen. Drake Jansen, the Dutchman. So Drake Jansen now falls to the back of the field as Ariel Elkin leads the way from Goldstein and Greenall. Lucio is the fastest man on track though. He is catching up to these 3. How about this for a battle? We've got 4 different teams in the top 4 places. In fact, make it 6 in the top 6. Ariel Elkin for VDK, Goldstein for EGP, Greenall for Fusion, Lucio for Dan Holland, Andy Rattel for KBK, and in 6th is Griggs for the PDB Racing Falcon. What a great battle this is in Senior X30. All of a sudden, the winter shake-up has made this one of the most ultra-competitive starts to the season we've ever seen in IAME Euro. An almost completely full capacity, 107 drivers out of the 108 that are eligible to enter. You can't really have more than 108 in a race weekend. So that is amazing. Great stuff from Senior X30. Full to the brim, here comes Goldstein. He's worked it magically and up into the lead he goes. So with 4 laps to go, Goldstein hits the front. Here comes Elkin for the retaliation. Greenall goes with him. So the lead for Goldstein is short-lived. Now Greenall going side by side with Elkin. Jumps across, tries to squeeze him. Don't even think about it. Goldstein round the outside. But it is going to be Greenall who holds on, and Ariel Elkin is not going to like that at all. Lucio's having a think about this as well now. Elkin tries to get back on in, and there's not enough room for both. Rattel is going to get through in the chain reaction. So Rattel comes up to 4th. Elkin is not happy with Greenall at all. Here comes Rattel and Lucio, both getting past Goldstein. All of a sudden, Andy Rattel, he's up into 3rd position. What a drive from the KBK star. Excellent from Andy Rattel. So Greenall, Elkin, And then Andy Rattel, but Elkin's going to get big recovery here on Greenall. Greenall's going to hold him at bay. 3 to go. Lucio gets his run on Rattel into 3rd place. Elkin is going to be pushing Greenall. Greenall is in defensive mode already. Elkin is not happy. He squeezes through. Greenall on the grass. And so now Goldstein and Lucio are going to duel for 2nd. Here comes the move. Goldstein is there. The door's still open for Rattel, but Lucio holds it round the outside. And now Greenall is down at the back of the train. Ariel Elkin gets into the lead again. Greenall back up the inside of Luca Griggs and moves up into 5th position. Senior X30 never ceases to amaze. Brilliant stuff. Andy Rattel riding behind Lucio, who's riding behind Goldstein, who's got a little bit of daylight to make up between himself and Elkin. Right. Goldstein will gesture to Lucio and Rattel. Stop battling. Stop racing. Work with me. Let's get after Ariel Elkin. We've got 2 laps to catch him. Come on. In through turn 1. Goldstein and Lucio definitely have the pace. Rattel is still there strong. Elkin's not going to have that 0.3 of a second advantage for long, the way that Goldstein and Lucio are rolling up to him. In through 4. They're already gaining the time. Sensible driving, mature composure from Goldstein and Lucio. Rattel working with them. This is going to be a 4-way scrap on the last lap for sure. Up on the inside to 5th place comes the hard-charging Herberts Moore. Moore has come up into 5th position, the Spanish charge. Here comes Lucio. No waiting around. He gets through on Goldstein. That's going to give Elkin a bit more daylight. Goldstein gestures to Rattel. Don't be Marcus. Work with me. Come on, let's get him. The frustration and the agitation, obvious to see in the drivers from 2nd through 4th. Lucio feels he can catch Elkin better than Goldstein can, but in doing so, has he given Elkin too big a gap? He may have felt that Elkin wasn't really catchable after all, and so 2nd will have to do. Goldstein frustrated that they can't go for the win now. He's got to work with Lucio to have any chance of catching the Israeli at all, but he may feel that it's too big a gap. So will Goldstein go rogue? Not yet. He's still got time to play with on the last lap. Rattel is 4th. 5th is Moore. 6th is the Cruz. 7th is Bart Harrison from Griggs, Greenall and Atkins. Harrison up to 6th place now. Balota gets past Atkins and Mono. But Elkin is still trying to hold this. Lucio 2nd, Goldstein 3rd. Think about the long term as well. How big a gamble do you want to take to get into 2nd when 3rd is achievable? And it will still keep you in a consistent position. How much do you risk? How big a gamble do you take? Elkin isn't far ahead of Lucio. Lucio may have saved this for last. He might just get him out of the final turn. Lucio is waiting, using the slipstream. Can he get there? He won't manage it. Elkin's going to get the victory just from Lucio. Goldstein tries, can't make it stick. Great work. Good vision from Elkin, Lucio and Goldstein. They bagged a top 3 finish at a critical moment in the weekend. You need that sometimes, even if the win isn't on. 2nd and 3rd will have to do. And it's the difference between keeping yourself in the hunt and throwing it all away. So good work from Elkin, Lucio and Goldstein. Sensible to the flag. Rattel, pure opportunism and composure from the Frenchman in P4. Some great work there. Easy to assess the class of these drivers when they give it to you. Absolutely amazing. So a fantastic run from the competitors. This is going to be a sensational run from the competitors as they will continue to give us great battle. So we're going to see a fantastic change of the guard from the drivers. And we will see just how exciting and how close racing, how close quarters the battle is going to be. Ariel Elkin, Marcus Lucio and Ellie Goldstein from Andy Rattel and Herberts Moore. Bart Harrison and Enzo La Cruz from Luca Griggs, Oliver Greenall and Kalai Atkins. Sam Balota, Alexandra Mono and Giovanni Trentin from Kevin Rabin, Herolin Neradini and Hugo Naturel. Kamal Agar and Lazar Lartigo in the top 20 from Lewis Bird and Petra Babichkova, who made up 14 places. Giovanni Trentin made up 19, so phenomenal there. Herberts Moore himself made up 16. Behind Petra Babichkova, Nathaniel Den Hont from JP Slater, Julian Carmen and Jan Duran Mikel Marino in front of Mattis Barb, Delano Waylands and Ben Doughty, from Nicholas Mühlbach and Hugo Brunn, from Jan Rothen, Mirko Wouters, Oscar Joyce, Drik Jansen and Adrien Marjulio. Despite the problems for a few drivers in the field, everybody could still make it across the finish line. So fantastic battles so far from the competitors, and we are going to have a very close quarters race battle as things continue. So we are going to have some great racing to come in the senior drivers battles. But the qualifying heat A versus D is going to get underway very quickly indeed, because there's no cleanup job. So we're going to go straight out onto the circuit for X30 senior qualifying heat A versus D. And with there being no karts to recover, the circuit is already green and clear. So we can head out onto the circuit straight away. The green light goes, and it's time to go racing for X30 senior qualifying heat A versus D. And the unbeaten run for Evan Gilter will continue if he keeps his way at the front end of the field. So Evan Gilter alongside the IAME World Finals winner from last season, Danny Carinini on the front row of the grid, Yannis Steven Aidens and Finn McLaughlin, Heikki Kalterin and Dan Steenman from Jason Young, Daniel Mathia, Eloy Gonzalez and Otto Poulain, then Onze Levesque and Oli van Veit, Eduardo Dominguez and Eliska Babachkova, then Benjamin Hovelak and Santiago da Costa, Achille Gobert and Sita van Meert, Kimi Duron and Charles Roussan. Sebastian Murray is alongside Matteo Quintarelli. Senna Rodijk is beside Nick Ho from Daniel Briz. Then Adrian Klosmanil, Luna Claret, Harvey Ryby, Adrian Maliero, Mika Voss, Julian Koch, Francisco Costa, Philip Gana, Lucas Federic and Peter Stiller. 35 drivers in the midst for this one. Evan Gilter is currently the only driver to have had the perfect weekend. Pole position from time qualifying and 2 heat wins out of 2 so far. But can he make it 3? That's going to be the big ask in this one. It will be very close. And just like that, after a clean race, we are back on schedule. Great to see. So the contenders are continuing on his way. We'll still see some epic tussles and some great battles from the drivers in this one, as the contenders will continue to give us plenty of entertainment and drama out there on the course. Hello to all those of you who are watching, however you're watching from, whether it is via the YouTube live stream, whether of course it is by the motorsport.tv broadcast, or whether it's via the IAME Euro Series Facebook page. Great to have your company still. Wonderful to have you all with us, and we're still having a great weekend here. But who is going to take the opportunity to come out of the blocks fighting in this one? Evan Gilter and Danny Carinini from the front row of the starting grid. Already it's been an interesting battle for them. But just how well is it going to be for Evan Gilter? Can he continue his unbeaten run? He is so far the ultimate vanquisher of all out in Senior X30, but can he keep this unbeaten run going, or is he finally going to get his cards dealt to him by his opposition? He has Danny Carinini, the reigning World Finals winner, on the front row of the grid with him. He was victorious in Adria. What can he do here in Zuera in the IAME Euro Series season opener 2022 in the tram lines? Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we are. Good start from our race leader, Evan Gilter. Steven Aidens goes with him into turn 1. No major dramas through the first corner as they are flat on the throttle, then into 2. Steven Aidens lines up nicely behind Evan Gilter. Carinini consolidates in P3, but Finn McLaughlin's already starting to have a think about it. He keeps his 4th position for the moment. They go through turn 4. Is everybody through together? Yes, they do. It's a nice clean start. So up to 5, and everybody through the hairpin. Nip one, pearl one, drop one, curl one through the apexes, and it's great work from Evan Gilter in front of Yannis Steven Aidens at the moment. The Euro karting driver from Belgium, keeping it nice and planted in 2nd place. No catastrophes on the opening lap so far. Everybody keeping it on the black stuff. So Gilter, Steven Aidens, Carinini, McLaughlin, almost as they started, just with Steven Aidens moving into 2nd place. Some great racecraft coming our way as the drivers in Senior X30 want to finish the morning rotation to try and beat Evan Gilter, who has been unbeatable so far this weekend. He leads at the moment. Steven Aidens trying to stay with him in the slipstream. 3rd is Carinini. 4th is McLaughlin. These three need to team up. If Evan Gilter is beatable, they need to work as a unit to make it happen. So Stephen Haydens, Karanini and McLaughlin. This is a big test for all three. The Belgian Yannis Stephen Haydens, who really is punching in great style here for the Euro karting team in second place. Danny Karanini, king of them all last year at the World Finals. And Finn McLaughlin, the young pretender, the Irishman, coming straight into senior and already making a massive impact. There's a lot that can happen here. And a really exciting duel. I don't think Gilter is going to have this his own way at all. He could still win it, but he's going to have his work cut out. Stephen Haydens, Karanini. Up the inside comes Karanini. Second place. So now the top four are as they started. But I have a feeling that Stephen Haydens and McLaughlin are going to be very hungry in this one. Gilter, you've got to go for it, mate. Through turn one. Stephen Haydens works with Karanini. They go together to get that gap down to Gilter. That daylight gap is nothing now. The slipstream means a lot in this race. And here's the move on the inside. Karanini and also Stephen Haydens both get through. And I think McLaughlin's going to try and get past as well. He can't quite make it. So Gilter is down to third. Karanini leads. Stephen Haydens second. Gilter third. McLaughlin fourth. Right, Evan, what have you got now? Evan Gilter in third position. It won't be panic stations yet for him. But if it stays like this, then it is definitely going to be a tie on points between Gilter and Elkin. And then it will go to count back. Here comes Stephen Haydens. Makes the move on Karanini. And Karanini gives enough space that Stephen Haydens can go through, but not Evan Gilter. Karanini, of course, is looking at 10 points if it stays like this. So he just wants to keep it in as stable a position as possible. Here he goes again. Karanini going for the lead. Gilter and McLaughlin going with him. Gilter gets there. McLaughlin does not. Now he gets there into turn two, or he goes up on the curbs. Stephen Haydens is not giving McLaughlin anything. And so McLaughlin has to maintain fourth place, running in front of Henki Kalteren. Daniel Mathia in sixth place. Then it is Steenman, Poulain, Jason Young, Onze Levesque, Eliska Babichkova and Sita van Meert. So through they run. 3 laps in, 6 to go. Nice bit of overtaking in the middle of the field. Still drivers trying to make up a good few positions or two out in the pack. And we're waiting to see how this battle continues as Karanini is running well in front of Evan Gilter. Gilter is not in panic mode at all. Steenman having a look at Daniel Mathia. Did he get through? Yes, he did. So Steenman into 6th place now past Daniel Mathia. Henki Kalteren is lining up Finn McLaughlin, who's trying to stay with Yannis Stephen Haydens. That wet patch on the outside of the corner getting smaller all the time. Danny Karanini doing his best to keep in front of Evan Gilter. Gilter might just want to steal the move early. We're on lap 5 of 9. Gilter knows that up to this point he has been completely unbeaten. And even if he finishes second, he will still be leading the points aggregate after this point. Arthur Poulain is trying to close on them. He's in 8th position at the moment from Levesque, Babichkova, Sita van Meert and Jason Young. So it's all going very well from their position at the moment. What can Evan Gilter do as they come up to turn 7? Not close enough to throw it up the inside of Karanini, or certainly not committed enough to. Through turn 8, up the climb, along the barracks on the far side of the course. And now we're going to get to see Karanini and Gilter duel away on the next lap, because I think Gilter looks like he could be poised to give an opportunity on Danny Karanini on the final corner. He'll have the slipstream. He wants to get away from Yannis Stephen Haydens. He's going to go with Karanini. Come on, go with me. Through turn 1. Gilter keeping it nice and planted. Doesn't want to make the overtake until lap 8, really. That's when he can really outfox Karanini. So Karanini holds it. Here he goes. He's going to go early on the inside. Evan Gilter hits the front once more. Unbeaten this weekend, and he wants to keep it that way. So Karanini tries again. Gilter holds the line. This could go anybody's way. Karanini giving a lot of forethought here to Gilter's lead. McLaughlin's going to have some problems from Kalteren. Here goes Kalteren. 4th position into turn 7. Nice move from the Dutchman. But Gilter, Karanini and Stephen Haydens are still very close together. And that looks like McLaughlin, Steenman and Kalteren. So McLaughlin's got back past and Steenman's gone with him. Here comes Kalteren. Oh, on the grass nearly there, Daniel Mathia. Getting past Henki Kalteren. He won't like that. And that was very close indeed. Down the home straight. 3 laps to go. And Gilter, Carinini and Stephen Haydens. Very close indeed. What can Carinini do about Gilter? Evan Gilter, still your race leader for VDK Racing. They come through to the hairpin. No move from Carinini. Gilter was rather hoping he could make that move and disappear. Carinini hasn't exactly made that easy for him. So Evan Gilter trying to remain unbeaten up against the winner of the IAME World Finals last year. So here they come again. Let's see who's going to make the first move in this battle for 4th place. This is McLaughlin, Steenman and Poulain. Arthur Poulain running now in front of Henki Kalteren. So Arthur Poulain going well here for the Victory Lane karting team as he runs in P6. Here comes Steenman. McLaughlin will not concede. Excellent from the Irishman. Still holds P4 on lap 7. And with 2 to go, expect a big lunge from Carinini on this one. Oh, and that's a spinner. That's one of the CRGs having an issue. That, I'm afraid, is the 303 going off. That's Daniel Briz. So Daniel Briz is slowing to a standstill. McLaughlin still holding the station in front of Steenman. Steenman having to defend from Poulain and Kalteren. Arthur Poulain cannot come through. Kalteren trying his best around the outside. And on the inside comes Daniel Mathia. Eliska Babichkova is the next one on the road. Then Onzo Levesque and Sita van Meert behind them. There is still a very big tussle of drivers as they mix it up together. Senior X30 going full guns blazing and still giving us plenty of excitement out there. Here's the move. It's a late one for Poulain. He can't get by. He left that too late from too far back, I'm afraid. So Daniel Mathia and Henki Kalteren are now going to queue up behind, as is Eliska Babichkova. It won't be long until Onzo Levesque and Sita van Meert join the party. And then, of course, behind you've got Eloy Gonzalez in the Monlau Competition kart. As across the line, Evan Gilter leads the way still from Danny Carinini, but he's pulled clear. So I don't see Carinini able to deal with him. Half a second. Here's the gap. And Gilter has left Carinini with a false sense of opportunism and hope. But once he got back through, he really stepped on the gas. And there is Yannis Stivenadens in 3rd place. Hoping against hope that he can catch up to them, but I don't see it happening now. Danny Carinini looking very strong out front in 2nd place. But Evan Gilter, the man in front of him, has done everything he needed to do when asked of him. He's never overdriven. He's never thwarted his opponents without any positivity of conviction. He's placed the kart everywhere that you've asked him to. And this has been absolutely awesome. Great drive, great racing, and it looks like it's going to be a strong battle right to the get-go. The checkered flag will fly for the 3rd time this weekend for Evan Gilter. Invincible and unbeatable so far. Carinini 2nd, 3rd is Stivenadens, who's going to get 4th. It's McLaughlin, just from Poulain, Steenman and Mathia. Some great battles in the final lap sees Levesque in 8th place. And Sita van Meert come up to 9th in front of Eliska Babichkova and Eloy Gonzalez. Henki Kalteren slipping to 12th, unfortunately. But Evan Gilter remains invincible, unbeatable. If he keeps it like this, then he will head into the Superheat final tomorrow with a guaranteed pole position. Excellent stuff. So, some good racing then, as we will have some opposition for sure as the drivers go to battle in 2022. We were always expecting a tough, close battle between them, and we're certainly getting one. So the drivers continue in fine style. But obviously the racing is still going strong, and the drivers are putting on an excellent show. Evan Gilter, thus far, unbeatable. Danny Carinini 2nd from Yannis Stivenadens and Finn McLaughlin from Arthur Poulain and Dan Steenman. Daniel Mathia and Enzo Levesque from Sita van Meert and Eliska Babichkova. Then Eloy Gonzalez and Henki Kalteren, Santiago da Costa and Achille Gobert. Jason Young is ahead of Adrian Maliero from Kimi Duron and Adrian Klosmanil. Behind them, Charles Roussan comes home in 19th position in front of Nick Ho and Sebastian Murray. Then it is Benjamin Hovelak in front of Eduardo Dominguez. Harvey Ryby is 24th in front of Mika Voss. Luna Claret ahead of Senna Rodijk. Then Francisco Costa, Lucas Federic, Peter Stella, Julian Koch, Oliver Veit and Matteo Quintarelli from Philip Ghana of Nigeria. The one retirement from the race, Daniel Breeze for the GM Fuel CRG. So that is it for the moment from the Senior X30 contingent. We will turn our attentions once again to the world of Junior X30. They will battle away for supremacy again. And we will hear from one of the drivers who is really starting to make an impression in the Junior X30, having only just recently stepped out of the world of Mini X30. We caught up with the Norwegian talent Marius Barryberg about what we can expect this weekend.
It's fun, fast, and sometimes difficult. So we're looking to improve maybe a little bit more. Probably finish top 10. Slipstream in this track is very important if you want to be fast, because there's many straights, many long places and fast corners. And you can gain a lot of time with doing this if you have a gap to the other guys in front. They're not bad because the track is now good with grip, stuff like that, but their MG Red is not bad tires if you ask me. You just need to work with chassis setups and find out how to get the good grips with it, and you're pretty much good. Sometimes this can be difficult if you miss the braking zone, you lose a lot. And for example, if I'm in the back of someone and you brake and you catch a lot, you just go straight because you missed the braking zone. And then there's many people passing you. But if you hit it good, you go good on the gas and you get very good corners. So just when you brake hard, it's good. It's a little bit difficult sometimes when you come into the second corner and you brake because it's easy to get past. So when you come out the last corner, it's sometimes very stressful because you just know two people or more are gonna pass you. So sometimes it's difficult, but you also need slipstream. Well, it's good to be alone, but it's also nice you have to push someone. So it's really sometimes difficult.
Great to see Marius Barryberg as one of the drivers making great progress in Junior X30 as he steps into the international world of competition at this level. It's a big jump from Mini to Junior. You've got a lot more horsepower to contend with. The chassis is bigger. Everything is slightly faster. So you really do have an amazing amount of work to do and a steep ladder of learning to climb. But the juniors really do start to get proper ferocious out there. You've got to remember that the drivers in the junior category are aged 11 to 14. So they really want to be particularly brutal out there in terms of their overtaking moves, but they want to make sure that they have the best possible opportunity to move forward. So the competitors obviously very close quarters around the course, and they want to make sure that they are up at the sharp end of the dais throughout the course of racing. But in IAME Euro, Junior is ultra competitive. We've had 2 races from them so far. Aaron Garcia taking the first one ahead of Thibaut Ramacas and Eloan Bianame, and the second one won by Sacha Van Bad Bosch in front of Henry Jocelyn and Leo Robinson. Coming into this one, it is going to be Clement Outran who goes from pole position. Alongside him on the grid will be Henry Jocelyn. So a very tough battle for the Frenchman and the Englishman on the front row of the starting grid. Dylan Visser continues the EGP Racing squad's brilliant weekend thus far as he runs in 3rd position. The Dutchman will definitely be one to watch in this race. From the second row of the grid on the inside line, Dylan Visser could play a big part in this heat. 3rd position for him on the grid alongside his countryman Sacha Van Bad Bosch, who has a race win under his belt already. Then the British driver Cameron Pratt-Thompson, another driver who could make a big impact in this one from the 3rd row of the grid on the inside line. 5th position on the starting grid. Alongside him will be Daniel Dalakian of the AC Motorsport team. He'll be there in 6th place. 7th on the grid will be Hugo Manias, and he'll be in 7th place for the MDC Racing team. Alongside him will be Adrian Ferra of the Mol Racing team in 8th place on the grid. And then to round out the top 10, it'll be the Irishman Morgan Moore for the premium karting on the Cosmic chassis. And alongside him will be Vic Stevens of the Dimes Racing Team on his Tony kart. The battles continue. The racing is fast, frenetic and furious as always. And this is the real heat where we find out who has got the consistency over the course of racing. It's definitely going to be very tricky as things continue, because obviously the race battles are going to be fast, furious and frenetic throughout. And the drivers want to put on an excellent display from the get-go. But we will find out just how well the drivers are going to cope with things from the start. So let's have a look and see how it goes from the rolling lap. Drivers obviously wanting to be in as good a position as humanly possible from the start. But with Clement Outram and Henry Jocelyn on the front row, two drivers who are desperate to prove themselves. Neither of them were able to win their opening heats, and they will start from the front row of the grid for this one. So things could get pretty spicy from the get-go here. Henry Jocelyn got a second place in his first heat, but now it's very much time for the drivers to put on a good fight. Clement Outram and Henry Jocelyn from Dylan Visser and Sasha Van Padbosch. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Daniel Dalakian from Hugo Manias and Adrian Ferra. Morgan Moore and Vic Stevens from Cahal Clark and Marius Barry Berg. Hugo Martiniello and Joey Brown. Francisco Macedo and Colin Cronin. Oliver Stilp and Raul Martinez from Mick Blancaspor and Harry Yule. Adrien Alsubier and Pedro Cachada from Hugo Latorre and Adam L. Osta. So with 24 drivers in the heat for this one, it's going to be interesting to see who comes through as the race winner. Nobody who's won a heat so far today in junior is going to be starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Aaron Garcia will get his chance to start from pole in the heat after this. And Sasha Van Padbosch, who took the win in the early heat, will be starting from fourth on the grid on the second row. So a tough battle for him from the outside of row 2. Because obviously, it doesn't matter which way you slice it, the outside is not where you want to start any races from, because it's obviously going to take you into rather dangerous territory come turn 1. So we'll have to see how the drivers go as they fight their way back into contention. It will not be easy, and it will certainly be a huge challenge for the X30 juniors to get themselves ready for race action in qualifying heat B versus C. But Clement Outram and Henry Jocelyn from the front row of the starting grid. Dylan Visser and Sasha Van Padbosch will be on the second row from Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Daniel Dalakian, with Hugo Manias ahead of Adrien Ferra and Morgan Moore. Then Vic Stevens, Cahal Clark, Marius Barryberg and Hugo Martiniello. From Joey Brown, Francisco Macedo, Colin Cronin and Oliver Stilp. Then Raul Martinez, Mick Blancaspor, Henry Yule and Adrien Alsubier. From Pedro Cachada, Hugo Latorre and Adam L. Osta. So these are the last two races of the morning session. It's just gone 1 o'clock local time. And after these two races, the marshals will be allowed to have their break. And we will take a pause in proceedings as well and bring you everything that happened over the course of the morning sessions and lunch break. Clement Outram from the front of the grid from Henry Jocelyn. They will go wheel to wheel as we head for the first corner. And let's see how it all plays out. Can Outram lead, or is Jocelyn going to get a better start? Looks as though it's going to be the former as we go green. Great start from the front. No problems at all for Outram in front of Dylan Visser and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They make their way through. So Dylan Visser, the Dutchman, is already going to be charging forward to try and take on the race leader, Clement Outram. No need for the yellow flags yet, as up to turn 4. Drivers work their way through the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through in fine position? Yes, they do. Clean racing so far. And out in front, Dylan Visser is trying to shake off the attentions of Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Henry Jocelyn and Hugo Manias. And Dylan Visser nearly losing his position there as a big move from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Here comes Jocelyn on the inside. And a little nudge of Visser there from Jocelyn. This is perfect for Clement Outram. This is what he wanted. They're battling and scrabbling away for second, and they're leaving everybody for dead. Here comes Jocelyn diving on the inside of Visser. Manias is close as well. Hugo Manias trying to get through, and he can't make it stick. So all of that squabbling, as another place is made up there, that looked to me like Adrien Ferra trying to get up the inside to make a position. And he's lost ground there to the 55 of Morgan Moore. So Morgan Moore getting a move into 6th position. But look at that, 2 seconds clear now. Clement Outram is long gone. They need to stop squabbling amongst themselves, really, and start closing in on the field. But I think Visser has already decided, well, there goes the victory. I'm going to get into 2nd, which he does. Jocelyn goes on the curbs. And I'm afraid that's Manias and Pratt Thompson through. So Henry Jocelyn falls to 5th position. Clement Outram must think it's birthday and Christmas come early. He's got a massive advantage now. So Dylan Visser is trying to shake off Manias! Oh, contact from Cameron Pratt Thompson. Manias was too busy trying to get his run on Visser. And I'm afraid Pratt Thompson ended up coming off worse. So a big shame for the British driver as he tumbles down the order. He's still going, but that's cost him a good dozen places or so there. So that really does cause a big headache for Cameron Pratt Thompson. Joey Brown is apparently under investigation according to the timing screen. Look at that gap that Clement Outram has got over Visser and Manias. Visser, Manias and Jocelyn are now having a great squabble. Visser's going defensive. He clearly feels that it's all over for the win. Clement Outram has this one to lose. But Manias is trying to defend. So is Visser on the inside. Henry Jocelyn gets into 3rd position on Hugo Manias. So a good overtaking move. And what about Dylan Visser? The Dutchman still holding on a 2nd position for the time being. Colin Cronin is under investigation now as well. We don't know whether that's for an incident out on track or whether that's for the start. Oh, a big late lunge there from Jocelyn. He gets through and Manias is trying to get past both of them. Jocelyn is through. Visser defends, holds 3rd position. And then in 5th place, that's Cathal Clark in the Victory Lane karting machine. He's up in 5th place. What a drive from Cathal Clark. Here he comes on the inside of Manias. Can't get by. So Cathal Clark really starting to take some names out there as he runs in front of Adrian Ferrer. Hugo Marti is 7th. Pratt Thompson is in 8th. From Stevens and Delakian, here we go. On the inside, Manias will dive in on Visser. Clark and Ferrer will be on the inside as well. And they both get past in unison. So Jocelyn into 2nd, Manias into 3rd, 4th is Clark. Here comes Cathal Clark on the inside. 3rd position will do. Ferrer trying to go with Manias and they both go out wide. Manias comes off worse. And that costs him positions there. Dylan Visser manages to recover, as does Cameron Pratt Thompson. So Clement Outram is now 4 seconds clear of everybody else. And I think we've lost Francisco Macedo. There he is. Francisco Macedo is out on the run to turn 4. I can't tell whether that was mechanical or whether someone tripped him off the road. But certainly the Portuguese driver is now going to face a long walk home after this race. So there is the 11 of Cathal Clark. In behind and he gets through. Nice move from Cathal Clark. Great overtaking move to get him into 2nd place there on Henry Jocelyn. So great work from Cathal Clark. He is now P2. The former IAME Euro Series title winner in Mini X30, Cathal Clark, is now continuing his consistent form. And having moved to the Red Speed chassis with Victory Lane karting, he is now the fastest driver on the track and into 2nd place. He's let them all squabble away. 2nd is all he can do here. Clement Outram is long gone. But still, Cathal Clark is getting the work done as Dylan Visser moves back on the inside of Cameron Pratt Thompson and moves up another place. So good work so far from Cathal Clark to get into 2nd position. Henry Jocelyn is 3rd. Then Adrian Ferrer and Hugo Martiniello. Dylan Visser's got past Cameron Pratt Thompson, and then it is Sasha Van Pad Bosch in 8th in front of Hugo Manias and Daniel Delakian in the top 10. Now Sasha Van Pad Bosch is trying to squeeze his way through on the inside of Dylan Visser. There is Clement Outram. Country mile ahead of Cathal Clark and Henry Jocelyn. That's what happens when you squabble away for position 2 on the opening lap. You give the leader a country mile to play with. So Clement Outram is never going to have an easier race to win. The VDK driver absolutely dominant so far. There is the battle for 2nd. And up to 3rd has come Adrian Ferrer for Mole Racing. No wonder he set the fastest lap of the race in order to do that. A 105 flat for Adrian Ferrer. Henry Jocelyn in 4th position. And then it is Hugo Martiniello running in 5th place in front of Dylan Visser and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Sasha Van Bad Bosch is 8th. Hugo Manias and Daniel Dalakian in the top 10. So Clement Outram well clear, although fair play to Cathal Clark, he's got that gap down to below 4 seconds. So Clement Outram does not have it all his own way in terms of one lap pace. Cathal Clark went 0.4 of a second quicker than him on the last lap alone. And now that Cathal Clark has got into the lead, he's taken another 0.2 out of him on that sector alone. So Cathal Clark is taking half a second a lap out of Clement Outram, but it's going to be too late. So Outram is still going to be well clear on the final lap. He just has no issue at all. He's got a massive advantage. Adrien Ferrer is trying to catch up to Cathal Clark on the final lap. But Clement Outram can just chill and cruise home. No major problems for him, as the VDK Racing team have given him the ultimate karting chassis to battle with here this weekend in terms of setup, in terms of handling, and in terms of confidence. Clement Outram looking like a solid package here this weekend, and he will become the 3rd different driver to win a race over the weekend in the Junior X30 battle. Through the double apex left-hander and into the final turns. Clement Outram will never win an easier kart race in his life. Excellent work, and he sprints to the victory. Job done. 2nd place for Cathal Clark. The gap has been absolutely assassinated in the final couple of laps. He got it down from over 4 seconds to 3 seconds, but it's still perfectly comfortable for Clement Outram. Cathal Clark 2nd from Adrien Ferrer, Henry Jocelyn and Hugo Martiniello. Only the one retirement in the end, and that was Francisco Macedo. But what a run from Clement Outram. Really did a strong job all the way through and put on an excellent, excellent display as he takes victory by 3 seconds to Cathal Clark and Adrien Ferrer. So we are going to see some great battles from this young Frenchman over the course of the weekend. So what can Clement Outram do in continuation? We will surely find out, as he's been phenomenal all the way through. So from Clement Outram's point of view, he takes the victory in front of Cathal Clark and Adrien Ferrer from Henry Jocelyn and Hugo Martiniello. That is your top 5. 9 places gained for Cathal Clark, 5 from Ferrer, 8 from Hugo Martiniello. Dylan Visser in P6 in front of Hugo Manias, and then Sasha Van Bad Bosch in front of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Daniel Dalakian comes home in 10th. Then Colin Cronin ahead of Vic Stevens. Marius Barryberg, the Norwegian, is 13th in front of Morgan Moore and Joey Brown. Raul Martinez in front of Pedro Cachada, and Oliver Stilt is 18th. Then it is Hugo Latorre, who comes home ahead of Mick Blancaspor. Adrien Alcubierre is in front of Harry Yule and Adam L. Oster. We already know about the one retirement. That was Francisco Macedo. But we also know that there are 2 drivers under investigation, namely the 43 of Colin Cronin and the 39 of Joey Brown. So just one more race to come before the lunchtime break. And it's been fascinating to watch how these drivers have battled away. We heard from midfielder Marius Barryberg early on. Let's hear from another star contender who's making good, solid progress in the world of IAME X30 Junior Racing. It is the Lebanese sensation, George Nassar.
The Zuera track is very fast. I like it a lot because it doesn't require too much thought in every consecutive corner. It's easy to memorize because there aren't too many corners. Qualifying is very important because on these big grids, if you don't qualify somewhere good, you could end up with a lot of crashes with the people behind who are also fighting for better positions. And you would also need to overtake a lot of people, which could slow your time down. It can affect qualifying very much because slipstream can vary from 1 to 2 tenths to 4 or 5 tenths, depending on the wind that is coming to the track. I don't think there will be the tires will be worn down too much by the corners here because generally this track is mostly long straights. And the corners don't take too much time to go around. Braking in the high-speed corners, I'm very comfortable in them, and it's very easy to brake nice, late, hard, and straight. so I'm very comfortable here. The track is not too challenging. Physically, it's also not too challenging. Just sometimes you need to lock your arms out, which is what you need in the strength of your arms. Other than that, it's not too challenging to drive on.
I've got a great deal of time for George Nassar, very talented youngster from Lebanon, races under the UAE flag. And his rate of development with George Gibbons Motorsport here in Europe has been extraordinary to witness. Really great to see how much progress he has made as the drivers continue to storm forward. From the front row of the grid this time, we're going to see the ultimate pole sitter, Aaron Garcia of Spain. He will take up his coveted position at the front of the grid. He won the earlier heat, so he's got a good chance of doing the same. But the man alongside him on the grid, Leo Robinson of Algeria, is going to be charging hard to make his own impression on this race, and he will want to put himself on the top spot. Second row of the grid, we'll see Thibaut Ramakers of Belgium for the VDK Racing Team alongside his countryman, that is Alexis Constant for the RSD Karting Team. Then Eloin Bianame of France, the very talented privateer on the DR chassis, will go alongside the talented Spaniard for Paralin España, Hugo Marti, who'll be sixth on the starting grid. Raoul Thanthaden of the Monlau Competition squad in his red speed kart will be seventh on the starting grid. Alongside on the fourth row, Andreas Dupé for the Team Driver Racing Kart in the Kart Republic chassis. And then it will be Noah Monteiro, the Portuguese star for Victory Lane Karting. He'll be there on the fifth row of the starting grid, having just seen what Cathal Clark can do. We might see Noah Monteiro, his teammate, have a similar race. And then alongside him on the grid will be the very talented Ulsterman Ben Smith, who has made the switch across to Mick Barrett Racing in recent weeks. And it looks as though he's going to make a really strong challenge from his position. Some great talents within the Junior X30 field. Just looking their way through the grid, you can also see Tiziano Cugnini, 11th place, the Swiss driver, who is there on the Paralin, but he's also going to be representing his nation in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy later this year when that championship kicks off in May. And through the field, a lot of great talent smoking their way through. This is the first time this weekend that the Granada siblings will be on the same race together. Mark is a few places in front of Natalia, but we heard from Natalia earlier on that the pace with the Kids to Win squad on the LN Kart chassis are very strong here in Spain, and they are going to make some good rapid progress as the weeks and the races progress. So expect them to be race-winning contenders by the end of the season. They have a great chance, those two, as of course to their teammates at the Kids to Win Competition squad. And watch for the man from the very back of the grid, Macaulay Bishop, having had problems in qualifying with the airbox filter. He couldn't get out for time qualifying, which meant now he's going to have to charge his way through from the back of the grid in every heat this weekend. Something that Macaulay Bishop does very well anyway. So this is just another day of peas and carrots for Macaulay Bishop. He'll want to fight his way through from the back of the grid, and he'll charge his way forward. It's great to have the cooperation of many great partners this year. We have the company of AQ Green Tech helping us to be a little bit more ecological in the way that we think and trying to make ourselves carbon emission free. So let's hear how about they're working in the 2022 season with us.
Everyone has some form of greenhouse gas emissions impact, and we find that in motorsport these emissions are even greater than, say, other places. So we think that there's a way for everyone to take care in addressing this issue by measuring and reducing their impact on the environment.
So the challenge is that on a race week there are unavoidable carbon emissions, and I think the objective first is to understand and measure these carbon emissions so we can then aim at reducing them and eventually offsetting them.
We've been working with the promoter, RGMMC, for over a year now to help them understand the impacts of their events. And what we're here to do as we enter 2022 is to bring the same sort of thinking to the teams and to the drivers. We want everyone to measure their own impact. And some of that impact takes place even before you get to the track. And if you actually understand this as a team and as a driver, then at least you're able to understand how to go about potentially reducing this in the future. You actually understand your environmental impact in the sport that you participate in.
Simple strategies and great collaboration make things very, very easy to achieve. And in the IAME Euro Series paddock, the teams and drivers have already started to make those little incremental changes to make rapid change and development. It's all in a good cause. If every karting paddock goes the same way and all adopts the same mindset and same thinking, then we can actually play a massive role in the reduction of the carbon footprint of motorsport in this world. So it's great to see the AQ Green Tech team getting on board with us and helping us to change our attitudes, develop our thinking, and rework our modus operandi. We're getting there, slowly but surely, and it's great to see that the teams and drivers are making the same incremental changes to our planning and our working ethics to make it more achievable. There's no such word as can't in motor racing. And as Yoda, the great character in Star Wars, said, there is only do or do not. There is no try. So let's see what happens in the future as we continue this incredible journey. The juniors are about to do or do not as they head out onto the circuit. And it'll be Aaron Garcia versus Leo Robinson as they race for supremacy around the course here in Zuera. We're going to see some epic driving from them. Aaron Garcia determined to keep his position at the front of the field. He was pole in time qualifying and won the first heat. Can he make it 2 from 2 and become the ultimate leader of the points heading into the lunch break? We'll find out. So qualifying heat A versus D will get underway shortly as they go out for their outlap and formation lap. Aaron Garcia alongside Leo Robinson from Thibaut Ramakas and Alexis Constant. Eloin Bien-Aimé and Hugo Marti from Raoul Thanthaden and Andreas Dupé, Noah Montero and Ben Smith from Tiziano Cugnini and Baz Vidold, Marc Granada and George Nassar, Jules Caranta and Sandro Perez from Freddie Allam and Natalia Granada, Mathis Mechault and Alex Caralto, Avril Sasha, Rin Savos, Raphael Theveny, Ronan Hennessy, and from the back of the grid, Macaulay Bishop. Bring it on. What can he do in the Lando Norris kart chassis from the back row of the grid? He certainly worked his way up through the field rapidly last time. Do the same again, Macaulay. Race, rest, repeat. It's a fascinating battle to see how the drivers are going to challenge their way forward. We will see some great race battles all the way through this one as the drivers put on an excellent display. So the competitors are working in fine formation as they race around the course, and we're going to have an excellent race for all of the drivers. Are we going to see an excellent display from the competitors once again? But this is a fantastic and sensational racecraft battle that these drivers are putting in already. And we will continue to see some great duels from them. What can Aaron Garcia do from the front end of the field as the race battles continue? This is an excellent race ahead of us for the drivers as they race in close proximity. The drivers are putting on a great show. And now we're going to see some epic performances from the drivers. But it's all going to come down to what the drivers can give us from the get-go. So the competitors putting in the race battle, the formation lap going strong here as the drivers run in close proximity. Are we going to see a fascinating battle from the drivers again? It's certainly going to be a tough one for Aaron Garcia to hold on to. They've got a massive pool of drivers as they continue in close proximity. So the drivers are well and truly joined as they race in position. Here we go. And it is a green light start as the drivers work together in formation through to the first corner. Great battles and great drama. Into the first couple of corners. Everyone's safely through one, but not through two. 2 or 3 drivers going out wide there. Garcia getting the perfect start, but that is one of the spinners. That is the 61 Lando Norris car. That's Alex Caralto having his moment. The battle's continuing. The drama is very tight. So let's see if the competitors continue on their way forward. And we will see some great race drama from them as they continue to battle away. But this is all about Aaron Garcia running in front of Thibaut Ramakas, who's made a terrific start. No, that's the 17. That's Eloin Bien-Aimé. That's Bien-Aimé who's moved his way up to second position. What a great performance from him so far. It's definitely been excellent work. So the drivers are putting on a great display of composure there from the competitors as they work on. Garcia, Bien-Aimé, Ramakas, Robinson, Marti, Dupé, And then Alexis Constant from Raoul Thanthaden. So the contenders are putting on an excellent display. But Garcia holds the advantage for the moment. Up to second has come Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian, getting into second position. The drivers put on an excellent fight at this moment in time. So still the battle well and truly joined from the contenders. And we're going to see how the overtaking opportunities will come, how the prowess will go. So the drivers still working very close-knit as Garcia loses his lead. Ramakers has got through for the moment. So Thibaut Ramakers having a great tussle. Garcia, second position. Third is Bianame. Fourth is Leo Robinson. And fifth is Hugo Marti. The drivers continue their battle. And it's been a very tough battle all the way through. Down the main straight. Look at the battle for sixth position in the background as Montero's going after Dupé. They will continue. Excellent racing. Up the inside. Looks like a couple of changes for sixth position already in the offing. But Thibaut Ramakers leads. And on the inside to get for the lead of the race is Elouan Bianame. Great racing from Elouan Bianame, doing an excellent job so far as he continues on his way. Fantastic battles from the drivers. They race in position. It's been a sensational battle for the contenders up to this point. So some great racecraft as the drivers continue in close proximity. But now it's Bianame from Ramakers. Robinson up to third. Then Marti. And then, of course, Aaron Garcia, who is still there or thereabouts. But it looks as though we may end up with 4 different race winners from the 4 Junior X30 heats. This is exactly what we were hoping for. A very competitive weekend in the offing for Junior X30. Here we go. Oh, Bianame and Ramakers. Goodness me. Thibaut Ramakers had a move on Elouan Bianame, and Bianame was not going to let it happen. That was as aggressive as you like down into turn 1. Elouan Bianame absolutely forceful on Thibaut Ramakers. Leo Robinson in third now from Garcia. Hugo Marti and Noah Montero, who sets the fastest lap of the race. The Portuguese driver really now starting to run on a pace. Fastest of all in the first sector. This is not just a one-lap trick from Montero. He really is going for it. So out of the hairpin. And Elouan Bianame, he's clearly put his boxing gloves on, never mind his racing gloves. He wants to keep Thibaut Ramakers at bay for as long as possible. Leo Robinson in third, Garcia in fourth, then Marti, then Montero, and the 6 of them have got well clear. So Elouan Bianame is still holding his position for the time being. Ramakers doing his best to run for it. What will he do this lap? Ramakers is not quite close enough to go for Bianame to turn 1 this time. So he's going to try somewhere else. Bianame defending on lap 5. He clearly doesn't feel he's got the pace. Robinson trying to step in on the inside. Garcia given some space. Garcia into second place now. And here comes Montero on the inside into third. Brilliant from Montero. He drifts a little wide, but holds it on the exit. Great racing from Noah Montero. Total maturity. Great wisdom. He saw it unfold, and now here comes Marti to get up the inside of Thibaut Ramakers for 5th position. That was so wise from Noah Montero. He saw it all unfolding and went, right, you guys are going to shuffle away. I'm going to have a gap on the inside. I'm going to commit. And he does and gets third. But now Bianame is going to have the very rapid Aaron Garcia behind him. Will Garcia stand for this? Elouan Bianame has been ultra defensive leading up to this. So what will Bianame do to keep Garcia at bay? And is Montero going to get a run for the victory if they do have a little bit of shenanigans? Up to turn 1. Bianame knows Garcia is there. He'll go defensive again. It's the penultimate lap. He doesn't want to lose anything. Garcia is right there for the hunt. He will not want to concede. Pulls across. Garcia not going for the overtake yet into the hairpin. I would have thought that would be an ultimate opportunity. But Elouan Bianame knows that Garcia is going to play sensible here. He wants to go with him. Montero up to third. A very similar style of drive to what we saw from Cathal Clark. And because they've held each other up, Montero's now got them on the breakaway. He's in the slipstream. Garcia is not quite close enough to Bianame to make a lunge. So Montero now has a hand in the victory. Can he go for it? Bianame, Garcia, Montero, France, Spain, Portugal. Leo Robinson of Algeria is next up. Who's going to make the first move? Bianame holding Garcia. Garcia into the final turn, and he's there! Montero's going to get there as well. And it's a warning flag for Tiziano Kuznini has a warning flag. Here we go. Last lap. They're taking a little bit of nudging down the home straight. Garcia, Montero, Bianame and Robinson. They're going to be absolutely at each other's throats. Garcia holds it. Montero round the outside. What a move. Noah Montero takes the lead. Magic in turn 2. Blissful. That's one of the best moves at Zuera I have ever seen in Junior X30. As Macaulay Bishop charging his way back has cracked the top 6, but he's gesturing frantically. What a move from Noah Montero. The snatch, the steal, and now Bianame on the inside of Garcia. They drift wide, but Bianame's through. That is one of the greatest overtaking moves you're ever going to see at turn 2 in Junior X30, and Noah Montero made it look like child's play. In through the final couple of corners, and it's going to be a heroic drive for Victory Lane Karting's new Portuguese sensation, Noah Montero. What a victory! That one will feel mighty. What about that to the line? Bianame, Garcia and Marti separated by less than a tenth, and it's Bianame that gets it. But what a drive from Noah Montero. One of the best overtaking moves I have ever seen at this circuit. Round the outside at turn 2. That takes bravery and commitment, and Noah Montero had buckets full of it. Wow. Just wow. You never go to the outside at turn 2. It barely ever works. But Noah Montero never says never. Just blissful to watch. And what a star in the making. Noah Montero has arrived at the front of Junior X30. And it's a brave man who'll get bet against him this weekend with moves like that up his sleeve. Oh, just majestic, absolutely majestic. Noah Montero with an audacious overtake, beautiful and dedicated, gets it from Eluan Bianame, Aaron Garcia and Hugo Marti. Macaulay Bishop in 5th from Leo Robinson, George Nassar, Thibaut Ramacas and Alexis Constant. Andreas Dupé in the top 10 from Tiziano Kuznini and Jules Caranta. Natalia Granada from Rolf and Tharen, Sandro Perez in front of Freddie Allen, Mark Granada and Sasha Avril. Then it is Mattis Mershout from Rinsavos, Baz Verdult, Ben Smith, Ronan Hennessy, Raphael Theveny and Alex Caralto. And great news, everybody finished up in fine style. Well, I'll tell you what, it's just phenomenal racing from the competitors in this one. They really did put on a sensational display. It's still very, very early doors here at the Circuit Internacional de Zuera. We're halfway through Saturday with obviously some great races still to come. It's a little bit early to predict who is really making the great play for it in Mini X30 because it's still ultra competitive there. But we now have 4 different winners from the first 4 Junior X30 races, and with some amazing moves from Garcia, Montero and the rest, we are definitely in for some amazing racing there. But can anybody catch and overhaul Evan Gilter in Senior X30? He's been unbeaten so far. This afternoon we'll put it to the test. Can he be beaten? Let's find out later. Welcome back to the action here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera. It's been a very interesting start to the first weekend of the season in the IAME Euro Series 2022. The morning session has seen a one-way traffic freight train for Evan Gilter, who's been unbeatable over the course of the first few races. In Junior X30, we've had 4 different winners from the first 4 races, so nobody is going to be invincible in that category. In Mini X30, it could be a very similar story, as we saw some great performances from Matt Corby earlier on to win his heat, and then of course we saw a fantastic performance from Fusion Motorsports youngster Daniel Kalea in the second. It's Mini X30 that we'll focus on for the first part of the afternoon session, so let's go down to the dummy grid and see how things are looking. The drivers are getting into position and ready to launch away for the afternoon session. It's a busy day at the office here at the Zuera, and obviously everybody is going to be focusing very much on the chasing pack. There is the schedule for the day. We're going to have the 2 mini races for qualifying heats B versus C, followed by A versus D. And those 2 are going to be the races that kick us off for the afternoon session. Then we'll have our trio of races for the seniors. That will be their 4th race of the weekend for the senior driver categories in qualifying heats B versus E, D versus F, and A versus C. That will take us through to 3:30 local time as well. And then we'll head over to the juniors for their final races of the day. That will be their 3rd qualifying heat. And that will be back-to-back, A versus C and B versus D. Then it will be exactly the same groups against each other in the Mini X30 category, as they will find life very tough in Group A versus C and B versus D. The senior qualifying heat will continue then for Groups E versus F. And that is going to be the 5th and final race before the super heats for the Senior X30 categories. And then we'll finish up with qualifying heat C versus D and A versus B. Lots of racing, not a lot of opportunity to sit and rest on your laurels, and great motorsport all the way throughout. So from Switzerland, it is Dan Allemann who will take up his position on the front of the grid for this one. After a cracking first race, Dan Kalea will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. The Irish superstar who managed to take his first heat win of the season in the earlier race. It was Matt Corby that got the win in the other race, so obviously a very exciting battle to come. Matt Corby actually got that win in front of Kit Belowski and Henry Domain, with Jesse Phillips in 4th ahead of Gustavo Marquez, and then Dan Allemann unfortunately picking up a penalty post-race, which dropped him to 6th position. And in the race after that, it was Dan Kalea who got the race victory in front of Bosco Arias and Yuri Fortuny, with Anthony Witkowski in 4th ahead of Nikita Nikizov and Thomas Pradier. So some good battles across the 2 races from the Mini X30 earlier on in the day. Hello to everybody who is watching, wherever you are watching from, whether it's across the European countries. We know we've had people watching along in the United States. Hello to the Stereo Massive if you are listening along as well or watching along. And if you're watching via motorsport.tv, thank you for your patronage. Great to have you with us once again. We're also live on the RGMMC YouTube page and the IAME Euro Series Facebook group as well. Great to have everybody here with us as we kickstart this IAME Euro Series 2022 season in the only way possible, with some fantastic and frenetic racing from all 3 classes. The 1-minute board has only just gone up, so it's going to be interesting to see what has happened over the course of the weekend. If you've only just joined us, well, the junior races have had 4 different winners from the first 4 races. Aaron Garcia, Sasha Van Pad Bosch, Clement Outran, and Noah Montero picking up the wins from earlier on today. Evan Gilter has been unbeaten across his heats, with victories as well for the likes of Oliver Greenall and Dan Steenman, as well as from Paul Cayos and Marcus Luzio. But then, of course, we had 3 races from them yesterday, which were also triumphs for Ariel Elkin and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. So a very exciting battle in Senior X30 to come later on in the day. But for now, it is X30 Mini time. As out onto the circuit will go the drivers in X30 Mini for qualifying heat B versus C. And we are due for some fantastic race battles from them in this one. Dan Allemann and Daniel Kalea will be on the front row of the starting grid from Matt Corby and Yuri Fortuny, Jesse Phillips and Bosco Arias, and then Bruno Priam and Andrea Mani from Gilles Herman and Nikita Nikizov. then Noah Baglin and Senna Munier from Arthur Huang and Leonardis Peruzzi, Alex Martinez and Romeo Melu from Devon Hagelin and Laith Khan, Jensen Jones and Flavio Caida, Max Yule, Beatriz Costa, Ruben Perez and Kazra Kamyab. 24 drivers in the field, 6 laps of the course. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider that the lap is 1.69 kilometers and these guys are 8 to 12 years old, that's a heck of a lot of racing for the drivers to battle around. And they're going to have some pretty tough competition from all of the drivers around them, that is for sure. So all of the drivers are getting themselves into a good position. They're putting the temperature into the tires and brakes. The temperature has risen to 14 degrees Celsius of late. So obviously that means that the track surface is going to be about 24, 25 degrees Celsius, looking a bit more like a Spanish spring morning as opposed to the pouring rain that we had yesterday and that we are predicted tomorrow. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad, but certainly it's been a tricky scenario for everybody to get themselves ready and into a good solid position around the course. And they'll want to give us plenty of excitement and drama as the race weekend develops. But we will have some solid motorsport from the drivers in the IAME X30 Euro Series throughout the 2022 season. We're very excited about which direction the weekend's going to go for them all, as they will want to put on a great display. But still, the battles will be well and truly joined, and the Mini drivers are going to definitely push it across the remainder of the weekend. The drivers obviously trying to get the most that they can out of the karts. And we will see some terrific duels from the drivers. It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very intense, as all of the drivers want to start this weekend the way they mean to go on for the IAME Euro Series. You do drop around, but nobody wants to start their weekend on the back foot. They all want to be there putting in a good, solid display. So everybody obviously wanting to come into this with their eyes wide open and going for glory. Dan Alaman on the front row of the grid then from Dan Calleja. Corby, the earlier race winner. Fortuny, who came close to doing it himself. Jesse Phillips, Bosco Arias, Bruno Priam, and Andrea Mani from Gilles Hamann and Nikita Nigazov. This is going to get interesting as they come off the final turn. Are we going to see a great clean start straight away? Yes, we do. We're racing here at Zuera. And it's a pretty solid start as through come the two Spirit drivers, Alaman and Corby, with Jesse Phillips up at a third position, trying to hold his line into the second corner, which he has done. So good driving there from Jesse Phillips to hold his position, and he finds himself under pressure already from his teammate Dan Calleja. So Calleja holds on in fourth position, but it's the two Spirit racing machines that are in first and second. Alaman and Corby out in front, and then Jesse Phillips in the 926 runs in third position, running well ahead of Dan Calleja. And in fifth position, that looks like one of the AC karts. Here comes Calleja. The Irishman gets through on the inside of Jesse Phillips, so a good start and continues his display thus far. It's been a very interesting battle for him as he continues to work his magic round the course. But we are in for a very solid effort from Dan Alaman and Matt Corby in this one. They will continue to give us good speed and pressure. But what is Dan Calleja going to do now that he's got into third position? Is he going to be able to run from the get-go and push his way forward? Or will these two, Alaman and Corby, just stretch out the advantage out front? Looks as though we've got Jesse Phillips battling with Bosco Arias, Jordi Fortuny, Bruno Priam, then Baglin, Huang, Nikizov, Munier, Martinez, Mani and Human. So a few drivers not quite getting the start they wanted from this one. Here comes Dan Calleja trying to split the spirits. And he's through in the middle. Yes, he's there in second. A bit of a defense from Matt Corby. But Calleja still trying to keep the door firmly shut. And there goes Phillips as well. So Phillips is through in the third. And round the outside, Bosco Arias tries to break through. It's actually Jordi Fortuny, my apologies. Jordi Fortuny trying to come through. And now Jordi Fortuny under pressure from Bosco Arias. Bosco Arias gets through. So the two Spanish drivers racing against each other wheel to wheel. But out in front, it is Dan Alaman, the Swiss ace, who remains in the lead. Second is Dan Calleja. Third position, Jesse Phillips. And in fourth, it is Matt Corby. Oh, the move on the inside from Dan Calleja. He gets into the lead then. A great bit of racecraft from him. He definitely saw the opportunity into the penultimate corner. And so Dan Calleja takes the lead at exactly the right moment from the Irishman. 4 laps to go and looking solid and smooth at the present moment. Lap 2 is completed. 4 laps remaining, and here comes the battle from Phillips, getting up alongside Dan Aleman, or at least trying to. Now he'll get his move into the hairpin, and Phillips is into second. Good racecraft from Jesse Phillips. Saw the opportunity, took advantage of it, and now it's Calleja from Phillips, Aleman, Corby, Arias, and Fortuny. 2 Brits, 2 Swiss, 2 Spaniards. And that is a very exciting battle for the drivers up front. I apologise, Dan Calleja is of course from Ireland, not from Britain, but the team certainly is. So on the inside, that's at the expense of Matt Corby. The 2 Spanish drivers, Bosco Arias and Jordi Fortuny, getting into 4th and 5th. 2 fusions, the spirit of Dan Aleman, and then the Spanish pair of Bosco Arias and Jordi Fortuny in front of Corby, Priam, and then behind them it is Baglin, Wang and Nikizov. A very competitive top 10 so far, and it just keeps getting more competitive as the weekend goes on. So the drivers will still give us plenty to do and plenty to argue about as they come to the first corner. 3 laps done and 3 to go. Phillips is pulling clear of Aleman. This is what the fusion pair wanted. Calleja and Phillips will try and stretch out a gap and pull clear. Look, Phillips is not going for the overtake yet. He's made the fastest lap of the race, but he wants to pull Calleja away from the pack so the 2 of them can battle for the victory on the last lap if they get the opportunity, which I'm sure they will. Dan Aleman, 3rd position in front of Arias, Fortuny and Corby. And then in 7th place it is Priam from Baglin, Wang, Nikizov, Martinez and Senamunier. So the battle's still very closely guarded in Mini X30. Drivers still trying to find the ultimate line. Up the inside. There comes the move from Bosco Arias as Dan Aleman has to fall into 4th position. But they are all very hungry to take the title away from Luna Flusha, the Spanish lady who got the title won last year. In 2022, it's going to be very tight to see who follows her in the IAME Euro Series Hall of Fame. Dan Calleja and Jesse Phillips out in front. So what can Jesse Phillips do? They've pulled away to the tune of 0.6 of a second. It's not much. If they do start battling with each other, they're not going to have a massive amount of time to battle away. But it's certainly in a good direction that they are currently battling and pursuing each other. Down the straight, up to the hairpin again. Calleja and Phillips still running closely. Arias, Aleman, Fortuny and Corby, the top 6. But it looks to me as though Bosco Arias has well and truly dropped Dan Aleman, and now they are looking to battle away again. Can Dan Calleja make it 2 from 2 and remain unbeaten, or is his young teammate Jesse Phillips going to have a get opportunity to go through and take the win? Less than a lap and a half to go. And Jesse Phillips is hungry for the overtaking move, but he's got to time it right. He doesn't want to go into the side of his teammate. Meanwhile, Jordi Fortuny is going to lose out to Matt Corby. Matt Corby gets into 5th place. Still one more lap of racing around the circuit in this heat. Here we go. 1 lap to go. And Dan Calleja hanging on from Jesse Phillips, but Phillips is still pulling clear. Bosco Arias is only 0.3 of a second back, and Phillips knows it. This won't be easy at all to overhaul his teammate. But what will Dan Calleja do? Will he defend from his teammate? Well, Calleja and Phillips are going together at the moment. But Phillips would dearly love to get the overtake. Will he go for it here? He's just got to wait for his opportunity to appear, essentially now. Through the hairpin. And is Dan Calleja going to get the job done? Or will Jesse Phillips find an opportunity to dive through and take the victory? There is a bit of a gap between himself and Bosco Arias, but it's not big. They come off the hairpin, and I think Dan Calleja may just have enough here on Jesse Phillips. But the team will be 1 and 2, and that will be perfectly acceptable from their point of view. Perhaps Phillips is leaving his best till last. Either that, or he's going to surprise Dan Calleja with a very bold last corner manoeuvre. He's getting closer. He's getting closer. If he can get a good run off the turn, he might just get the slipstream as they come onto the main straight. Phillips is right in there. He's got an opportunity. No, he's going to sit in behind. Calleja will take it. Phillips in 2nd, Arias in 3rd. A great battle to the victory. Matt Corby in 4th position. with Dan Aleman coming home 5th in front of Jordi Fortuny. Well, I'm surprised. I would have thought Jesse Phillips might have made his bid to go for it, but instead he wasn't able to. He decided to hang in behind his teammate Dan Calleja. And with 6 laps of racing completed, it's the Irishman that makes it 2 from 2, and that means heading to the next rotation. Dan Calleja, the Irishman, is unbeaten in Mini X30 up to this point. So it's certainly a very good rhythm that has been shown so far. But Dan Calleja just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow, keep it nice and calm. No need to worry about things for the moment. The team game is played well there at Fusion as they race for supremacy. So Dan Calleja bringing it home in front of Jesse Phillips and Bosco Arias. Arias just not able really to run with them at this point in the race. But Dan Calleja is provisionally unbeatable in Mini X30. 2 races and 2 wins. Phillips is second from Bosco Arias, then Matt Corby and Dan Aleman, the Spirit Boys from Jordi Fortuny and Noah Baglin. Bruno Priam, Arthur Huang and Alex Martinez finish off the top 10. Then it is Nikita Nikizov in front of Senna Munier, Leonidas Peruzzi and Gilles Herman from Devon Hagelin and Jensen Jones. Then Leith Khan is 17th place in front of the Monegasque Andrea Mani. 19th position goes the way of Max Yule in front of the new boy Kazra Kamyab. Then Romeo Melo, the Lion, in 21st. Beatriz Costa, she finishes in 22nd from Flavio Caida. And the Spider-Man himself, Ruben Perez, in 24th. All of them started and all of them brought it home as well for the finish. So it's a good continuation of the race day in qualifying heat B versus C in Mini. And the next race is coming up very briefly indeed for qualifying heat A versus D. I'm joined, however, up in the commentary box by one of the senior drivers who's been working very hard all weekend. Senna Rodijk is with me. Senna, great to see you. Great to see you back in the IAME Euro Series as well. Just how intense has the weekend been for you so far?
Really intense. It's a difficult track because of the fast corners and the really slow hairpins. So it's difficult with the sprocket and tire pressure. But I really like the track and especially the sun. It's much better than in Holland.
Absolutely. Now, Peter de Bruyn and you guys in the team at PDB, you've really made a step forward with the Falcon chassis. Even over the winter, it looks like you guys are all starting to knock on the door of the front end. You've got your teammates, Dan Steenman and Luca Griggs, doing a great job this weekend. How have you guys made such a brilliant transition over the winter?
Just drive a lot with a lot of different drivers. So tall drivers, small drivers, heavy drivers, aggressive. So that's helping us a lot. And just different tracks and trying the craziest things to improve the chassis. And it looks like it's really working out for us. So I think we keep improving. We have the right people around us. So yeah, it's getting better and better.
And in the last couple of seasons, I was talking to Eddie Goldstein about this earlier. We're saying that in the years gone by, it's been drivers from 1 or 2 nations that have really excelled in the past. But this year, it's even more competitive than it's ever been. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, I really don't know. I think COVID made some changes as well because the drivers, everyone couldn't drive a lot of races. So I think there's more chance for everybody now. So I really like to see drivers from every nation in the front. And yeah, it's nice to compete in this field.
Now, this second half of the season could give you guys at PDB a real opportunity to come forward because we have Marienburg coming up and the season finale at Genk, so circuits that you guys know very well. Have you guys got something very special cooked up for us? We might see you guys towards the front quite a lot those 2 weekends.
Well, not really. We're just hoping that our the laps we did over there will help us to improve again the chassis and just make some good moves and smart races, good hits, and make sure we are getting into the finals every time, top 5. With Luca, Dan also really good. So I think especially Genk will really help us in the season.
Now, earlier in the week, obviously, we celebrated International Women's Day. It's really nice, actually, to see here in the IAME Euro Series paddock in 2022. There are even more ladies on the Senior X30 grid than there ever have been before, and you're all able to run towards the front.
Yeah, it was really cool. I spoke to Sida as well, Sida van Meert, and yeah, we were just laughing, and it's really nice to see a lot of girls on track, and just also to see that there's not a lot of difference between the boys and the girls. Because that was different a couple of years ago. Because the boys were always like, oh shit, there's a girl in front of me, I need to push her off or something like that. And that's starting to change right now. So I think that's really good.
And obviously, as we continue on through the course of the weekend, there's the potential tomorrow that the rain may return. How are you guys prepared for that? Is it basically back to the same setup as yesterday, or are you having to evolve it through the weekend?
Well, we will see tomorrow. I don't know how heavy it's going to rain, so that's, I don't know exactly, but I think the setup in the rain yesterday was pretty good, so it will be something like that, maybe a little different sprocket or things like that, tire pressure. But no big differences. So I think we are pretty good in dry and wet. So we will see tomorrow.
Amazing. And hopefully we'll see you in the final. If we don't, you should totally come and share the commentary box with me. We need a racing driver to help me out. So please do if that's the case. But we want to see you in the final grid, obviously. That would be the priority.
Yeah, of course. That would be great, yes.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Good to talk to you, and we'll catch up with you through the weekend.
Great. Thank you.
Excellent. So let's focus back with the Mini X30 drivers. Fantastic work so far. Great to hear from Senna Rodijk of the PDB Racing team. And she's absolutely right. The PDB Racing team really have made big gains over the winter. And the raw, rapid pace from the Falcon chassis. It's great to see just how big a change and how big an aspect we have from the competition from the teams. It has all of a sudden over the winter, well, let's talk about it. 2020 and 2021, we had one or two teams in Junior and Senior X30 who were pretty much at the front all the time. And you didn't really get to see too many other teams have a look in unless there was a special circumstance. This year, it's impossible to know which team's got the best equipment, because from each race, from each heat to each heat, it seems to be changing all the time. So it's been fantastic to see that there's at least 12 teams in Junior X30 and Senior X30 this weekend who have had a turn at the front throughout the course of the heats. So amazing that even last year we had a competitive championship. This year, it's even better than before, because now there are so many teams with the opportunity to put their drivers at the front end of the field. We've had pretty much everybody who's entered a team this weekend have a turn at the front at some stage during the heats or in the sessions. So it's been fantastic and really, really encouraging to see just how ultra competitive the sport has become just in the space of a couple of months, because last time out at Valencia, we got a taste of it. But you're never really sure when you come into the season whether that's just a one weekend blossom or whether it's the form for the entire season. Great to see that it is actually looking to be the form for the entire year, that we're going to have multiple teams battling for the victories. That's how it should be. You don't want one team to run away with it. You want to make sure that every squad has the chance to fight for the front end. So X30 Mini is won for the second time by Dan Kalea, the Irishman, in the Mini X30 race prior to this one. There is another one just to come, and that is going to be very, very closely fought between the drivers in this next race, because it'll be Jensen Graham returning to his position on the front of the grid alongside his teammate Anthony Witkowski, and then the British driver Kit Belowski will be in there as well. So with Graham, Witkowski and Belowski all in the mix together, these three drivers are going to be hunting for the victory to continue the great form from Fusion Motorsport, who have won all but one of the heats so far in Mini X30 this weekend, and they want to continue that kind of quest for supremacy. But despite the fact that they've come through for the victory, there are at least 5 teams, possibly 6 in Mini X30 that can run at the front. We've already seen that through the course of the weekend. It's not just Fusion Motorsport that have the chance to, but also Monlau Competition, the Spirit Racing team. Oliver Rowland Motorsport have a couple of drivers towards the sharp end. And of course, so too does the Spirit Racing team from Switzerland and the AC Motorsport team from Spain. So there's quite an opportunity for the drivers to get close to each other over the course of the weekend. But for Messrs Graham, Witkowski and Belowski, it's an intra-team battle that they're about to battle away for, with the Paralena España driver Manuel Miguez hoping that he can get past all of them on the run to the first corner. Gustavo Cunha will be alongside Gustavo Marquez, the two Portuguese Gustavos on the third row of the grid. Then Henry Domain of Great Britain for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, alongside Thomas Pradier in the PB Kart Alonso. And then Darren Miron and Keith Grant, the teammates at Fusion, on the 5th row of the starting grid. Keep an eye on Leo Perez and Jaguar the Troja as well. And also keep an eye on Marie Barryberg and Denny Babacek from the 7th row of the grid. Two very talented drivers who could make their way through into the top 6 if the cards fall in the right direction. So the drivers head out onto the circuit for Mini X30 qualifying Heat A versus D. And that'll put our pole position sitter, Jensen Graham, up to the front end of the field. So let's talk them round on the outlap and formation lap. Jensen Graham and Anthony Witkowski from Kit Belowski and Manuel Miguez from Gustavo Marquez and Gustavo Cunha Henry Domain and Thomas Pradier. From Dan Miron and Keith Grant, then Leo Perez and Diego Troja. Marie Barryberg and Denny Babicek from Antoine Venon and Georgi Zazov. Maxim Bobrishov and Javier Broaska. Joao Andrade and Angelina Simons. Antonio Macedo, Maxime Neupel, Maya Lamarchand and Edouard Godefroid. So the Mini X30 drivers try and get some heat into the tyres and brakes. The temperature is climbing rapidly now around the circuit. Here for the X30 Mini qualifying heat A versus D, which means that the damp patch that was hovering around the final turn is now ancient history. The circuit is bone dry once again. So the teams will revert back to their dry setups that they were running on Thursday. Friday was not a positive day for the slick tyres. They barely got a look in at all. I don't think they even did get a look in at all through the entirety of Friday, other than a couple of drivers in the Senior X30 heats on Friday night trying their luck. But Jensen Graham, Anthony Witkowski and Kit Belowski all going to be running for the Fusion team at the front end of the field. Watch for Manuel Miguez, though, in the Paralin. If he gets a reasonable start and chops across to the inside line off the get-go, he'll still be a factor in this one quite the way through. So the drivers are obviously preparing for action, and it'll be a very intense fight. This is a very difficult circuit to get right. Very fast, very frenetic. A lot of this comes down to the battle that you have with looking after the tyres and brakes, as well as the engine management. It's always very interesting at this circuit, but hopefully all of the drivers are going to find it relatively competitive from the offset. But let's see what the front row of the grid will give us. Jensen Graham and Anthony Witkowski going to charge their way down to the first corner. And then Kit Belowski and Manuel Miguez will do likewise. Gustavo Marquez and Gustavo Cunha on the third row from Henry Domain and Thomas Pradier. Dan Miron and Keith Grant from Leo Perez and Diego Troja. Marie Barryberg and Denny Babicek. And then Antoine Venon and Georgi Zazov from Max Bobrishov, Javier Broaska, Andrade, Simons, Macedo, Neupel, Lamarchand, Godefroid and Torres. Are we going to go racing? Yes. Oh, we're going around again by the look of it. Yep, it's a false start. So Jensen Graham will actually send them around again. There's the repeater light to confirm it. So we do not go racing this time by. It's a decision taken by clerk of the course Martin Bean that the repeater light will come on once again. So obviously the man who looks after the shop in the IAME Euro Series, clerk of the course, Martin Bean, can make that decision from the top of the gantry. Working there in position on the main straight. Working in collaboration on the home straight with his assistant, Gonzalo Planta. And they will run together one more time around the circuit and then form up into their two tram lines, and hopefully this start will be cleaner off the get-go. There they are. Martin Bean on the left of your picture, Gonzalo Planta on the right-hand side of the picture, the two people that will keep an eye on things off the start of the Mini X30 race. And if all is well, then Martin Bean will obviously set the wheels in motion and let them get underway. So Jensen Graham and Anthony Witkowski from the front row of the grid. Kit Belowski, the man who was triumphant last month in the IAME Winter Cup. He will want to continue that sort of performance again. So let's see what he can do as they come off the final turn. This is going to be an interesting start to the season for them all. Down the straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. It's a late call, but we do go racing. Up to the first corner. Graham and Belowski already through, and it looks as though Domain is trying to get himself into the positions nice and early. Looks like a very good start from Henry Domain. He's up to fourth position. A good getaway tucked up behind the Birolart, I think that is, that's running in position. That has got to be Gustavo Cunha. The 936 going well. Oh, sorry, that's Gustavo Marquez. I do apologize. But everybody has got through in a good position. So they will all go through to the hairpin en masse. And they've got through in good position. No problems, no dramas. Now on the straight once again, up towards the hairpin. Here comes the bid on the inside. And it's a nice overtaking move there from Henry Domain, who gets through into third position. Jensen Graham and Anthony Witkowski are working hard up in the front end of the field. They haven't changed much. It actually is Kit Belowski. My apologies, it has changed a little bit. as that is the 922 of Jensen Graham, but it's Kit Bolowski on his tail. So we know that Dan Kalea is going to keep his position at the top end, but will Kit Bolowski keep his in second? He's got to overtake Jensen Graham really to hang on to that for the moment. Henry Domain is looking pretty hungry as well in third position after a great start. Then Marquez, Miron, Miguez, the Troja. What a start from him and Babacek. Up to 7th and 8th places, those two. Great racing so far. And Henry Domain tucks up behind Jensen Graham. The top three still very close together. Gustavo Marquez in the Birolart runs in 4th position. Then 5th it is Dan Miron, who's made a cracking start, up 4 places from the grid. Then Manuel Miguez, and then the two absolute firecrackers in this field, Jagrad the Troja and Denny Babacek. They've made great progress so far. Anthony Witkowski is all the way down in 8th at the moment. So through they come again, and Jensen Graham just hanging on to the back of Kit Bolowski. So Bolowski's got through to take the lead. I actually missed that one. I'm so sorry. I was looking at the timing screen at exactly the wrong moment. But now he's going to take his lead back. There goes Graham. And Bolowski's going to have to concede to Henry Domain, who also puts the car to the front end. Domain goes for the lead. My goodness. From 3rd to 1st in 3 corners. And Henry Domain hits the front here in Mini X30. Terrific racecraft from Domain. He's not going to panic too much about being in front this early on. It just shows you what a threat he's going to be for the season. His teammate Jagrad the Troja is going to try his best to work his magic to get up there with him. But certainly they are slightly differing levels of driver at that point in the ORM team. On the inside, recovery from Jensen Graham and Kit Bolowski. They both get past Henry Domain. Domain lets it happen and slots himself into 3rd position before Gustavo Marquez can get close enough to threat. Then Miron and Miguez from Witkowski, who's got back into 7th ahead of Babacek, the Troja, and Keith Grant. Here's the move from Bolowski. I thought Domain was going to assist him into the lead there, but in the end he chose to bail out of it. So Jensen Graham is in front of Kit Bolowski and Henry Domain. Henry Domain looking good. Here's Bolowski, and Domain's going to go with him. So Jensen Graham falls to 3rd for the moment on lap 3 out of 6, and Kit Bolowski once again hits the front. So Kit Bolowski in front of Henry Domain and Jensen Graham. 4th place for Gustavo Marquez, Dan Miron and Manuel Miguez. Across the line, Witkowski, the Troja, Babacek and Keith Grant. Babacek and the Troja having a good battle. Oh, and Bolowski's already started to go defensive on Henry Domain. And look what that's done. It's backed Domain up, and they've both gone wide. Graham's got them both. So Jensen Graham is into the lead, and Bolowski is already defending from Domain and the rest of them. Oh, and off the road. Getting past them all, that is Dan Miron. Dan Miron goes through in a 2nd place. And this is perfect news for Jensen Graham. As Jensen Graham gets into the lead, that will help him out as he makes a recovery. But certainly for Kit Bolowski, that has held him up quite significantly. Dan Miron Lorente is the one who is up to 2nd place now in front of Henry Domain and Gustavo Marquez. So still they race for supremacy, and it's very tight. There goes Domain on the inside again of Dan Miron. So Henry Domain gets into 2nd place once more, and there goes Manuel Miguez. He gets his run to get up into 4th position. A bit of defensive tactics needed there from Gustavo Marquez to thwart Kit Bolowski. And with 2 laps to go, Jensen Graham has already got 7/10 of a second on Henry Domain. But Domain, Miron and Miguez are going to have to work together to close down Jensen Graham, and they've done that. That's how much the tow means at Zuera. That huge gap is now practically nothing. Oh, big defensive moves from Graham, and they back each other up. Jagrad the Troja is now the fastest man on track. He's at the back of this queue in 9th place. Less than a second between 9 of them. There goes Domain on the inside of Graham. And they're all going to tuck in. There's going to be room for at least 3 of them. But as they come down the straight together, there are 9 drivers, all with a shout of victory. Down to the braking zone, a couple of drivers running deep. But Domain leads the way. Miron has to give best to Graham and Miguez. Miguez gets into 3rd. Dan Miron is going to drop back here. Here comes the likes of Phillips and Witkowski. Witkowski is leading the charge in the 933. Sorry, no, it's not Jesse Phillips. My apologies. It is Dan Miron in the middle of that battle because Jesse Phillips was in the previous race. So Henry Domain leads going into the last lap, but it's not done yet. There's a lot to do, and he's breaking the toe as they come across the line. Chops across, and into the position goes Dan Miron. He gets second from Graham. Domain trying to be defensive, but there's big aggression from further back. Here comes Witkowski in with Graham and Miron. Miron is second. Witkowski in fourth place. They're all shaping up. There goes the move from Witkowski. Jensen Graham tries to hold the position, and Graham is up to third. What about Dan Miron? Graham's going to storm through on the inside of his teammate, and he gets there. Great racing round the outside. Witkowski's going to get past, and Miguez is going to run out of road. Through comes Kit Bilowski. He wants a piece of this as well. And it's an absolute squabble further back. But I do believe that Henry Domain has made the ultimate overtaking move at the right time. He's just letting the Fusion trio battle away with each other. Graham wants second, but Witkowski and Bilowski are all going to battle with him. Henry Domain is already long gone. It's great tactics from Henry Domain, who manages to get into the lead, and then Scarpa. Excellent work as he comes across the line for the victory. Henry Domain gets the race win. ORM breakthrough, and it's three abreast for second. Graham, Bilowski and Witkowski. Less than half a tenth of a second between them at the finish line. Dan Miron, Denny Babacek and Jagrat the Troja were in a similar boat there. Less than half a tenth of a second between those three too. Amazing racing. There were 8 seconds covering the top 20 karts across the line. I'm sorry, I can't think of another form of motor racing that's as close as that. Great stuff from the IAME X30 Minis. And Henry Domain gets the job done after 10.19 kilometers. 6 laps of hard racing. And Henry Domain comes through victorious to get his breakthrough victory of the race weekend here in Zuera, and that puts him into second position in the rankings thus far. A win and a third. Very impressive from Henry Domain. So Henry Domain comes in after a fabulous victory in front of Jensen Graham, Kit Bilowski, Anthony Witkowski and Dan Miron. Denny Babacek and Jagrat the Troja, 2 awesome races from them. Manuel Miguez, Maxime Bobrashov and Keith Grant in the top 10. Gustavo Marquez and Maya Lamarchand from Gustavo Cunha and Marie Barryberg. Georgi Zazov is in 15th place in the end in front of Antonio Mateo. Abel Torres fights his way to 17th place, and Angelina Simons comes home in 18th. Behind them, Leo Perez and Javier Proasca in front of Edouard Godefroid and Antoine Venon, Maxime Nopel, Thomas Pradier and Joao Andrade. And yet again in Mini X30, they have decided to show the juniors and seniors how it's done, as all 25 drivers that started the race were also able to finish it. So that shows you just how skillful the driving is at this level. We go back to the senior drivers now to discuss how things are progressing in Senior X30 for the 4th heat. And one of the drivers who can tell us a lot about the progress being made at this circuit, but also in general with the Pantano Racing team, is their Spanish driver, Ruben Moya.
Like quite a lot of drive here in Zuera, because since Spain, first round in Spain is always good with some advantage, because I know quite well the track, the weather. It's not very used to rain here, but the weather forecast is going to rain. Could be some tricky, but I will try to do as much as I can, but always with the crowd and being in home soil is always a good point, so it's going to be fun. Here in Zuera, the slipstream is always on the point. You need a good slipstream to do the super lap. You can also be in the top without slipstream. Probably some drivers that are not super fast get a very good slipstream and get on the top, and that can mix a little bit the grid. So probably we will see some very good drivers starting from the back because they don't get a good slipstream, or they overtook in their lap because they were trying to get a slipstream. So yes, will affect for sure a lot. so we'll see. I don't think it's really difficult at the end. It's like braking. You touch the brakes or you brake as in the other corners, but you need to brake with a different style. But I don't think it's really hard. Like, if you know, at the end we have the drivers we are in the front. We are driving for a long time. We think we are quite good doing this. So at the end it's something normal. We have done this and braking in that fast corners in a lot of circuits like Adria, Portimao, lot of circuits. So I don't think it's a problem or something like this.
A fascinating story to add to the 2022 IAME Euro Series journey. The Pantano chassis and their Spanish talent. The very impressive and very flamboyant Ruben Moya, having had a very solid weekend thus far. There's still plenty of time to go, of course. So there's going to be some great opportunities for the drivers to battle away. So we'll see how the drivers continue to progress at the Pantano Racing team. It's very much early days for that particular team. But they've come out of the blocks fighting hard. Later on in the day, we will hear from their man, Giorgio Pantano, who's obviously put on an excellent show up until this point and just wants to keep that bandwagon rolling. So our attention has obviously been averted by the X30 Minis. Now we get to focus in on the senior X30s. They have 6 races left to go before the Superheats. And the man in pole position for the VDK Racing team is the talented Israeli, Ariel Elkin. He's been very strong all the way through this weekend, was super fast in qualifying, topped his group, and has continued to be incredibly strong all the way through the weekend. He goes up alongside his teammate Hugo Besson on the front row of the grid. The VDK squad continuing to be electrically quick everywhere they go. So it'll be an absolutely sensational run for the drivers, and they will give us an awful lot to do. So as the competitors continue on their way through the course, we will have some exceptional battles for the drivers. In this one, you can see that the fans are all still doing the best they can to enjoy the action, keeping in their social bubbles, of course. And it's great to see that even through the difficulties of the pandemic, which is, of course, still with us, the competitors here are still very much following the codes of conduct, which update all the time. But the fans really enjoying themselves here at Circuit Internacional Zuera. So we will have some fantastic battles as things continue. But the race battles will obviously be very tight indeed. And I'm very confident that we're going to see a tough battle here between not only Elkin and Besson, but we'll also see Oliver Greenall put up a good show here in 3rd position, probably likely to go into that first corner right on the back bumper of Ariel Elkin. Sebastian Hedin will be there 4th on the starting grid, the Swedish driver on the outside of the 2nd row. Eli Goldstein for the EGP Racing team will be there in 5th place on the Tony Kart chassis for the Eichmann's GP Racing squad. And then Sam Shaw for Premium Karting. Epic in qualifying. Hasn't really had the luck so far this weekend, but if he gets what he deserves, then he's going to be very strong indeed and very tough to beat if he gets himself into a competitive position. So as the drivers prepare for action once again, this is the 4th rotation of heats. So we will have some very exciting battles to come. So we will continue this exceptional run. And the drivers are working flat out to put in a good display. It will not be easy, because everybody is obviously going to be pushing flat out for a big opportunity in this particular race. So what now for the drivers from the front end of the field essentially is the question to ask. Ariel Elkin and Hugo Besson, they'll be under big pressure. So with Elkin and Besson on the front row, Greenall and Hedin on the 2nd, Goldstein and Shaw on the 3rd, and Marcus Luzio, the IAME Winter Cup winner from last month, in the 4th row of the grid. There are a lot of drivers who can take the initiative here and go for victory. Only one driver that's going to get to do so. Everybody else will just be chasing their tails. So Ariel Elkin and Hugo Besson, Ollie Greenall and Sebastian Hedin, Ellie Goldstein and Sam Shaw from Marcus Luzio and Paul Cayos, Herolin Eradini, Louis Johnston-Cool, Kevin Rabin and Ruben Moya from Onzo the Cruz and Eric Genet, Jan Duran and Adria Mustienes, Bart Harrison and Eduardo Villa from Lewis Bird and Alberto Paul, Ubelt Moore, Angus Mulsdale, Julian Carmen and Nathan Joliet, Jan Ruthen and Hugo Jalard, Delana Waylands and Juan Aluya, Nicholas Mulbach and Federico Scalvini, Adrian Margiulio, Gabriel Nicolay, and then Mikel Marino, Alejandro Hugue, JP Slater, and William Luis. So some tough racing still very much on the cards here at Zuera. Drivers wanting to make the most of the opportunity. They're running out of chances to put some points on the board, or I should say to put as few points on the board as possible. Because with the reverse grid draw, the idea is that you get as few points as possible, so you want as high a finish as possible. It's 0 points to any driver that comes away with a race victory. 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on and so on. And then whoever comes through at the end of racing with the fewest points will get the ultimate pole position for the start of the race in the superheat tomorrow. And the drivers in first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, and so on will find themselves in the starting grid for one of the superheats. Second, fourth, sixth, eighth, 10th, and so on will find themselves in the battle for position in the lower positions, or on the second superheat, I should say. So as the contenders get themselves ready for the start, then into the pits. We've had a driver come into the pits. It's one of the Lando Norris carts that has come in. I'm afraid that is the 289 in trouble. It's Nathan Joliet, and not for the first time this weekend either. So Nathan Joliet has got a problem there in the pit lane. And we need to try and find out if Joliet is actually going to be able to keep going. He had a moment or two earlier on in the weekend, but it looks as though the mechanic is not entirely sure as to what to do about Nathan Joliet's problems. Perhaps he's got some tracking problems with the steering, because that is not looking particularly easy to fix. So we'll see if Nathan Joliet can join in at the end of the pit lane, but he will go off last place, I'm afraid. So here come the drivers. Elkin on the inside, Besson on the outside. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Great start from Elkin. Not a great start from Greenall, but he does get into second regardless. Besson is able to go with him as they go down to the first couple of corners. Now Greenall has been able to sort it out. Goldstein with a good start as well to get into third position. Everybody's got through turn 2. What about turn 4? Drivers trying to make a move or two for position. Has everybody got through? A couple of bits of dust thrown up, but in essence, everybody's still pointing in the right direction. So the top 3, Elkin, Greenall, Goldstein. Some good moves from them as they work their way on the first lap. And Nathan Joliet has been able to get going again. Only Hugo Jalard did not start. So the battles continue. As just behind the top 6, we've got battles raging, with 2 of the Lando Kart chassis, I think, having a bit of a battle there. Louis Johnston-Cool going wheel to wheel by a battle with Marcus Luzio there by the look of it. But Ariel Elkin running a great race at the start of this. Hugo Besson has had to fall into 4th position in front of Sebastian Hedin of Sweden. Here comes Goldstein, working again on the back of Ollie Greenall. But the man they're struggling to catch is the Israel driver, Ariel Elkin. Still having a very solid race at the moment, having fought his way through in as very strong a position as he can be. So Ariel Elkin out in first position, looking good for another win. But Ellie Goldstein in third, tucks up right behind Ollie Greenall in the hope that he can work his way back through the pack again. And the drivers are pushing very hard to try and bait a moment. Here's Goldstein on the inside of Greenall. P2, no problems for the Belgian. So Ellie Goldstein into second place. A good start for the EGP Racing Team driver there. And in 4th place, that looks to me like the fast charging Ruben Moya. So Ruben Moya is making good impacts in this one as well, as he now fights his way through to 4th position. So Ruben Moya on home soil, clearly finding some good speed in the car. We heard from him just prior to the race, so not exactly a surprise to see him fighting his way forward. Now Ollie Greenall going with Ellie Goldstein. They're trying to get the gap down to Ariel Elkin. Goldstein runs out wide. And that's enough for Ollie Greenall to lose a little bit of ground as well. So Goldstein and Greenall running in second and third positions at the moment. Greenall just trying to give a little bit of support to Ellie Goldstein as they go through on the far side of the course. They continue as they tighten up. Ariel Elkin, the VDK driver on the Kart Republic chassis, still going well. 2 karts from the OTK group, second and third. Goldstein on the Tony kart, Greenall on the Cosmic. And then in fourth place, that is Ruben Moya, running a very competitive race on the Pantano chassis as he runs through to try and close up on the leading trio. Everybody's kept it pretty much to themselves at the moment, no problems, and certainly no slip-ups from anybody at this stage. So the racing's definitely going to be tight to the finish of the way things currently look. Elkin still holds the lead from Goldstein, who is towing along the line nicely. And it looks as though Goldstein might get a move on Elkin before Greenall gets one on Goldstein. Up to the hairpin. No change. Goldstein and Greenall just waiting for their moment. Ruben Moya, the fastest driver on track on the Pantano chassis. And the Pantano racing team running well there. Ruben Moya just keeping it very nice and neat at the moment. So still the drivers battle and quest for position. So who's going to get the ultimate opportunity? Some good battles all the way through. Elkin is definitely trying to shake off Goldstein. Goldstein looking much stronger there than he was in earlier heats. So Ellie Goldstein may be about to upset the party here. He's getting closer to the VDK racing driver. That's the team he used to race for, of course, when he ran in his national Belgian colours. But Ellie Goldstein is now close up behind EGP Racing, looking for their first win of the weekend, with Ellie Goldstein right on the back of the VDK of Adriel Elkin. But also there for the hunt is Ollie Greenall on the Fusion. So it's not done yet. Greenall's going to make his move first. Greenall gets into second. So Goldstein now looking to assist Greenall to pull closer to Ariel Elkin. Ruben Moya is gaining on both of them. A little run deep from Ariel Elkin, just a little bit wide of the mark, but he's fine. He's able to keep the kart nice and planted. So Greenall still hunting for the lead of this race. Ariel Elkin, the Israeli driver, doing a great job at the moment as he runs in position. Second place for Greenall, third place for Goldstein, fourth place for Ruben Moya. And then we have in fifth position Eric Genet, who's made good progress, getting past Sebastien Hedin and Hugo Besson, with Sam Shaw in 8th, Paul Cayos is 9th, and Eduardo Villa running in P10 at the moment. 5 down, 4 to go. So tough to call a winner in this one. Elkin looks strong, so does Greenall. Here goes Greenall for the lead into turn 2, and there's space enough for Goldstein. Elkin won't let it happen though. And now Greenall's holding his line. Watch for Ruben Moya. He can sprint out of the hairpin and get past at least Goldstein, maybe even get alongside Greenall as well. But he doesn't make it happen. Four karts very close together. Bud Chaos gets the fastest lap of the race. What a move from Goldstein. And Elkin goes off again. Ariel Elkin drifts wide. This time he only falls to 4th. But that's the second time Elkin's been on the rough stuff today. Not good news from his point of view. And now Ruben Moya has gone into second as a result of all of that. So Ruben Moya is looking to give the Pantano Racing team a win in their first appearance in the IAME Euro Series. Out of the final turn, 3 laps to go. Ruben Moya's prowess and knowledge of the circuit is going to pay dividends here. But can Greenall keep him back? Ruben Moya pushing hard in second position. This could go their way. Goldstein still in third. So let's see what happens here. Moya's going to go for the move, and Ruben Moya hits the front. Ruben Moya and the Pantano team get into the lead of the race for the first time today in Senior X30. So far, so good for Ruben Moya, but can he hang on to it? Because with 2.5 laps left, Greenall and Goldstein are very close together. Goldstein has to think about it. Greenall is ready to keep him at bay. So those two are obviously going to be very close for the entirety of the rest of this race. But Ruben Moya leads, and this is going to be a groundbreaking one. Goldstein dives in on Greenall. Good overtake from Eli Goldstein. That was nicely planted. He gets by. And Ollie Greenall is looking to try and get for some retaliation. But so far, so good for the man out front, Ruben Moya. This is exactly what the Pantano Racing team wanted. And there's a great chance for them. Goldstein and Greenall, second and third. Fourth is Elkin, and fifth place is Eric Genet. So Greenall, hovering over the back bumper of Eli Goldstein, has got to think for an opportunistic overtake. Doesn't want to push it too hard here. Has to think quite sensibly and quite conservatively about where the move's going to come. Still the battles rage out on the circuit. And I can tell you from 7th position downwards, it's an absolute lottery. We've got one car parked out on the sidelines. That is Nathan Joliet. There is actually a second, which is Alejandro Huguet. Two karts that have definitely had their fair share of bad problems already this weekend, and it hasn't got any better for them. So now there is just going to be one lap left for Ruben Moya. Can he hang on to the victory in the lead of the race here and give Pantano their first heat win in the IAME Euro Series on their first appearance? Goldstein and Greenall are getting closer still though. Goldstein is right there. Moya's going to move to cover. Goldstein's in the lead. Brilliant from Eli Goldstein. Used the slipstream to good effect and storms by. Moya is still there in second, covering Ollie Greenall. But in fourth now, Elkin is under pressure from Eric Genet. Greenall side by side with Goldstein. Can he get the lead? No, Moya holds second. Ruben Moya's got one last bid really on Eli Goldstein here. And it's coming up to the next hairpin, and Goldstein knows it. He holds the card in the middle of the road. There's a little love tap, but it's enough to keep Goldstein in front. Ruben Moya second. Greenall third, Elkin fourth, Genet fifth. It's going to go anybody's way. Watch for Polkaios in sixth as well. Moya tries, can't get past Goldstein. Greenall keeps Polkaios behind him. Elkin's going to drop to sixth if he don't go. Moya gets there. Oh my word, what a move from Ruben Moya. Out of the final turn, it's going to be a dash to the line. Who's going to get there? It's Goldstein. I can't believe it. Goldstein by 24 thousandths of a second. Less than half a second between Goldstein, Moya and Greenall at the flag. A three-way dash to the line, and Eli Goldstein just takes it. That could not have been any closer. Half a second covers the top six over the line. How close do you like your racing? It doesn't get much closer than that. Senior X30, that was a three-way fight to the line. I really hope there were some photographers capturing that as they came across the line, because that was magically close. But Eli Goldstein by 24 thousandths of a second, not even a quarter of a tenth of a second. He hangs on and takes his first win of the weekend, and deservedly so. What brilliant racing there. Goldstein takes the win from Ruben Moya and Ollie Greenall, and look at that, not even a tenth between the top three. Eric Genet and Ariel Elkin from Polkaios and Herbertsmoor, Sebastian Edin and Marcus Lucio. Then Eduardo Villa completes the top 10. Sam Shaw is 11th in front of Anzo Cruz and Juan Aluja. Heralyn Nerodini is in front of Bart Harrison. Alberto Paul ahead of JP Slater, and Mikel Marino is 18th. In 19th place it is Jan Duran in front of Louis Johnston Cool, Federico Scalvini and Julian Carmen from Kevin Rabin and Lewis Bird, Angus Mulsdale, Nicholas Mühlbach from Gabriel Nicolay, William Louis and Jan Rothen from Delano Waylands, Adrian Margiulio, Hugo Besson, Adrian Mustienes, and then the retirements, Alejandro Huguet and Nathan Joliet, with Hugo Jalard unable to take the start. So exceptional race battles continue here at Circuito Internacional Zuera. It doesn't matter which class you're watching, there's always going to be some ruckus as they come to the finish line. We had it once again. But the team that once again takes up residence on the front row of the starting grid for this one is VDK with their man Sam Balota, lining up alongside Danny Caronini, who is in pole position. For VDK Racing, It has been a very interesting battle so far, and we wanted to know what has changed over the course of the winter. So we caught up with their star driver coach, I should say, who's been working out from the team and helping out on the technical side all the way throughout. Not many people are going to know better than this man. Kenny Veresdonk, we caught up with him yesterday through the middle of time qualifying.
We have tested quite a lot on the rain during the winter, so we have found a good package for the wet conditions, alongside the driver, of course. And this is why I think we performed quite well here. We have already made quite a lot of races here with OK mostly, but so we had a good basis for starting with in X30. We work to have a good atmosphere at all time, anytime, if it works, not. So I think this is the atmosphere is pretty cool, and this is why everybody works together, and everybody can work with his teammates and work and learn with him. We have already started it during the practice. Now with the changing conditions, we have to still adapt maybe a bit, but I think we can find it. From what we have seen during practice, I think we have a good package on dry too, so we will see when it will be.
Great to hear from one of the top mechanics this weekend, Kenny Veresdonk, who's been keeping everybody within the team very well planted. So some good performances to come from the VDK Racing team as the weekend progresses. Up at the sharp end of the dais, he will find himself there, Sam Balota on the front row of the starting grid, alongside Danny Caronini. The battles will continue over the course of racecraft in groups D versus F. So Caronini and Balota, then Finn McLaughlin, who will line up third position on the grid with his best chance yet to take his first Senior X30 heat win in IAME Euro Series racing in his first weekend as a senior in the IAME Euro Series. And then Luca Griggs will be fourth position on the grid for the PDB Racing Falcon. Fifth place on the grid will be his teammate, that is Dan Steenman, the Dutchman. So it'll be fascinating to see how those two guys go from their positions on the grid. Watch for Andy Rattel. Sixth position, the KBK competition driver. Was a fast junior, has stepped up to senior for 2022, and already he looks like he's got some firepower under that right foot of his. Seventh on the grid, Daniel Mathia in the AC Motorsport kart, in front of Lazar Lartigo for the Victory Lane karting team, who will be there on the fourth row of the grid. His teammate, Arthur Poulain, is going to be lining up on the ninth position of the grid alongside the Croc Promotions driver from Jamaica, Kalai Atkins, who races under a British license and is based in London, England these days. Then it is an all VDK Racing sixth row of the grid, and it's an all Belgian one as well. Olivan Fait and Nathaniel Den Hont will be together there. Eliska Babichkova leading the TEPZ Racing team in Senior X30 forward as she runs alongside Kamal Agar in the George Gibbons Motorsport team. A quick wave hello to Teresa Babichkova as well, who is hopefully preparing for a single-seater campaign in 2022. We wish her all the best, and I'm sure she's very frustrated watching her two sisters out in racing in Senior X30 in the hope that she can come back at some point soon. Alexandra Mono will be battling his way forward. Sorry, I seem to have missed a couple. Santiago da Costa, the Portuguese driver for Escola de Karting do Oeste, has lined himself up 15th on the starting grid alongside Oscar Joyce, the British driver for Premium Karting. 17th on the grid in the ninth row is the driver who's making sensational progress so far. Sita van Meert for the EGP Racing team has made up so many places from her 3 heats so far. She's definitely going to be a contender in the super heats if she keeps this up, because she's managed to make her way through into the top 10 twice and to 11th position on one occasion as well. So Sita van Meert going very well indeed. Alongside her on the grid is going to be Alexandra Monod of the Victory Lane karting team. And then on the 10th row of the grid, it is going to be Charles Roussan for KBK and Hugo Natteril for AC Motorsport. 21st on the grid will be Matteo Quintarelli for the George Gibbons Motorsport team from the United Arab Emirates. And alongside him on the grid is going to be the talented Drake Janssen for Dan Holland Racing aboard the Lando Norris kart. And then we will see Nick Ho and Ben Doughty, Sami Dari and Mattis Barb, although of course there is a place empty now on the starting grid beside Mattis Barb of the Castellet kart racing team. And that is because Sami Dari was seen adjusting his front fairing after Heat 1 yesterday, and that got him thrown out of the race weekend. So, 10 minutes past 3. Great racing still to come from Senior X30. This is the last heat of the 4th rotation. So this is heat 4 about to finish up. My apologies, no, this is the penultimate heat of the 4th rotation, I should say. And here's the grid. Danny Caronini and Sam Balota, Finn McLaughlin and Luca Griggs, Dan Steenman and Andy Rattel from Dan Mathia and Lazar Lartigo, then Arthur Poulain and Kalai Atkins from Oliver and Fight and Nathaniel Den Hont, Eliska Babachkova and Kamal Agar from Santiago da Costa and Oscar Joyce, Sita van Meert ahead of Alex Mono from Charles Roussan and Hugo Nataril, Matteo Quintarelli and Drake Janssen from Nick Ho and Ben Doughty. Then it is Mattis Barb alone on his row, Lune Claret and Hugo Brun, Adrian Maliero and Mirko Wouters from Julian Kuch and Giovanni Trentin, Philip Ganna, Petra Babachkova and Peter Stiller of Italy. Evan Gilter is the man who is unbeaten so far. His heat will come after this one. But this is an important one for Danny Caronini. He wants to keep his 2nd position provisional, which will get him the front of the grid for the 2nd superheat. So he really wants to be towards the sharp end of the field from the outset. He doesn't want to have to worry too much about his starting positions. Through the drivers come again. A lot of hard work to make up. A lot of drivers with a lot of overtaking moves coming. So for Danny Caronini, this is pressure time as he lines up on the front of the grid. He's not going to have this very easy at all, but at least now he has a real opportunity to go down to the first corner in 1st position. He's had it very tough over the course of the weekend thus far, as of course do Finn McLaughlin and Dan Steenman. They also have a good chance of leading at the end of lap 1, as all 3 of those drivers will be on the inside of the first inside part of the course. So we'll see some good challenges and some good battles from the competitors in the field. So the drivers are neatly in position now. They're going to form up in their 2 rows, and we will see how the contenders battle away for position. Caronini and Balota, McLaughlin and Griggs, Steenman and Rattel, Mathia and Lartigo, Poulain and Atkins, from Fight, Den Hont, Babachkova and Kamal Agar, from Santiago da Costa and Oscar Joyce, then Sita van Meert and Alexandra Mono. It'll be a tough one from the start, but can Caronini hold it in front of Balota to the first corner? This is where the engine revs rise, and we're going to start in position. Yes! To the first corner, Caronini out in front of McLaughlin and Steenman. Through turn 1, they flow nicely. Is everybody going to keep out of harm's way? Yes, they do. Into turn 2, that's when the conflagration really starts to get heated, but everybody's made it through. Up to 4, and McLaughlin in 2nd. No, he's in the lead. He makes his move on Caronini on the first lap, and Finn McLaughlin and Dan Steenman have both got past Danny Caronini, with Luca Griggs starting up in 4th place in the 3:29. Excellent stuff from the Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. He hits the front on the opening tour, and now on the inside comes Griggs to get past Caronini as well. So the PDB Racing team really on the charge. Steenman and Griggs having an amazing opening lap. They are 2nd and 3rd behind the Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. Caronini's coming back at Griggs though. So Caronini trying to get back in on Griggs. No, you don't, says Luca Griggs. No chance. We're going to be 3rd, thank you. Out of the final turn, and still the battles rage as they come through down the main straight. It's looking good for Finn McLaughlin, but he's got big pressure from Dan Steenman into turn 1 as Caronini gets back on terms with Luca Griggs. So Danny Caronini gets into 3rd place, but Finn McLaughlin has never had a tougher fight than this, and on the inside there goes Steenman. Dan Steenman hits the front once again. So Dan Steenman takes the lead for the PDB Racing team on the Falcon chassis. Finn McLaughlin 2nd, 3rd is Caronini, 4th is Luca Griggs. 2022 is as competitive as you like. It's even more ultra competitive than last season was. So this is really going to come down to brains. So Mathia battling with Balota and Lartigo there in the middle of that battle, in that gaggle of carts of the top 6. Steenman and McLaughlin. Oh, we've had a couple of carts go off the road there and recover. So there's a few drivers out of sorts in the middle of the field. There's quite a few trying to recover actually. Is that Gabriel Stilp? The 282 is one of them. That's certainly one of the drivers in the mix for the team. No, it's his teammate Ben Doughty. It's actually Ben Doughty who's had the off there. So Steenman still leading from McLaughlin. The drivers that got caught up were Brun, Stiller, Doughty and Julian Kuch. So it looks to me as though the only one that's walking away from his kart is Julian Kuch, the German driver. Meanwhile, right up behind Luca Griggs, Daniel Mathia has made good progress. And now the Spanish driver trying to work his way through in a 4th position. Then there's a huge queue behind them of Balota, Lartigo, Rattel, Atkins, Poulain. And then it is Mono, Babachkova. And then you've got Nathaniel Den Hont and Sita van Meert, all in that mix. A very competitive race for the drivers in that middle pack. But for Dan Steenman and Finn McLaughlin, they are out in 1st and 2nd at the moment. Some great racing still to come from them. You can just sense that there is going to be a long race battle between these 3 or 4 drivers at the front. Finn McLaughlin going wise. Strengthens the gap between himself and Danny Carinini in 3rd by following in the wheel tracks of Dan Steenman. It's that 4 out of 9. He clearly feels that Steenman is quick, but he can be very quick by comparison as well. So McLaughlin wants to go with the Dutchman and really start to pressurize him. Meanwhile, further back, this is the gaggle of drivers heading to the hairpin. Sam Balota falling into the clutches of Babachkova and Mono. And next up is Sita van Meert. So Sita van Meert, another talented Belgian, going to try and make the move on Sam Balota. Just picking them off one by one. Sita van Meert, she's up to 12th and still making moves through the field. So here is Finn McLaughlin, dueling away for Dan Steenman, the 317, as they go through the hairpin again. Dan Steenman is making great work of things. Finn McLaughlin in 2nd, then Danny Carinini and Luca Griggs from... and that's an off. That's one of the Dan Holland Racing drivers off the road. That looks a little awkward. That's Drake Jansen. Drake Jansen's gone off the road there as Balota tries his best to fend off from Sita van Meert, but she gets through regardless. Great racing from van Meert. And it looks like the 302 of Adrian Maliero got through as well. McLaughlin takes the lead. McLaughlin takes the lead over turn 4. So great race battling there. And with Drake Jansen out of the race, it's now Finn McLaughlin that hits the front. But there's great dueling still to be had all the way through the field as Drake Jansen walks away from his kart. Carinini has now caught right up to Dan Steenman. And on lap 5, Finn McLaughlin sensed the chance and decided to go for it. So McLaughlin leads the race again. Then Steenman, Carinini, Griggs, and that is Mathia in 5th. So Daniel Mathia, he's looking very strong indeed in the AC Motorsport kart. 5th position, trying to close up on Luca Griggs. Onto the main straight. McLaughlin, Steenman, Carinini, Griggs, Mathia, then Poulain, Rattel, Babachkova, Mono, Lartigo, Maliero and Van Meert ahead of Balota and Den Hont, then Atkins and Kamal Agar. Up to the hairpin again. McLaughlin going well in front of Steenman and Carinini. Luca Griggs is really struggling to keep Mathia at bay at the moment. Mathia's reeling him in. Carinini not as close to Steenman as he would like. Nick Ho is going to be awarded the warning flag on this lap. As down at the back of the field, we've got problems for a few drivers in the field. But Dan Steenman and Danny Carinini are going to be battling away big star for this one. So let's see how it all plays out. Finn McLaughlin still keeping in front of Steenman and Carinini. Then Luca Griggs. Mathia is still very close to the back of Luca Griggs at this moment. So the top 3 are close. McLaughlin is going to have pressure from Dan Steenman all the way. But the Dutchman is going to be right in behind the Irishman as they come across the line. Finn McLaughlin across the line again into turn 1. Fast and fluid. Steenman just waiting for his opportunity with 3 to go. It could be any time now that Steenman decides to go rogue and make his bid. Finn McLaughlin still leading. Is this going to be the moment for Steenman? No. McLaughlin protects the line. Carinini's getting closer to them both. Now when is Steenman going to make his move? He checks over his right shoulder. Knows that the reigning IAME International Finals winner in Senior X30, Danny Carinini, is right there behind him. So he's got to make a move on McLaughlin. First of all, here he goes. And Dan Steenman on the inside of McLaughlin. He has to let him go. Once he's that far alongside, you're just heading for an accident if you try and defend. So McLaughlin slots back in. 2nd position. Now he's going back at him. Not a lot of room. Steenman will not give him the space. So McLaughlin has to try again. He's got 2 laps to get back on terms, but he might get some cooperation here from Carinini. So Carinini's going to come off the final corner and go with McLaughlin. Rubbins racing, as they say. Here they go. They're both going to storm by. Lovely from Carinini. He assists McLaughlin past the leader, Steenman, and they drop him to 3rd place. So McLaughlin is now your leader. Carinini 2nd. Steenman 3rd. Penultimate lap. Steenman going well. Trying to size up his moment to get back on terms with Carinini as Giovanni Trentin sets the fastest lap. What a great day the Pantano Racing team are having. On their debut in the IAME Euro Series, both Ruben Moya and Giovanni Trentin are looking very fast indeed. So now Carinini tightens up again to McLaughlin. A lap and a half to go. Let's see what Carinini's going to get done here on McLaughlin. Has to size up the moment. Through 9, up towards 10. Double apex left. Still Steenman looking hungry here. I don't think he's out of the hunt for victory yet at all. Griggs is there in 4th as well. He could pounce. Here we go. Final turn. Here comes Carinini and Steenman. They're going to storm by McLaughlin. And in 1st and 2nd, Carinini hits the front on the last lap, but it's not done yet. Steenman's coming by, side by side. They all drift wide. 3 wide. McLaughlin coming on the far side. Steenman's going to hold it. McLaughlin back on the inside. He gets 2nd. Carinini 3rd. Watch out for Luca Griggs. He's going to try and storm by as well. Luca Griggs coming fast. 4 drivers still in the hunt for this. Steenman holds it. McLaughlin, Carinini and Griggs. Off the turn. You're going to need a big lunge now. Down to the inside. McLaughlin covers Carinini. Up the inside comes Mathia. Mathia splits in and comes up in a 4th position in front of Luca Griggs. But this is all about what Carinini's going to do. Here he comes on the inside of McLaughlin, who turns right across. McLaughlin's not going to lose 2nd place now. He's not quite going to get the victory, that is for sure, but he is going to get 2nd position as he holds on in front of Danny Carinini. But Dan Steenman holds on in fine style across the line. McLaughlin just hangs on in front of Carinini and Mathia. Excellent. Totally stupendous, the racing here in Senior X30. We really have had a terrific year of it so far. And Dan Steenman really has been in exceptional form. So the Dutchman continues on his charge this weekend. He's been close a few times in his career to making a good race of it. But this weekend, Dan Steenman really has stepped up to the plate. A good effort from this man, Finn McLaughlin. 2nd place will do. He's worked very hard, having stepped out of junior into senior. But Steenman doing an excellent job, just timing everything to perfection. This year, Peter De Bruin and the entirety of the PDB Racing and Falcon team really have got something special in 2022. At last, they're getting the results they deserve. So Dan Steenman takes the victory after a very tough race out there in a great race-long battle with Finn McLaughlin and Danny Carinini. They come through in the top 3 together. Daniel Mathia in front of Luca Griggs, Arthur Pulain ahead of Eliska Babachkova, Alexandre Mono and Andy Rattel completing the top 10. It is Lazar Lartigo. Then Adrian Maliero in front of Sam Balota. Sita Van Meert close to the top 10 again ahead of Kamal Agar. Kalai Atkins, Charles Roussan and Nathaniel Den Hont. In 18th place, it is Santiago da Costa. Then behind them, it is Nick Ho in front of Hugo Nataril and Olivan Veit. Matteo Quintarelli comes home in front of Luna Claret. And then Oscar Joyce ahead of Mirko Wouters. Hugo Brun and Philip Ghana of Nigeria from Petra Babachkova. Ben Doughty, Giovanni Trentin. And then we had the retirements. Mattis Barb unfortunately came off the race on the very last lap. And there were retirements as well from Peter Stiller and Drake Janssen. Julian Koch was out on the first lap. And I'm afraid Sami Dari had already confirmed he was not able to keep racing. Well, it's definitely been interesting as we keep an eye on the Senior X30s, but in Junior X30, it has been so open and even, and one of the drivers who stepped out of Mini X30 last year into Junior X30 this season is Tiziano Kushnini. Tizzy, great to see you, and how have you been enjoying the step up?
It's faster and better and more action in it, but I like Mini in the rain, like you can do it like like grandma's walking, all all driving, but junior is in the rain a little bit trickier, but I like the speed.
It's been a big change, and every driver, when they come out of Mini to go into the junior, you get so much more speed, and the chassis is bigger, so it's almost like you're having to learn driving all over again. Have you found it particularly to your liking?
Yeah, the races are good, and in the practice we learned much. With also Sasha was fast, and with him I can learn something, and yeah, it's good.
Very good, because you, of course, raced against each other last year, so you can swap stories. Now, last year when you were here in Mini, you were very fast around this course, and even in the wet conditions, you showed good speed. So I guess the step up from last year in Mini to come up to Junior, you have a really good opportunity to show that you can run towards the front again.
Yeah, this is it.
That was very simple. So over the course of the next couple of races, you obviously have one more race today, heading into the superheats tomorrow. Is there still a little bit more speed that you guys can find, or are you pretty much reaching your limit at the moment?
In the moment we had a little bit problems with the pressure of the tires, but we changed it now and it's going to be perfect. That's it.
And it's a very important year for you as well, because you're not just going to be racing here in IAME Euro, you're also going to be representing Switzerland in the Academy Trophy. That's looking very exciting.
Yeah, I am so happy about it.
Fantastic. Well, it looks like we'll see you a lot in 2022. Good luck, Tizzy. Have a great race day.
Thanks.
Excellent. Always good to hear from Tizzy Kuznini. We'll focus back down onto the starting grid once again as the drivers get ourselves ready in Senior X30. Still good battles to come. Great to hear from one of the superstars of the paddock. And Tiziano Kuznini stepped out of Mini last year, was very quick over the course of 2021 in Mini, and has definitely got good potential in Junior X30 in 2022. But in Senior, the battle rumbles on, and the man on pole position has been unbeaten so far this weekend, and he keeps hoping it will stay that way. For VDK Racing and for the Frenchman Evan Gilter, it seems that this weekend, in the first weekend of the IAME Euro Series 2022, he can do no wrong. He's been perfect in time qualifying, perfect in race 1, 2 and 3, and this fourth heat he starts from pole position again. It looks pretty neat and tidy from his point of view, but we have seen already that just from starting in pole position does not guarantee that you are going to get the job done. In the previous two races, Ellie Goldstein and Dan Steenman have proved that you do not need to start in pole position to win races. You have to put everything together and make it perfect. They fought back from 5th on the grid on both occasions and have been able to come through as the race winner. So for Evan Gilter, he's going to have a lot of high pressure. And on this occasion, he's going to have the feisty British driver, Thomas Fleming, going alongside him on the front row of the grid on the Lando Norris chassis. What a rejuvenation this has been for Thomas Fleming. He's always been fast, he's always been quick, and he's always been gutsy. But this year, the confidence of stepping into the Lando Norris chassis and continuing his journey with Dan Holland Racing, he seems like a new man in 2022, and he seems to have evolved even more so than he had last year. So Thomas Fleming is definitely going to be a contender for the IAME Euro Series title this season. He's there on the front row of the grid. Then on the second row, we will have Yanis Steven Haydens and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, two drivers who have really upped their A game over the winter as well. It's not just been about the big names. They have been able to make good progress as well. Henki Kalteren, 5th position for the RSD karting team. And Santiago Valve for the Mol Racing squad on the Birolart chassis. He has proven that he's got plenty of ability to charge his way forward. It looks like we're going to run to schedule because the recovery crew are returning the truck to its position of the exit of turn 1. And the Senior X30 drivers doing a fantastic job. A massive congratulations and muchas gracias to all of the officials and the marshals around the course. They keep us safe and sound everywhere we go, of course, in motorsport, but particularly here this weekend at Zuera. This incredible team of volunteers and passionate petrol heads who are keeping us safe and sound around the course. And without them, we are nothing. We are very indebted and grateful to the Orange Army around the course and the stewards, officials and marshals who keep us safe and allow us to have this incredible spectacle of racing in Zuera. So now the drivers will head out onto the circuit once again. Evan Gilter leads them out. And can he make it 4 out of 4? We will find out in the next 9 laps. So for qualifying heat A versus C, it is Evan Gilter and Thomas Fleming on the front row. On the second, it is Jannis Stevenadens and Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Then Henki Kalteren and Santiago Valve from Jason Young and Hugo Orendi. Then it is Eloy Gonzalez and Miguel Silva from Enzo Levesque and Juan Pasalaigua. Eduardo Dominguez and Gabriel Stilp from Ben Hovelack and Alex Martinez. Achille Gobert and Noah Maton. Kimi Duron and Maxi Steimer from Sebastian Murray and Bo Heimans. Then Senna Roddick and Ivan Arias. Daniel Breeze is going to have to start the race from the pit lane, I think, or certainly will join in at the end of the out lap. He can join up at the formation lap and take his place back, providing he can get back into his position before the red line. Jaime Sanz will be there along with Adrien Klosmanil, Alto Vausort and Harvey Ryby. Gaspard Lagaye, Mika Vos, Luis Alves, Francisco Costa, Lars Venink, Lucas Federic and Luca Degrange. So the drivers working in position again. We'll have to double check and make sure that the drivers can be... Oh, someone's coming into the pits. That's one of the AC karts coming in. So there's mechanical problems for one of the Kart Republics in pit lane at the moment. And that is the 268 coming down pit road. So that is problems for Alex Martinez. He's already had his problems today. And it looks as though a hesitant start for Daniel Breeze. He can't get going. There is Alex Martinez. They're trying to get his kart started, having been into the pits. And Alex Martinez is in the same boat as Daniel Breeze. So it looks like both drivers are going to have to start the race from the pit lane now. That is very unfortunate. But there is not a lot they can do. There you go. So they're going to have to start the race from the pit lane then. Both karts, Daniel Breeze on the right and Alex Martinez on the left. They will have to wait till the whole field has gone by. It's always a very demoralizing moment for a race driver when you've already had a difficult weekend. You're trying to make an impact. And unfortunately, that kind of occurrence really puts a hamper on the race preparation. So Gilter on the inside, going to make it 4 out of 4 if he can hold on. But Thomas Fleming will not make it easy, nor will Stephen Haydens or Kalteren. Let's see how it goes. Are we going to get off to a good start this time? Bye. No. False start. Now, this is good news for both of the drivers in the mix there. Alex Martinez, who rejoins. Daniel Breeze cannot. Daniel Breeze is still struggling to get the kart started. Now he gets out on track. But that is pretty devastating for the two Spanish drivers who are trying their best to go racing at the same level as their opponents. So that was very tricky. But I'm afraid they're just going to have to allow the race to unfold with a little bit more adrenaline through their bodies than they were hoping to have to carry. So a difficult start for Martinez and Daniel Breeze, but at least they can race. That's the main thing. So we have not started yet. The drivers coming through on their formation lap, their second formation lap. But it isn't going to be easy to sort this one out. Evan Gilter and Thomas Fleming on the front row. Jannis Stevenadens and Rivaldo van der Westerleken on the second. There is Daniel Breeze. Is he actually going to make it round? I'm not sure he is. He's got more problems. So there's the rest of the field, a couple of corners further round. And Daniel Breeze, his kart is coming to a stop at Marshall Post 7. So Daniel Breeze is not going to be able to take the start. That's unfortunate, but there's not a lot he can do about it. But we are going to go racing regardless. Evan Gilter on the front row with Thomas Fleming. Ready and go. Oh, contact on the way down to the first corner. Two karts getting close. Jannis Stevenadens and I think that was Rivaldo van der Westerleken connecting as they both wanted the same piece of tarmac. And the lead has changed, I believe. Gilter is no longer leading. No, he's not. That is Thomas Fleming. Fleming has made a terrific start. And Thomas Fleming now leads the race in front of Evan Gilter. A little bit of dust thrown up behind, but everybody's just about got through. Well, that is as close to a multiple kart pileup as you can get without actually having one, because that was pretty nasty on the run to the first corner. They just about got away with that. And a little bit of a drift wide. There's Daniel Briz. His race is over before it even starts. So the CRG driver walking away from the scene. And the field charging by at full throttle. But out in front, oh well, Gilter's really struggling in this one. There goes Van der Westerlaken. He's through in his second place. And there behind him, that is the fast starting Santi Valve. So Santiago Valve is in fourth position. But out in front it is Fleming from Van der Westerlaken and Gilter. Here they come, they're both going to get past him. Gilter never really pressures, never really panics. He just lets the race come back to him. And here he goes on the inside of Van der Westerlaken. And he's back in front. Amazing from Evan Gilter. He's just been superfluous to all the other drivers around him all weekend. And after all of that shuffling of the deck, I'm afraid Thomas Fleming is now down in sixth. He started the lap leading, and now Gilter, Van der Westerlaken, Valve have all got through, as of Kelteren and Steven Haydens. And through to second goes Santi Valve on the inside of Van der Westerlaken. So he's going to now lead the assault to get after Evan Gilter. Now, Evan Gilter is obviously trying to keep an unbeaten run. And he was in third position, which would have only been good enough for 3 points. But now that he's back in the lead, it's a 0 score again. So what can Santiago Valve and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken do about the race leader, Evan Gilter? 2 laps completed, 7 to go. And Rivaldo van der Westerlaken is going to go with Santiago Valve up to turn 4. It would not surprise me if the Spaniard decides to go for the lead here. But he's not quite close enough to risk it. He's got to wait a little bit more time to pass, and maybe a lap or 2 more before he really starts to make those big moves. Certainly through the hairpin on the opening couple of laps, everybody's kept themselves to themselves. Even though they've been racing hard and fast, they have kept themselves out of harm's way on the most part. Up the inside, Santi Valve takes the lead from Evan Gilter. So Santiago Valve goes for the overtake, and the Mole Racing Birolard hits the front. But Evan Gilter is still in second place. He knows this is going to be a tough race to win, but he's not getting flustered. He's not panicking. He's just focusing on his objectives. So far, so good for Santiago Valve as he continues to hold station. Gilter, Van der Westerlaken, and in fourth, Henke Kalteren. And on the inside, that looked like Steven Haydens having a look at Fleming, but he didn't make it work. Gilter almost gesturing to Van der Westerlaken. Are you going to pass me, or are you going to go with me? We're going to close up on Santiago Valve. Here we go into turn 4, and they both get past Santi Valve. Excellent work. Gilter leads. Van der Westerlaken second, and in fourth now is the Dutchman Henke Kalteren. Goes through the pit lane after a problem. Goes the 268 of Alex Martinez. He recovers after a disappointing start to the race. On the inside, that's Fleming. Fleming goes back into fourth. So Tom Fleming recovers to P4 on the inside of the Birolard of Santiago Valve. Oh, sorry, that is the Eurokarting, I should say, of Yannis Steven Haydens, because Santiago Valve is still in third, tucked up behind Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. So Evan Gilter leads the race. They come onto the home straight again. And Santiago Valve in front of Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Santi Valve. Fleming, Steven Haydens, Kalteren, Silva, Gonzalez, Leung, Gobert, Stilp, Hovelak, Dominguez, Hymens, Duron and Murray. It's a tough race, this one. 4 laps in, 5 to go. And Evan Gilter is somehow able to stay completely invincible from race to race. So there are some very tough races to come over the next couple of laps. Some tough battles on the way. But is Van der Westerlaken close enough into the hairpin? No, he doesn't make the bid on Gilter on that occasion. Yellow flags up at turn 4. I think we've lost Luca Desgrange. So Luca Desgrange, I do believe, is out of the race, as Gonzalez has made the bid on Miguel Silva. But I do think we've lost Luca Desgrange. He appears to be out of the race. There he is, walking away from the scene. So Luca Desgrange is the latest retirement. Oh, and that is the 319. So that is Luca Desgrange's car. It looks like we may have lost another one then. I think Alex Martinez may have parked it up. Certainly Daniel Briz has done. So Briz and Desgrange both out of the race. Meanwhile, Gilter still leads Van der Westerlaken, but for how much longer? The Dutchman is all over the Frenchman. Down the straight, and the home favourite, Santiago Valverde, in third position. Trying to chase them both down. Gabriel Stilp sets another fastest lap. A 1:03.5. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than the drivers up the road from him. So Gabriel Stilp, Van der Westerlaken making it very late into the brakes on the run out of 7. Trying to close up on Evan Gilter and just try to put pressure on the Frenchman. Stephen Aidens is 4th, Kalterman is 5th, then Gonzalez, Silva and Fleming, who has dropped to 8th. Then Jason Young and Achille Jobert. 11th is Gabriel Stilp in front of Bob Heymans. And then in 13th it is Eduardo Dominguez. Into turn 1. Gilter still under big pressure from Van der Westerlaken. And this is all going to be about which driver decides to go for the move first. The defender or the aggressor. Van der Westerlaken still right up behind Gilter. Doesn't want to go for it just yet. But he needs to hurry up because Santiago Valverde is not going to take prisoners lightly here. Evan Gilter has been flawless all weekend long. Not a single driver other than Daniel Calleja in the minis has gone unbeaten other than Evan Gilter. So let's see if the Senior X30 driver for VDK Racing, the Frenchman who holds his position in the lead for now, can he maintain this all the way through? Up to the top end of the course and through the distinguishing pairs of hairpin bends, or double apexes I should say, as now Evan Gilter is going to have just 2 laps to deal with Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Santiago Valverde. They're not going to make him rest easy on his laurels. Here they go. Gilter tucked up behind Van der Westerlaken, who is very close again. And with 2 to go, this is very much game time for Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. If he can make it stick on the inside line into turn 4, he will think about it. No, he doesn't. So Van der Westerlaken is still holding his position there. But can he squeeze by on Evan Gilter when the Frenchman is least expecting it? That's what you got to do when Gilter is as fast as it is. You have basically got to keep him guessing as to where the overtaking move's going to come. And he doesn't go for the move yet. Down into turn 7, he thinks about it, but it's not going to be the move. Up through 8, 9, and up towards 10. This is going to be a very tricky final lap for Evan Gilter to hold on, but also a tough one for Van der Westerlaken to know when to make the pounce. Final corner, they will go through now, down the home straight in the slipstream, and Santiago Valverde is threatening to get them both. Here we go, down the straight, last lap. Gilter and Van der Westerlaken, very close. What will Gilter do? Goes to the middle of the road. Van der Westerlaken commits anyway, and gets through as he runs wide. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken takes it. Gilter moving to cut across and get the slingshot maneuver back. He goes alongside, side by side. Valve's on the other side. Valve's going to get them both. Brilliant from Santiago Valve. He snatches the lead from both men. I knew he was going to be a threat in this one. The local man has been able to keep himself in the right position at the right time. And Santiago Valve is going to hold on from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Evan Gilter. There's been an off at turn 2 on the last lap. I think it's Juan Pasalaigua. But Santiago Valve is going to try his best to hold on here. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken is going to give it everything he's got. But the first driver who is going to beat Evan Gilter in a straight fight is the Spaniard, Santiago Valve, in front of Van der Westerlaken and Evan Gilter. So now the Frenchman is finally vanquished, and Santiago Valve gives hope to every other driver in the field. Don't worry, amigos, he can be beaten. Santiago Valve does a great job, and he congratulates his rival, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. That will be a big moment of satisfaction for everyone in the field, not just for Mole Racing. We've got them. We can beat them. So Santiago Valve, 15.29 kilometers of racing later, sweeps through from 7th on the grid, from P6 on the grid, I should say, to seal a convincing victory. Very nicely handled and really well read by Santiago Valve. He takes the victory. And that really does give hope to everybody in the field. They are not dominant, they are not unbeatable, because we've just done it. Santiago Valve in front of Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Evan Gilter, who finally takes his first defeat over the weekend. Yannis Steven Haydens and Henki Kalteren from Miguel Silva and Eloy Gonzalez. Gabriel Stilp and Thomas Fleming in front of Bo Heijmans and Kimi Duron. Jason Young is 12th in front of Eduardo Dominguez, Achille Gobert and Ivan Arias. And then it is Adrian Klosmenil ahead of Harvey Ryby and Gaspard Lagaye in 18th position. Then it is Enzo Levesque, who struggled in that one, from Noah Maton and Mika Voss. Luis Alves and Jaime Sanz. Lucas Frederic and Senna Rodijk from Arthur Vassort and Hugo Arendi. Francisco Costa and Lars Venink from Sebastian Murray, Maxi Steimer and Benjamin Hovelak. Juan Pasalaigua was able to get to the finish, albeit a lap down in the end. And then Luca Degrange and Alex Martinez were retirements. Daniel Briz was a non-starter. There he is, Daniel Briz. You can see him on your screen, ready to be walking away with the rest of his machinery, or what's left of it. It's had a little bit of a prang on the way through, but it still looks CRG shaped. That is the main thing. And our focus is now once again on the juniors after an interesting battle. We heard from Natalia Granada earlier on. Earlier on in the weekend, we heard from her brother Mark about how things are looking for the Kids to Win team here at Zuera.
Well, it's good, very fast, lots of straights, also fast corners, fast turns, some good overtaking zones, some heavy braking zones, especially in turn 3 and turn 6. It makes some good racing, yeah. It's pretty fun. It's a good format. I like how it's presented. It gives a bigger chance to competitors that have not done well in the normal heats. Pole position is ideal. There you go. First into turn 1, first into the braking zone, you get to the inside line, which is always preferable in keeping position, and also it's not so great if you get at the back of the grid because there is more contact and it's harder to survive. If you want to do a good qualifying lap or maintain position or even overtake, I think slipstream is key. It's a difficult track for tire consumption. Tires get really hot and worn down by the fast corners, and I think that the driver who is able to maximize their tire temperature and tire wear is gonna be the one that comes out on top. It's not really easy, but once you get the hang of it, it's just there's a lot of managing involved. You have to manage the brakes in order to not overshoot the turn, but also to slow down just enough so that you don't get overtaken by the car behind. Well, I think physically this is a very enduring track, very long, very fast, and you're always at 100%. And mentally, it can be pretty exhausting to all those big straights following into tight corners. I think it makes for difficult management, and well, yeah, it's hard to master.
So great Spanish talent from the Kids to Win Competición squad on the Lando Norris karting chassis from Mark Granada Ferrero. Could be interesting to see what he can do from the middle of the pack as he tries to make his progress through the field. The X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus C is up next, and we already know that there are four different winners, I should say, from the first 4 races, with great performances from all 4 drivers so far, from Garcia, from Montero, from Van Bosch, and from Utran. So we know that no one driver is going to be dominant over the course of these 3 races. It's time for the 3rd race for each driver in groups A and C. And who knows, we could even have a 5th different winner, because Aaron Garcia will start on pole, but Henry Jocelyn has been threatening to take a win all weekend long, as too has Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian. So there could be a completely different winner in this 5th race. And wouldn't it be amazing if we could have 6 different drivers take a win from the 6 Junior X30 heats. That really would make this a bit of a gamble as to who to put your money on. So pole sitter Aaron Garcia will lead them around. Henry Jocelyn will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. On the second row, it will be Thibaut Ramakers and the Dutchman Sacha van Pad Bosch in P4 on the grid. And he's already taken a win this weekend, as has Garcia. Eloan Bianame and Daniel Dalakian have come close to getting that job done. And then Raul Thuntharen is in 7th from Adrian Ferra. Noah Montero, after his epic drive, starts 9th alongside Vic Stevens. Tiziano Kuznini is alongside Marius Barryberg. Mark Granada beside Joey Brown. Then Gilles Caranta and Colin Cronin. Freddie Allam and Raul Martinez. Then Mathis Michaut, Harry Yule, Avril Sasha, Pedro Cachada, Rafael Theveny, Adam El Osta. And from the back of the grid, Macaulay Bishop will be charging through again. An exciting battle still progressing for the drivers as they make their way around the first couple of laps of the course. But there is an exceptional run for all of the contenders. So the battle is really intense and exciting. And as the drivers continue in their epic quest for the victory, we're going to have a really sensational run from all of the drivers in Junior X30 for these last 2 races. From now on, it is going to be time for the last heat in each of the battles in front of them. So this will genuinely be the last heat before we go to the super heats tomorrow. So that is an absolutely astonishing run. And so now we're going to see just how things progress and evolve as the competitors are looking forward to the battles ahead of them. So let's see if we are going to continue. So we'll see if there is going to be an exceptional opportunity and a great battle for the drivers behind the front row men to quest after the victory. It's quite tough actually in this mix as they progress through the heats. But with 4 different winners from 4 heats, the pressure is on Aaron Garcia to really step up to the plate and win this one to give himself the best chance of moving forward through the weekend. But out of the final turn, drivers are going through. Are we going to get a good start from Garcia and Jocelyn? Looks like it could be a good one. Are we racing? Yes! Good start from Garcia. There's a little bit of a quest to the first corner, but up comes Thibaut Ramakers. Ramakers hits the front as they go through turn 1. Everybody jockeying for position, trying to get through turn 2 in fine position. Are they all through? Yes, they are. Up to 3. Into the run to the hairpin. Everybody just trying to stay out of trouble. Can they all make it through? There's not a lot of room to play with. A little bit of bumping and boring. I think Bishop was trying to get through around the inside. But Thibaut Ramakers has hit the front and Henry Jocelyn has got in a second. Not the perfect start Aaron Garcia was hoping for. But Thibaut Ramakers for the VDK Racing team has now hit the front. The first 2 drivers in this race will both represent their country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy later this year. Garcia is going to have to try and get past them both. Thibaut Ramakers for Belgium and Henry Jocelyn for Great Britain. So it will be fascinating to see how the drivers get on in this race. With 1 lap completed and 6 to go, Aaron Garcia is already sizing up a move. Can he get there to the inside line? Ramakers, Jocelyn, Garcia, Bianame, Van Pad Bosch, Ferra, Montero and Thuntharen. Here we go on the inside. And that's Jocelyn to take the lead, Garcia to take second. Ramakers has to concede. And Garcia's already trying his moves on Jocelyn. Bianame tried as well. So Garcia up into the lead, Bianame up to 3rd. So some good racecraft already from the Junior X30s as they will quest to give us lots of great battles and duels. But with 7 laps of racing in the can in this heat, they obviously have to think very carefully about where they time their moves. That's a nice overtaking move in the middle of the pack there. I think that was Adrian Ferra trying to get his move on Sacha Van Pad Bosch. Didn't work out. He's had to defend and held up the likes of Kuznini and Montero. So there is still going to be battles. There's yellow flags going into the final corners. So what's happening there? Yellow flags. Looks as though we seem to have lost Joey Brown We've certainly had somebody come off the road there. Oh, that is the 42. That's Marius Barryberg. The Norwegian has come off the road. So Marius Barryberg has had some problems there. I think it was Joey Brown he tangled with. And up the inside, that is Van Bosch getting his move on Ramakers. So Van Bosch gets through at turn 2. And look, from round the outside, that is a very big lunge from Raoul Thantharden, I think that was. Trying to come through. But Eloan Bianame has got pressure of his own from Adrian Ferrer. Ferrer gets through on the inside of the hairpin. And Tiziano Cugnini is getting pounded around there. That's the hard-charging Noah Montero trying to come through. Not as easy as it was in the previous race, no doubt. Garcia is now in front of Jocelyn. So Garcia has hit the front again. Henry Jocelyn still right in behind the Spanish driver. Sacha Van Bosch is third. And Timot Ramakers in fourth position. The yellow flags are still out at that corner. I wonder if there's a barrier out of position, but it has now been withdrawn, the yellow flag. So they can go racing again. And as they come down the straight, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens from here on in. Jocelyn working hard from Garcia. Jocelyn has a think about it. Van Bosch and Ramakers have already caught them though. So are we going to see the move from Van Bosch? We do indeed. The Dutchman takes his moment, picks it into 4, and that'll do. So a good overtaking move there from Van Bosch. Is he going to go straight for Garcia? He's certainly having a think about it. He comes through the hairpin. Jocelyn gets a little bit close to him. They go through the right-hander and up to the hairpin. In for the left, and this is going to be the move from Jocelyn. Back in a second, and Van Bosch has to squeeze out and let Ramakers go as well. Macaulay Bishop, by the way, is up into 11th place and has set the fastest lap. Ramakers now gets in on Jocelyn. So Timot Ramakers comes back into second place. So now they need to team up. Ramakers, Jocelyn, Van Bosch and Ferrer. They need to go together here to close up on Aaron Garcia. 3 laps to go. This race isn't over. If anything, it's just getting started. Ramakers getting close, and he's going to get his moment to take the lead from Garcia. The door's still open. Jocelyn trying to crowd him out. Garcia is not going to be intimidated, and he holds the line, moves to cover in the hairpin. So Garcia holds second. Jocelyn now trying to encourage Van Bosch to work with him as they go after the Spanish driver in front. Thibaut Ramakers still leads the way. Garcia, Jocelyn, Van Bosch and Ferrer. Montero making his bid on the inside at a 6th, and 2 wheels in the air from Cugnini as he makes his bid on Bianame. Montero gets through and Cugnini gets through. Macaulay Bishop has got into the position as well, up into 8th place past Bianame. So a very unfortunate set of corners for Eloan Bianame, who's now lost 3 positions as a result of all of that. But with 2 to go, Ramakers has half a second on Garcia. That's enough for the Belgian to be comfortable for the moment. This is where he can really go for it. Here's the move for second. Jocelyn, Van Bosch and Ferrer all get past Garcia. And now Van Bosch is going to go for Jocelyn. He gets in a second place. Ferrer is there in 4th. But this is all surely giving Thibaut Ramakers an incredible run for the win. Sacha Van Bosch shutting the door on Jocelyn. Ferrer trying to come right round the outside. But there's not quite enough grip. So Jocelyn fends him off. A big dive from Garcia. He gets through on Ferrer. Montero and Bishop are trying to creep through. Bishop in 2 wheels in the middle of that gaggle. And somehow off the road go Bishop and Montero. Montero recovers, but he's definitely lost a few positions. And he's out of sorts as Cugnini tries to get in on the inside. Further up, that is the bid from the 34 of Thantharden. Thantharden gets through on the inside of Ferrer. So a good recovery drive this from Raoul Thantharden, but out in front, Thibaut Ramakers looks like he's going to become the 5th different race winner in Junior X30 this weekend. Who would have predicted that? They're still battling away in the middle of the Junior X30 field as they scrap for position. Montero now getting alongside Thantharden and Cugnini. So Montero gets through. Ferrer battling away with Bianame. And as they all squabble in the gaggle together, Ferrer is going to try and keep his man behind him. That's Eloan Bianame. then Montero, Kuznini, Bishop, Stevens and Caranta. But the leader is this man, Tibor Ramakas. He picked his moment very carefully, got into the lead, and now he is taking very much a leaf out of his senior counterpart's book. Tibor Ramakas always seemed to have bad luck on his day in the Mini. This is his first run in junior, and finally he is going to get the moment he deserves in IAME Euro. It takes time for some drivers to come of age, but once they stop winning, you can't stop them. This is the moment for Tibor Ramakas. Yes! Finally, a heat win in the IAME Euro Series. That's been a long time coming for the Belgian. But Tibor Ramakas finally gets where he belongs. The front end of the field belongs to Tibor Ramakas in qualifying heat A versus C. And look, he's delighted with it. After so much pain in Mini X30, of so nearly getting a good run, so nearly getting on the top of the timesheets, so nearly getting the top three, at last in junior, Tibor Ramakas belongs at the front in Junior X30, and hopefully he is here to stay. Fantastic. Great job from Tibor Ramakas. And he belongs at the front. He really does look comfortable there. That's a big, big moment, and I'm sure the whole family will be ecstatic. That has made all the frustration in Mini X30 worth the pain and hardship. Tibor Ramakas becomes the 5th different race winner this weekend, from Sasha Van Bosch and Henry Jocelyn, Aaron Garcia and Raul Fenthaden in the top 5, Adrian Ferra, Eliwan Bianame, Noah Montero, Tizi Kuznini and Macaulay Bishop in the top 10. Then it's Jules Caranta in 11th position in front of Vic Stevens. Sasha Avril is ahead of Raul Martinez, Mark Granada and Daniel Dalakian, from Colin Cronin of Ireland and Mathis Machout of Belgium. 19th place for Rafael Deveny and Freddie Allam, then Pedro Cachada, Harry Yule, Adam Elosta and Joey Brown. The one retirement from the race was Marius Barryberg on the opening lap of the race in the final bend. Well, that's a very unpredictable battle in juniors continuing, because now we have 5 different winners from the first 5 races. There's a great chance as well that we're going to make it 6 from 6, because there is one man who has come close to the victory so far this weekend that has not quite been able to attain it, and in terms of his speed, he could get the job done. For Victory Lane Karting, the British driver, Cathal Clark. We caught up with him on Thursday.
It's a really fast track and there's a lot of straights, but the track is also very bumpy, so it's very hard to get the setup correct. I think it's a good addition because in the old format, if you had a bad pre-final, you would be at the back of the grid for the final, while the superheat gives you a chance to still be at the front. It will be very important because it's quite windy here, so like down the straight you could gain like 4 temps just in the slipstream, so it's very important. I think as long as you're not driving on all the marbles, it should be okay, but this track is very long and there's loads of laps in like the final, so it'll be quite difficult, but it should be okay. It's quite difficult because you need the good balance of fast while not being too fast and messing up the exit of the corner. Mentally it's quite difficult because there's a lot of corners that you need to master for a good lap in qualifying, and it's also quite difficult physically in the last sector with all the bumpiness and that.
Well, it's definitely been exciting so far in the X30 Juniors. Qualifying heat A versus C has given us plenty of drama and suspense. Here's what we can look forward to for the rest of the day. The junior qualifying heat for groups B versus D will be the last junior race of the day, and that is going to be the next race out on track. Then the minis will come out once again for qualifying heat A versus C and B versus D. And we'll find out if Daniel Kalea can become the only driver this weekend across the 3 classes to go unbeaten. And then we will finish with the seniors across their 3 races, the last one of the day finishing at 17:50 local time, which is in a little under 2 hours time, sorry. So there's still quite a lot of racing to come and still a lot of battles on the way. It'll be very interesting to see who is going to get the best of that over the course of these remaining races. But this is the last one for the juniors. So a fantastic opportunity for the drivers. It's going to be very interesting as the competition will continue. Thibaut Ramakas and Sasha van Padbosch in front of Henry Jocelyn, Aaron Garcia and Raul Thanthaden in the previous race. And at the moment, it looks as though it's going to be Aaron Garcia who will be in pole position. Barring any technical infringements, he will be pole position, whatever happens now. Having crossed the line in 4th place, he has scored 6 points from the 3 races, and that will be enough to ensure his position in pole. The man who can get second on the grid and therefore pole position for the second superheat is Leo Robinson at the moment, as he has 7 points on the board, compared to Aaron Garcia, who is confirmed as the first place man, who has 6. To do that, though, Leo Robinson has to become the 6th different driver to win a Junior X30 heat across the 6 Junior X30 heats. No pressure, Leo. It's definitely going to be a tough one, but Leo Robinson knows how to get the job done. His rivals are going to be right there with him, though, and he is going to go off the grid alongside the man who has already taken a heat win, Clement Outran, the Frenchman, who will go pole position for VDK. So Clement Outran and Leo Robinson from Dylan Visser and Alexis Constant, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Hugo Marti, and then we'll have Hugo Manias and Andreas Dupé from Morgan Moore and Ben Smith. That is your top 10 at the moment. Cahal Clark, the man that we just heard from, will go off P11 on the grid for Victory Lane Karting. Baz Verdould will be there in the Energy Course Benelux in 12th position on the starting grid. Hugo Martinello is going to be next up. He'll be starting 13th on the grid in the Yana Racing Expert. And then next up in the field, it is going to be George Nassar, the young man from Lebanon, who is racing under the flag of the United Arab Emirates for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Then it will be Francisco Macedo for the Monlau Competición squad, the Portuguese driver on the Red Speed chassis. Sandro Perez will be in the ALC Motorsport kart. He really has done a great job to continue his charge forward. And Sandro Perez definitely one to watch out for in this one, as the number 24 kart is definitely going to be fighting at the sharp end of the field. Then it will be Oliver Stilp, who continues to make his climb up the ranks in the Croc Promotions racing team. Natalia Granada will go off 18th position on the grid in the Lando Norris kart for Kids to Win. And then 19th on the grid will be Mick Blankensport for Comkart Netherlands. And he will be there alongside the number 61. That is Alex Cadalto in his Kids to Win racing machine. So they will continue to battle forwards. I notice actually that there is an absentee on the starting grid, and that is Natalia Granada. So I can't actually see Natalia Granada there on the starting grid. So that is unfortunate. She did talk about earlier on having a little bit of an injury earlier on in the week, because she had a bit of an issue last week in the test race leading up to this one. So I wonder if that has actually caused a little bit of a recurrence, if it's caused discomfort and Natalia Granada is not going to be able to restart. That would be very unfortunate. But certainly in this IAME Euro Series weekend, she has shown her speed and her skill. But it certainly looks as though it could be a frustrating end to a very great run for Natalia Granada. She appears to be absent on the starting grid for this one. Behind Alex Cadalto, we have Adrien Alcubierre, who is going to be there in the 48. He will run there on the second to last row of the grid, alongside Rinsavos, the Energy Course Benelux driver. And then alongside the last grid of the field will be held by Hugo Latorre, who will run 49 in the Lando Norris kart. And then at the very back of the grid, it will be the new boy for Fusion Motorsport, Ronan Hennessy of Ireland, will be there in 24th position on the grid, proudly flying the flag of Ireland on his machine. So the drivers are ready for action. The yellow light comes on at the end of the pit lane, and it looks as though we're going to have 23 of the registered 24 drivers for this race on the grid, with the absence that we've already mentioned, namely Natalia Granada Ferrero. So she'll be on the sidelines watching her brother, I'm sure, who will battle away over the course of, or has already battled away, I should say, in the previous race. But now the drivers will head out. And for Clement Outram and Leo Robinson, it's going to be a fascinating duel as they all head out onto the circuit again. So Clement Outram on the front row of the grid from Leo Robinson, then Dylan Visser and Alexis Constant, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Hugo Marti, from Hugo Magnas and Andreas Dupé, Morgan Moore and Ben Smith, then Cathal Clark and Bas Verdult, Hugo Martiniello and George Nassar, from Francisco Macedo and Sandro Perez, Oliver Stilp, Natalia Granada, Mick Blancasport, Alex Caralto, Adrien Alcubierre, Rinsavos, Hugo Latorre and Ronan Hennessy. And I can confirm that Natalia Granada is not out there. So that seems to be that her weekend has come to a premature halt, which is very unfortunate. Hopefully she'll be able to get out in time for a superheat tomorrow, but we'll have to see. Now, the previous race winners from the previous heats, Garcia, Outram, the previous race winners, I should say, Garcia, Ramakers, Van Bosch and Montero, have all already competed in the previous race. The other winner is Clement Outram, who starts from pole position. Everybody else in this race has not yet taken a victory over the course of the weekend. So if Outram cannot pick up the win, then we are guaranteed to get a 6th different winner from 6 Junior X30 races. Garcia is guaranteed to be pole for the superheat, but who is going to be the other pole sitter in the other superheat? That is going to be the big question. So Aaron Garcia can be happy in the knowledge that his consistency and his earlier race victory has kept him in the game. So he is going to be at the sharp end of the field. And I wonder, are we about to get a visitor to the pit lane? Have we got someone coming to the pits with a bit of an issue there? Drivers are still working around the course in the hope that I thought there was some frantic activity for one of the mechanics in the pit lane. I thought we were going to have one of the drivers peel down the pit road, but in fact it's not worked out like that. So Clement Outram and Leo Robinson will lead them around. If Outram wins, he's the only driver to win twice. If anybody else wins, then we have 6 different winners from 6 races. So is Clement Outram going to make it 2 from 2? They come out of the final turn. The engine revs rise. And if Clement Outram does take the win, he will be pole for the 2nd superheat. Here we go. Let's find out. And Leo Robinson's in trouble. Leo Robinson is in trouble. The Algerian is slowing. He's going down to the back of the field. Problems for Robinson. Oh, he has fallen to the tail of the field. And Robinson is now going to have to try and salvage something from this race. It looks as though he's going to pull off right at the back of the field, and that's disastrous for the Algerian. He's still circulating, but for how much longer? And the start is actually under investigation, we are told. It's Alexis Constant who is under scrutiny. But having said that, the race is underway, and Clement Outram is running in front of his rival Dylan Visser. So Dylan Visser running in 2nd place. Right in behind him for the EGP Racing team. And the gaggle of drivers led in 3rd position by the 55 of Morgan Moore is next up. That's the slow-moving 48 of Adrien Alcubierre. I think he's had a problem on the opening lap. Oh, he's got a problem with the rear bumper. So the rear bumper is running loose. So he's definitely had some contact somewhere on the road. But I think we're about to see Leo Robinson pull into the pits and retire. As up to 3rd position, that's a big launch forward from Martiniello. Oh, sorry, that's Hugo Marti, I should say. Well, he was 3rd. Now he's not. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has made his bid to get there instead. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson gets into 3rd position. Marti and Magnas have both managed to get past Morgan Moore as well. And round the outside of Moore, there could be a pressure from Alexis Constant, although he finally gets squeezed out as the 18 of Hugo Martiniello battles for the position. Here goes Magnas. Magnas trying to go wheel to wheel with his rival. And then up the inside, that is a big lunge from the X-Brake kart. I think that is going to be Andreas Dupé trying to work his way forward. Hugo Marti's done a good job here to run at the front of this train as he now gets into 3rd place in front of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. But Clement Outram and Dylan Visser are out in front of the rest of the field. and they've gone well clear. Third place is now Marty, then Pratt Thompson, Manias, Martiniello, Moore, Dupé, Nassar, Clark and Macedo, and here's the move for third again. This time it is Cameron Pratt Thompson again in third, and Manias through to fourth position. Is there going to be a charge through from Martiniello? Yes, there is. He comes through and they run wide. Pratt Thompson is going to lose out. Third place now is Hugo Martiniello. So the expert chassis gets into third position. A good bit of opportunistic driving again there from Hugo Martiniello. Really going well, and there is a technical flag for Adrien Alcubierre. I'm afraid that was all to be expected with his rear bumper flapping in the breeze. So he's going to be out of the running, and I'm afraid out of contention there too. So some big problems, but Clement Outram is still out in front of Dylan Visser, and it looks as though he could get 2 wins out of 2. The technical flag is shown on this lap, and that is for Alcubierre. But Outram in front of Dylan Visser, and then Hugo Marti running in a brilliant third position from, Hugo Martiniello, I should say, in front of Hugo Marti. Now Marti's going to go for Martiniello, and he's there. Third position for Hugo Marti in the Paralin. Martiniello in the X-Brit. He's trying to come around the outside of him as up to 5th comes Manias. Manias gets in on Cameron Pratt Thompson, and they still squabble away further round the road as Cathal Clark gets himself into 7th position. And there's an off. Someone has come to a stop on the approach to the hairpin. So we've had a problem there. Somebody has pulled off the road. I didn't quite make out who that was, unfortunately. I think it's Alexis Constant. So I think Alexis Constant may be out of the race. So that is unfortunate. You can see the kart stationary in the background there. Well, it looks as though we've lost Alexis Constant and Bas Verdould. So there is Bas Verdould. He's got out of his kart. And that is devastation for the Dutchman. But I think we've also had a problem for Alexis Constant, who has fallen right to the back of the field. So that is unfortunate for Alexis Constant, who is now 21st position. Leo Robinson is still going, by the way. He is running 19th in front of Bas Verdould. So there are definitely some difficulties there for a couple of drivers in the field. But Cathal Clark has got his way up into 6th position, trying to close in on Hugo Manias. And Sacha van Pad Bosch, having now witnessed Clement Outram and Dylan Visser battling away for position. If Outram finishes where he is, then Sacha van Pad Bosch is going to be pole position for the second of the, well, this is interesting, for the second of the 2 qualifying heats. So with the results amended, it looks as though it's going to be Garcia in front of Van Pad Bosch on the front row of the starting grid after the amendments to the previous heat. So now they're only racing for 3rd position overall. So that's an adjustment to the results after the previous heat has come in. So pole position then in the Junior X30 races is going to be, for the super heats, Aaron Garcia and Sacha van Pad Bosch. Meanwhile, up the inside, there goes Martiniello and Cathal Clark. They get through into 3rd and 4th, and Clark isn't waiting around, into 3rd. With 2 laps to go, the British driver moves up into 3rd position. Delighted, I'm sure his team will be. So the Victory Lane driver, Cathal Clark, following in the footsteps of his teammate Noah Montero, who took the win earlier on. And now Cathal Clark is looking to do the same sort of drive here. But he is going to run out of time to catch up to Outram and Visser. But Outram and Visser are going to end up in 1st and 2nd without any problems at all. So there is Cathal Clark in front of Hugo Martiniello, Manias, Pratt Thompson and Hugo Marti. Then George Nassar in front of Morgan Moore. And then in 10th place, it is Francisco Macedo, ahead of Sandro Perez and Andreas Dupé from La Torre, Stilt, Caralto, Blancasport, Smith, Robinson and Voss, ahead of Ronan Hennessy and Alexis Constant. The final lap, and try as he might, Dylan Visser just can't quite get close enough to Clement Outram. Outram may have won 2 heats if he finishes where he is, but he's not going to get the front row of the grid, or certainly he's not going to get pole position, I should say, for the super heats. He is going to be on the front row of it though. So Clement Outram is going to be the only driver to take 2 race points. How about this for a little bit of banter? Marty on the inside of Pratt Thompson and Hugo Manias. Manias will not yield. And that gives Pratt Thompson the opportunity to come back in on the inside. Round the outside, Manias is trying to park it to keep Pratt Thompson at bay, and it works well. But Clément Dutran is going to take the victory. He'll be the only driver to win 2 races, but it will only be good enough to be 3rd in the rankings, and that will put him on the front row for the first superheat. So out of the final turn, Clément Dutran for the 2nd time today takes the checkered flag. The only driver to win twice, but he will still be aggregate 3rd in the rankings, as Aaron Garcia and Sacha Van Bosch have both scored fewer points. So a good win for Clément Dutran. Pretty straightforward for the Frenchman, actually. He didn't really have to break a sweat in that one at all. And in 2nd place, Dylan Visser of the Netherlands, ahead of the audacious Cathal Clark. Won the IAME Euro Series title in 2020 in Mini. In his 2nd year in junior, he has stepped up with Victory Lane Karting, and that was an almighty drive to get himself up into 3rd position. So, some good stuff so far. Great racing still to come. There's going to be plenty more for the drivers to do. And we'll still get some great racing from them all. So we'll see what the contenders are able to do as the challenges continue on. But what a great result for Clément Dutran. 2 wins out of 3 starts. But I'm afraid his 8th place finish in one of them means that he will be 3rd overall. Clément Dutran and Dylan Visser from Cathal Clark, and Hugo Martiniello, then Hugo Manias and Cameron Pratt Thompson, Hugo Marti, Morgan Moore, George Nassar and Francisco Macedo. Then Hugo Latorre and Sandro Perez and Alex Caralto, the trio of Spanish drivers. Oliver Stilp finishing in front of Ben Smith for Mick Barrett Racing. Andreas Dupé is ahead of Mick Blankespor. Leo Robinson, whatever happened, it caused him to drop all the way to 18th place. Rinsavos, Ronan Hennessy and Alexis Constant, with retirements from Baz Verdult and Adrien Alcubierre. And unfortunately, there was a non-start for Natalia Granado Ferrero. And provisionally, all that means is that Aaron Garcia will be pole position for the 1st superheat tomorrow morning. The 2nd superheat will be headed by Sacha Van Bosch. So great racing action at the moment. Excellent performances from the drivers thus far. They really have been so superior over the course of the weekend in junior. But our attention is going to switch once again. This time it will be in the mini category that we will focus our attentions once again. And after a very exciting battle so far this weekend, it's been 2 wins out of 2 for the Irishman Daniel Kalea. Can he make it 3? We caught up with him earlier in the weekend when he had no idea just how successful he was going to be.
Nice track, long straight, a lot of mid to high corners and tight as well. I think you'll have to get a good slipstream for qualifying, and I don't think you'll be able to get away unless it's raining here. You have to brake heavy and come off it very fast to get faster line through it. Mentally, to get a good chase for qualifying and stuff, and physically, through the long left and tight corners, it's hard on the neck.
So Dan Kalea, 2 wins out of 2 so far. It really has been extraordinary and some great battles so far. But we will continue to see just how exciting the battles are going to be from here on out. As you can see, the temperatures really have skyrocketed from this morning. You would never have thought we were all wrapped up in winter woolies, desperately shivering at the start of the day, because now it is 18 degrees Celsius air temperature. The humidity, which was at 76% at the start of the day, is barely even reaching 33%, and the wind has dropped completely. It feels more like Spain all of a sudden at the latter stages of the day. But here at Zuera, we still have 5 races to go this afternoon, 2 from Mini and 3 from Senior X30. We've just heard from the Irishman Daniel Kalea, who so far has been unbeatable over the course of the races leading up to this one. So let's see if he can keep that bandwagon rolling as the competitors prepare for more great race action. Let's tell you about the Mini X30 races in detail through the course of the day, because there are only 2 races for them still to go. And we've got about 5 minutes before the competitors head out on the course. So obviously we've had 4 different races in the lead up to these particular pair of races. If you've only just joined us, you've missed a very exciting weekend in Mini X30. Dan Aleman and Jensen Graham were the men who topped their groups in terms of time qualifying yesterday. And in the first heat earlier today, it was Matt Corby who got the job done for the Spirit Racing team in front of Kit Palofsky and Henry Domain, with Jesse Phillips and Gustavo Marquez crossing the line in 4th and 5th positions after the penalty handed to Dan Aleman, who ended up in P6. Then in the next heat, it was qualifying heat for drivers in groups C versus D. Daniel Calleja got off to winning ways in the Fusion Motorsport kart number 927 as he beat Bosco Arias over the line, as well as the other Spanish star, Jordi Fortuny. Anthony Witkowski in 4th from Nikita Nikizov, then Thomas Pradier, Denny Babacek, and Manuel Miguez. Then we had a little bit of a pause in proceedings. The minis came back after the lunch break, and Daniel Calleja had lost absolutely none of his flair and speed as he continued on his way to take the victory in front of Jesse Phillips and Bosco Arias, with Matt Corby and Dan Aleman in the top 5 ahead of Jordi Fortuny. Then in the 4th race, it was a brilliant fight back from Henry Domain, the Englishman, who put himself into a great position to challenge for the victory and give the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team their first win of the IAME Euro Series 2022, ahead of Jensen Graham, Kit Palofsky, Anthony Witkowski, and Denny Babacek, who would come through in 5th ahead of Jagrat the Troja after some exceptional performances through the race. So there were some great battles all the way through, and we really got to see some excellent racing across the 4 heats. But now we come into the last 2 races of the weekend in Mini X30. And it's been a really exciting run from them all to see who is going to come through and put on a strong display. I'm sure we're going to see some great overtakes in this one. Drivers are going to be charging for the last chance. But there is definitely one final objective for Dan Calleja. If he can do what he's done in the first 2 races and get the job done in fine style and win, then he will be guaranteed to be pole position for the first of the 2 superheats, which will give him the best possible chance of lining up in pole position for Sunday's final. A really good opportunity there coming for several drivers in the field to beat him, though, because there's a lot of there's a lot of drivers queuing up behind to try and take that accolade from him. So an interesting battle as they continue on their way, but Jensen Graham, Dan Calleja, Kit Palofsky, and Jordi Fortuny are the drivers that go together on the first 2 rows of the grid. And then in 5th and 6th, you've got Gustavo Marquez de Silva and Bosco Arias. They are together on the 3rd row of the grid. And then in P7 on row 4, I should say, is Henry Domain, the British driver for Oliver Rowland Motorsport after his epic win in the 4th race of the day for Mini X30. Alongside him, the young man from Monaco, that is, of course, Andrea Mani for the Yana Racing Expert team. And then Daniel Miron, having had a good race in the previous one. Unfortunately, a front fairing dropped him down the order. But in terms of his speed and ability, you can't flout it. He's been excellent over the course of the weekend so far. And he's done an excellent job here at Zuera. Alongside him on the grid and rounding out the top 10, fellow Spaniard Nikita Nikizov, who will be there for the AC Motorsport team as they run from 10th position on the grid. Then it'll be Leo Perez, who's obviously having a very exciting battle for things at the moment, in 11th. Senna Munier for the Spirit Racing team is 12th. Then Marie Barryberg and Leonardis Peruzzi on the 7th row of the grid together. Antoine Venon is along with Romeo Mello, and then Maxim Bobrashov with Leith Khan. Joao Andrade and Flavio Caira from Antonio Macedo and Beatriz Costa. Maya Lamarchand and Kazra Kamyab. And then at the back of the field, it will be Abel Torres Coton for the Mol Racing team on the Tony kart. The 1 minute board has gone up. Now, this is going to be an important race for Jensen Graham psychologically. He's come close to the win on 2 occasions and shown incredible speed. But for some reason or another, it's just got away from him. So this time, all he needs to do is focus, concentrate on his objectives, and the victory will come his way. And if he does, he'll be the only driver all weekend to have been able to put their way through. So let's see if we are going to see a different winner But it is definitely going to be a tough run. So here they come. X30 Mini qualifying heat A versus C. 2 races left in X30 Mini until we get to the super heats. And it's going to be Jensen Graham and Dan Kalea on the front row of the grid. Kit Belowski and Jordi Fortuny, Gustavo Marquez and Bosco Arias. Then Henry Domain and Andrea Mani. From Dan Miron and Nikita Nikizov, Leo Perez and Senna Munier. From Marie Barry Berg, Leonidis Peruzzi. And then Antoine Venon and Romeo Mello from Maxim Bobrashov and Leif Khan. Joao Andrada, Flavio Caira, Antonio Macedo, Beatriz Costa, Mayan Lamarchand, Kazar Kamyab and Abel Torres. Now there does appear to be a bit of impetus to get this one finished off. So it's going to be an interesting one for the competitors. Can Jensen Graham fend off from Dan Kalea? Or is Kalea going to continue his incredible unbeaten run and make it 3 wins out of 3? So the drivers are still putting on an excellent show and a great display. So it'll be an interesting one. But is there going to be a bit of an upset in this one? Because Dan Kalea is going to be starting from the outside of the front row of the grid, which is always a tricky position to be in. But he's won from a difficult situation before. Jensen Graham, Dan Kalea, Kit Belowski and Jordi Fortuny, Gustavo Marquez and Bosco Arias, Henry Domain, Andrea Mani, Dan Miron and Nikita Nikizov. Perez, Munier, Barry Berg, Peruzzi, Venon, Melo, Boblershev, and then Khan, Andrada, Caira and Macedo, Costa, Lamarchand, Kamyab and Torres. So let's see how it all comes together. The drivers will be putting on a bit of a display to make it work in their advantage. But let's see how the drivers will fare. The yellow flags are stationary up on the board there to signal to the drivers that they are still going to be under starters' orders. So let's see what happens. Jensen Graham will lead them. Dan Kalea and Kit Belowski and Jordi Fortuny very close to them. So this is Jensen Graham's 3rd and last opportunity to win from the front row. Can he get the job done? It is definitely going to be very tricky indeed. So let's see. Across the line we go. Up to the first corner. It's a perfect start as Jensen Graham and Dan Kalea putting on a fantastic performance at the moment. So let's see as they continue on their way. A good battle for the drivers as they come through. Yellow flags. It looks as though we had an off on the way to turn 2. And facing in the barriers in the wrong direction. That is one of the Monlau carts, I believe. And there's another one in trouble. That is the 964. So that is problems for Romeo Mello. Several drivers involved in the first lap incident. Oh, very unfortunate for Romeo Mello. He's not happy at all with the way that's gone. So let's see how the competitors continue on their way. So let's see how the drivers go. Jensen Graham and Daniel Kelleher continuing on their way through. Is there going to be a tough battle as they go wheel to wheel? Well, Dan Kelleher looks like he's going to be charging his way forward from Jensen Graham. They come off the final turn. Looks like 3 carts are not continuing. Nikita Nikizov and Romeo Mello having not come through. Looks like Joao Andrada has continued in the end. But Jensen Graham leads Kit Belowski. So what has happened to Dan Kelleher? Well, he's in 6th position. Make that 5th as he gets back on the inside. Oh, 2 more carts come together. Off the turn there at turn 2. 2 more carts exit stage right. They just flew off the road behind us there. Now, who was that? That looked like one of the Fusion carts. That is Dan Miron. And it looks as though he went there with Senna Munier. So Senna Munier and Dan Miron unfortunately come off the road. There is Senna Munier's cart. Oh, it looks as though he's got an aching shoulder there. So hopefully he's going to be okay, but just looks like a little bit of a nasty, awkward moment there. Nikizov and Melo out on the first lap, of course, and now Mounier and Miron out on the second lap. Jensen Graham leads the race. Kipolowski in second position, third for Henry Domain, and up to fourth now is Daniel Kelleher. So Daniel Kelleher, the Irishman, going well. So let's see if Kelleher is going to make his bid to come through up into the top three again. Unbeaten before this race, don't forget. Henry Domain is the danger man in the mix here for the Fusion Motorsport team because he can make a real play for it, but there's yellow flags, so they cannot overtake on that corner. They all obey it. And then up to turn 4. Is there going to be a move? Yes, Domain's going to go through to second. Kelleher is going to go through into third. So Dan Kelleher has got his way into P3. And it's a good opportunity for him to storm forward. A big move on the inside from Bosco Arias, as Arias now tries to take on Kipolowski, and that puts him through into position. So it looks to me as though Jensen Graham continues in his current position. Henry Domain running in P2, and then in third it is Daniel Kelleher, the Irishman. Fourth place for Bosco Arias. Up comes Jordi Fortuny. Into the lead goes Henry Domain. Storms through on Jensen Graham. So for the second time today, Henry Domain is going to try and make it a race victory. Now he's got 3 laps left to do. If he could stay there, then he will be the driver to beat Daniel Kelleher in a straight fight. Kelleher having been unbeaten over the races thus far, but even if he finishes third, Dan Kelleher is set to be in first position in the superheat grid, the way things currently stack up. Here he goes! And Jensen Graham takes back the lead. So Jensen Graham back into the lead. Kelleher is going to try and make his bid, but Bosco Arias gets past both Kelleher and Domain. Good opportunism from the Spanish driver. Kelleher manages to get through on the undercut on the inside of Domain. So some good battles from the Mini X30 racers then, but it's Graham, Arias, Kelleher and Domain. And up the inside, is that going to be Fortuny into fourth place? Yes, it is. Jordi Fortuny gets through there past Henry Domain to move up into fourth position. So this is a very strong battle continuing on the way round. We will still have some marvellous performances from the Mini X30s through to the end of the checkered flag. And they're still putting on a great display. What an exceptional drive it's been so far. So let's see if it continues on here with the get-go going strong. Into the first corner. And Dan Kelleher still has a chance to go unbeaten here. He's in second behind his teammate Jensen Graham with 2 laps to go. He might have saved his best for last here. There is a brilliant opportunity in the offing here. So this could be it. And he's gone through. A great challenge forward. Bosco Arias through into second as well. So it's a good move from Dan Kelleher, who gets into the lead of the race. The Irishman going strong. But we're going to be in for a fascinating duel. So an excellent performance then from the competitors as Dan Kelleher is your race leader. Bosco Arias in second, and Jensen Graham running up to third position, having originally been leading on the start of this lap. But they are going to have one more racing lap to do. It's not going to be easy for them, that is for sure. And so the drivers are working very hard indeed as they continue to squabble away around the course. Dan Kelleher and Bosco Arias are leading the way. Jensen Graham in third. What can Arias do? Is he going to be the one to beat Dan Kelleher in a straight fight? The Irishman still holding his nerve here. The Fusion Motorsport driver still keeping it together. Up to the hairpin. And Bosco Arias is looking very comfortable here in behind the Irishman. There's a great battle going on behind for fourth place. We've got Bilovsky, Domain, Fortuny, and Marti all in the mix there. No, sorry, Marquez, I should say, in the mix. Domain getting up on the inside and going into fourth place past Bilovsky, I do believe. Oh, up and over the top goes Jordi Fortuny. Fortuny goes off the road and recovers, but that's going to drop into 8th place at least. Might even end up being 10th by the time the field has worked its way through. But what about Bosco Arias? Can he get on terms with Dan Kelleher? Kelleher holds the lead. Bosco Arias knows the track better. Is he going to go for it? Kelleher defends. Arias almost gets him around the outside. But can he go slow in, fast out? As Kelleher should be able to hold on to this. And it's a great run from Dan Kelleher. 3 from 3 for the Irishman. Epic racing from Dan Kelleher. Even when it looked like it wasn't going to go his way, he manages to make it 3 wins out of 3. And he will start the superheat tomorrow from pole position. Flawless is a word that's used far too often in this sport, but so far this weekend, there isn't really a better word to describe Dan Kelleher. The Irishman really has been on his A game from the start, and it looks very difficult to predict anybody else can get him in Mini X30 heading into tomorrow morning. So a great performance from the Irishman, Dan Kelleher. You don't get much better than that. 3 races, 3 wins, and that is exactly where he wanted to be. There is another Mini X30 race to come. This man gave it his best, Bosco Arias. A good drive from him, the Spanish driver, and that's going to put him at worst 4th on the grid. But we still need to see what Corby and Phillips can do in this race. Bosco Arias' consistency could put him at the front end of the second superheat. Dan Kelleher is your winner from Bosco Arias and Jensen Graham. Henry Domain is 4th from Gustavo Marquez and Kit Velovsky. Then Leo Perez, Maya Lamarchand and Yori Fortuny. Leonardis Peruzzi rounds out the top 10 ahead of Antoine Silva-Venon and Antonio Macedo. Laith Khan and Kazra Kamyab ahead of Abel Torres. Flavio Kaida, Maxim Bobadashov and Andrea Mani is 18th place. 19th goes the way of Marie Barryberg from Beatriz Costa, Joao Andrada, Senna Munier and Daniel Miron, the latter 2 failing to finish the race. Nikita Nikizov and Romeo Mello in the same boat after their incident on lap 1. So, very intense race battles and incredible drama throughout. We definitely got to see a lot of intense action over the course of the weekend. And in Mini X30, it's gone the way thus far of Daniel Kelleher, the Irishman, who has made it 3 races and 3 wins. A great performance from the Fusion Motorsport driver from Ireland, who is very much following in the footsteps of Finn McLaughlin, who was there for the team in Mini and Junior, doing a great job. And now Daniel Kelleher is definitely picking up the mantle with the Irish flag. Who knows? We could well see that flag resplendent on the top step of the podium after a brilliant weekend of Mini X30. But there's a long way still to go. And there is still 1 Mini X30 race to decide who is going to be in the pole position for the second superheat. That's either going to go one of 3 ways. Matt Corby, Jesse Phillips, or Bosco Arias. We're not sure who's going to get it, but it will come down to how Corby and Phillips do on their race. One driver that's going to be on the grid with them is the talented Indian star who will be racing for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team this season, Jagrat Datroja. We caught up with him over the course of the weekend.
The Zuera circuit is technical, it's fast, and you need a tow because without a tow it's very difficult to drive here, and it's fast and technical, so it's good. The superheat format is better because you can see the drivers more consistency, because you also got to perform good in the heats, and from the heats, if you have less points, you also get superheats, but it's not like pre-final. And also the drivers who are not experienced and come last, like in the back, they also get to come to Sunday. It's not like they finish on Saturday. In the qualifying without slipstream, it's impossible to do pole position because you have a long straight, and without a tow you can't get the top speed. And in the race, it's important, but it's not important as qualifying. So if you like escape, it's hard because they can just tow you in the straight and catch you. So in races, you can use the tow to push and get away from the third one. The tires are good and they have grip, so you can, in the dry conditions, obviously, you can brake hard and you get to enter faster into the into the curb. But in wet conditions, it's difficult. But in wet conditions, I like the Comet tires because they're very fast through the corners. You need physical strength because it's a long circuit, so if you're gonna drive 10 laps for a long circuit, you need and mentally you gotta think where to overtake. There was like too much places to overtake, so you gotta think that if I overtake here, it would be less time or more time.
Epic work from Jaguar de Troja and the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team so far this weekend. It's been very exciting so far, and the Indian really has been putting on a great display. There's still a bit of a way to go in the weekend, and there's one more heat for the Mini X30s that will set the grid for the Super Heats. I can tell you that the X30 Junior Super Heat grids are almost completely set. If we get confirmation of those before the end of the day, then we'll let you know how it's all gone. But provisional pole position goes the way of Daniel Kelleher, the Irishman, who has been working incredibly hard over the course of this weekend. And from 3 race starts, he has taken 3 wins, and that means that he has the 0-point score required to be unbeaten. It works the way of golf in the karting world in terms of the points accumulated in the qualifying heats. 0 points for the race win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then it's like golf. Whoever has the fewest points is the one that is at the front end of the field. So with 0 points on the card, from 3 victories, essentially 3 holes in one, if you want to continue the golf acumen, then Dan Kelleher is the pole position sitter for the first Super Heat. But who's going to be on pole position for the second? Well, that is very much up for debate because there are 3 drivers who could seal it. Matt Corby of Switzerland, who has 4 points accumulated at this point. Jesse Phillips from Great Britain, who has 6 points accumulated at this point. And Bosco Arias of Spain, who is not on the grid for this one, but has accumulated 7 points. Now, depending on where Corby and Phillips finish up, it'll be completely out of their control as to who continues on in the mix. But it's definitely going to be very, very tight all the way to the finish line. We'll see how things progress and how they continue. But it is an absolutely fascinating battle. So we have got a lot more races still to come. And the race battles are going to be very, very tight right the way to the finish. But Dan Kelleher is guaranteed to be pole position of the Super Heat for the first race. But this is the race that will decide who will be in the Super Heat pole for the second. It's either going to be Matt Corby, Jesse Phillips, or Bosco Arias. But we don't really know which of the drivers it's going to be. And that's what gives it a real excitement of tension and drama. A very exciting battle for all of the contenders. Hello to the Mountcastles who are watching out in the United States of America. They were actually watching this morning, very, very late in the American morning, and then went to bed, and they've got up to watch again. Love it. Hello to Shanna and to her son as well, who are watching all the way out in the United States. It really does go to show that this sport is very much about the international flavor of motorsport. People from all over the world have an interest in this and are really exciting the gaggle of drivers that are putting on an excellent display. We will have some great racing to come. We obviously have the 6th and final X30 mini qualifying heat for A versus C. And then after that, we are going to have the 3 Senior X30 races for drivers 14 years of age and over. But this race is the one for drivers aged 8 to 12. And this is where we're really going to see the exciting badinage between the drivers continue. So this is going to be an amazing, exciting battle for all of the drivers. Hello to Callie, who is also watching with her 8-year-old daughter in America, sending me messages to watch the race coverage. I'm loving the fact that we've got so many people watching from all over. And hello to all those of you who are watching on Facebook as well. Dan Aleman and Antoni Witkowski will go off the front row of the grid for this one. They're both trying to battle away for position. Matt Corby and Manuel Miguez, Jesse Phillips and Gustavo Cunha. The yellow light comes on the end of the pit lane. But now it's time to see which of our Mini X30 drivers will be pole position for the second Super Heat. We know that the first one will be Daniel Kelleher, but who is going to be in pole for the second? Will it be Matt Corby, Jesse Phillips, or Bosco Arias. This race is going to determine it. The temperature has climbed to 18 degrees Celsius now. Still very cold for the time of year, but it's as hot as it's going to get this weekend. Here they come. Qualifying Heat B versus D for the 8 to 12-year-olds in X30 Mini. The last race before the Super Heats tomorrow morning. So let's see what will play out here at Zuera. Dan Aleman on pole position from Anthony Witkowski. Then Matt Corby and Manuel Miguez. Jesse Phillips, Gustavo Cunha, Bruno Priam and Thomas Pradier. Then Gilles Human and Keith Grant from Noah Baglin and Jagodat Troja. Arthur Huang and Denny Babacek from Alex Martinez and Georgi Zazov. Devon Hagelin and Javier Broaska, Jensen Jones and Angelina Simons from Max Yule, Maxime Nopel, Ruben Perez and Edouard Godefroid. 24 drivers bidding for one last race here in Mini X30 before tomorrow morning's Super Heats. And those Super Heats, of course, will be added to the accumulated total for the qualifying heats as well. It won't be a fresh reboot. It'll be race points that will add to the original grid. And the 36 best drivers from the weekend will be the ones to take up the start in the final. But the Super Heat format means that the drivers don't go home on Saturday evening. They still have something to race for to book their place on the final grid. So, round the final turn, the beautiful Iberian Peninsula in the background. The incredibly picturesque scenes here in northern Spain, just a few miles from the ancient picturesque city of Zaragoza, not far from the French border. A beautiful part of the world, this. Just down the road is the River Ebro, which enters the municipality at 200 feet above sea level. It's home to one of the top European football teams, as well as the Spanish Air Force Base just around the corner. It's a wonderful area, and it's also home to 750,000 people, with a large community of Romanians in Zaragoza. It's a fabulous display on such a fabulous backdrop on a very popular race circuit this. The drivers really do love it. But if you go wide on the circuit, you're going to have axles and chassis full of rocks and stones. It's very tough going out onto the rough stuff here. And so 6 more laps of the course for these drivers aged 8 to 12. It's very fast and it's very frenetic. 1.699 kilometers of race action await them. And this is to determine who is going to be on pole position for the second Super Heat. The first is going to be Daniel Kelleher of the Republic of Ireland. But who is going to be on pole for the second? Will it be Matt Corby of Switzerland, Jesse Phillips of the United Kingdom, or Bosco Arias, the home favourite here in Spain? So Aleman on the inside line, Witkowski on the outside line. Corby goes off third, Phillips goes off fifth. Arias is watching on the sidelines. Are we going to go green? No. False start, false start. So the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, judges that on this occasion, the drivers were not quite lined up in the 2 tram lines. They have to stay in those tram lines on the main straight, and they cannot come out of those tram line positions. If they do, there is a penalty. There is the race director, Martin Bean. Alongside him, Gonzalo Planta, working hard to ensure that the safety of the drivers and the correct starting procedure is adhered to. But it's the man on the left of your picture just then, Martin Bean, who decides when we go racing. If he doesn't like the start layout, he will throw the repeater light on the gantry and send them round again for another formation lap. And then, of course, they will have the 6 laps of racing. So they go around one more time. So the competitors are watching along. Hello to everybody who's watching, no matter how you are choosing to do so, whether you're on the Facebook page of IAME X30 Euro Series. The battle is still going strong. Lots of messages coming through from people. Susan Domain congratulating their little man, Henry Lovenaddy and Granddad. And it's been fantastic to watch. Even Lewis Werrell, who can't quite get IAME X30 out of his system either, is watching along. Hello to those of you watching on motorsport.tv. You're very welcome, as of course are all of you watching along on YouTube, including young Matthew Mountcastle. Hope you're enjoying the action, young man. Out of the final turn. 6 laps to go. In the qualifying heat, B versus D. Are we racing this time? You betcha! Here we go! To the first corner. A great start from Witkowski, but he can't avoid letting Matt Corby slip through on the inside line. They charge down to turn 2. And these 8 to 12-year-old kids are absolutely on it. Oh, and off the road goes Corby. No, I think that's Aleman, in fact. That's Dan Aleman going off the road. The pole sitter drops to the back of the field. Oh, disaster for Dan Aleman. And as a result of that, even Matt Corby can't keep the Fusions at bay. And through to the lead is that Jesse Phillips that's broken through the 926 out in front. I'll have to watch as they come through. It's definitely a Fusion. And in second, that looks to me like Gustavo Cunha has worked his way forward. Yes, it's Jesse Phillips who leads the race. What a start from 5th on the grid. An excellent launch forward from Jesse Phillips. A really good start to the proceedings. But Dan Aleman, I'm afraid, has fallen right away to the back of the queue. That's devastatingly bad luck for the Swiss driver. And that's very much going to be a tough race battle for him now as he recovers. So now this is about Jesse Phillips getting a perfect result. If he can win this race, then he will go pole position for his superheat. Pradier is the one who's up to second place. Great start from Thomas Pradier, up 6 positions from P8 to be in P2 now. That is absolutely extraordinary. So an absolutely terrific battle. So here they come again on the inside line. Oh, still they race wheel to wheel. They come off the turn up towards the hairpin. And that looks to me as though, for the moment at least, Keith Grant has held on in front of Bruno Priam. Quite a few drivers out of position. I think we've lost Georgi Zazov, Angelina Simons and Jensen Jones. They've all come off the road on that lap. I think 1 or 2 of them have managed to recover. It's Angelina Simons who is down at the very back of the field. Have they managed to recover? I think Angelina Simons has got going again. But they've all fallen off the road on that lap. Edouard Godefroy didn't exactly have a great opening sector as well either. I think he's dropped right to the back of the field. Up to the inside. A mistake from Thomas Pradier. That's enough of an invitation for Witkowski. Matt Corby tried to get through as well. But it's not going to work out in his favour. But for the man up front, Jesse Phillips, this is heaven sent. He could be on course to win his first race of the weekend. And it couldn't be better time. There goes Matt Corby on the inside of Thomas Pradier. So Corby gets past Pradier, but if Jesse Phillips holds on to the lead, he will start the second superheat tomorrow morning from the front. Can he bag the Super Pole in the first weekend of IAME Euro Series 2022 here in Zuera in Spain? Oh, little bit of a moment in the middle of the pack there, and a very frustrated Jagrat the Troja, I think that is, in the middle of the pack there. Or is that Noah Baglin putting his hand in the air? Yes, it's Noah Baglin. He was not happy with the way the midfield battle played out there. So it's Phillips, Witkowski, Corby, Pradier, Priam. Babicek is in 6th place. Good recovery from the Czech. And the Indian star, Jagrat the Troja, is once again charging his way forward up into P7. Then it is Manuel Miguez. A good recovery from him. He's up to 8th place now. Then Alex Martinez on the Praga, and into the lead goes Anthony Witkowski. Witkowski takes on his teammate. So Jesse Phillips is going to have to dig deep and find another move, but he's going to get some support. Matt Corby's going with him. Jesse Phillips to the lead, Corby to second. 3 done, 3 to go. And it's going to be very tight to the finish now. Up on the inside, Thomas Pradier trying to get back into 3rd position. Not going to happen just yet. Anthony Witkowski still holds 3rd. Watch for Bruno Priam. He's going to make his move on the inside. It's a big lunge from Denny Babicek. Fastest lap of the race from the young Czech. And Babicek gets into that 4th position, past Thomas Pradier. But Jesse Phillips is back in front of Matt Corby and Anthony Witkowski. So the battle still rages. Phillips, Corby, Witkowski down to the braking zone for 7. Babicek holds on in front of Pradier. Then Priam, the Troja, Miguez, Martinez, and Noah Baglin has got himself into the top 10 now. Still a long way to go in this one. 2.5 laps around this course. It's 1.69 kilometers in length, and there's a warning flag gone out to Edouard Godefroy. So I'm afraid Godefroy, the Belgian, has got himself a warning flag. That comes with a 5-second penalty that cannot be contested or appealed. If you get a warning flag, that's it. You just get a penalty. You've got to be so careful when you're out there. Excellent performances so far from the drivers. And we are in for an absolutely gripping display in the final 2 laps. Who's going to go for the ultimate move? They still quest for position. This is going to be a very interesting battle. Are we going to see Matt Corby go for the move? Let's see if Matt Corby's going to get his opportune moment. Jesse Phillips still holds the line for now, but Matt Corby really stepping up the attack. We're going to see some really tough battles between these two in the last lap and a half. What's Corby going to do? Can he make his bid? This is not going to be easy to predict, but we're going to see how it all plays out. I think we're going to see a very tight battle between Corby and Phillips. They both want to be pole position, of course, for the superheat. And at the moment, Corby sat in second, is looking to get the super pole because they're going to be tied on points if it stays like this. But on countback, Corby is going to get it. Essentially, going into the last lap, Phillips needs his teammate Witkowski to get past the Swiss. Into the last lap they go. Phillips is there defending. Watch for Witkowski. Watch for the 933 on the far side. Phillips is trying to back Corby into his teammate. If his teammate comes in a second, then Phillips will get the super pole. Witkowski round the outside. Tucks back in for the undercut. Is he going to get through? They're going to be side by side. Witkowski is in front. So that's going to be Phillips in the super pole. Corby comes back. Can't get there in the hairpin. Babacek is fourth and he's right behind them now. Down to the hairpin at 7. Witkowski is protecting. Babacek's going to come in from a long way back. Babacek in a third. Lovely overtake from the young Czech star. And the TEPZ racing driver gets into third position. Heartbreak for Matt Corby. There goes the super pole. But Jesse Phillips is going to have it. It's going to be a super pole for 2 members of the Fusion Motorsport team. Daniel Kelleher got the job done by winning 3 heats out of 3 and by taking his first win in the final heat of the day. It's going to be Jesse Phillips who takes the second one. Witkowski, Babacek, Corby and Miguez in the top 5. Magic. Jesse Phillips saves his best for last. That was absolutely magic. Really good stuff from the competitors. And what an exceptional display that was. Really good drive, but Jesse Phillips can relax a bit and celebrate. He has got the super pole for the second superheat tomorrow morning. So it is a pair of fusions. The first one, Daniel Kelleher. The second one, Jesse Phillips. And you've got to feel for Matt Corby. Slipping to 4th place puts him 5th overall. And that will put him 3rd on the grid for the first superheat. So that will put him on the inside line on row 2. That's a very precious position for Matt Corby to be in. It's not over for him by a long shot. So obviously it's going to be interesting to see what happens from here on out. But he will definitely have some very exciting battles to come. So let's see how it continues for him. But what a great result. Jesse Phillips taking the win from Anthony Witkowski and Denny Babacek, from Matt Corby and Manuel Miguez, Jagrat Troja and Alex Martinez, from Thomas Pradier, Bruno Priam and Arthur Wang. Then Noah Baglin in front of Devon Hagelin, Gustavo Cunha ahead of Dan Aleman, Javier Broasca, Gilles Herman, Keith Grant and Max Yule. Rounding out the top 20, it is Eduard Godefroid and Maxime Nopel. Georgi Zazov in front of Ruben Spider-Man Perez, then Jensen Jones and Angelina Simons. All 24 drivers managed to come home after a thrilling battle, and they really have been exceptional over the course of the weekend. Well, it's been a really exciting battle, and we've had some great racing in Mini X30. That is all she wrote for the Mini X30 races. There are just 3 to go here this afternoon. So if you're with us, do stick around. We've just got 3 races to go, and they're with a brilliant bunch of drivers. The over 14s will now come out onto the circuit. The senior X30s, this is the pinnacle of IAME X30 kart racing worldwide. For qualifying heats 13, 14 and 15 in the seniors. The 5th and final race for each driver. And we'll start by hearing from the young man from Jamaica, based out of London, England these days. For Croc Promotions, it's Kalai Atkins.
Oh, I think it's a really good track.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to have that interview with Kalai Atkins in a brief moment, but obviously that gives you a little bit of an indication, a bit of time, that we will have some great racing from the X30 seniors in just a few short minutes' time. There are 3 races to go. We thought it was going to be one-way traffic for the Frenchman Evan Gilter, who had been dominant up until the 4th heat, but when he was beaten, it's now made things a little bit more competitive for the senior X30 drivers as they quest for position. It's going to be Hugo Besson and Sam Balota, the VDK Racing teammates from France and Belgium, respectively, who will line up on the front row of the grid for this one. Sebastian Hedin will be in P3 on the starting grid, the Swedish driver who has shown incredible speed, but has not had a massive amount of fortune coming into the weekend. Luca Griggs will be there in 4th place for the Falcon Racing team. And then Sam Shaw for Premium Karting will be on the inside of row 3. And Andy Rattel for KBK will be together on the 6th position of the grid. Paul Cayos for MDC Racing. And then Lazare Lartigot for Victory Lane Karting. And then Louis Johnston Cool for Premium Karting will be there alongside the man who we're hoping to hear from shortly, Kalai Atkins of Jamaica. So let's hear what he had to say coming into the weekend.
Oh, I think it's a really good track. It's nice and fast flowing, so obviously you need to carry momentum through the corners. And I also think it's good for overtaking. There'll be consistent overtaking, which is good if you have a bad qualifying. But yeah, I really like this track and I'm looking to do well here. Yeah, I quite like the superheat format because if you have a mechanical issue, you won't be compromised. Because the old format, with the pre-final, you'd be starting dead last for the final. So I do prefer it than the normal one, and I think it'll make for good racing. Qualifying is going to be very important due to the amount of drivers here. There's 110 drivers, so it's going to be very close in qualifying. Slipstream is going to be very important. It will improve people's times a lot compared to others, so we're just going to have to get in the right position for qualifying, so it's a lot more beneficial for us. I think tyre consumption is going to be very important around here due to the fast flowing corners. You have to be very smooth around here so you don't slide and hurt the tyres. I think it'll be quite a challenging weekend here, especially with the amount of fast flowing corners, and braking will be quite important here because if you mess up the braking, go too wide or slide, you're going to compromise your exit speed, which is very important around here due to the amount of straights, the amount of fast flowing corners you have here. So physically I don't have any issues. Obviously I train at home to be the best that I can for races like this due to Europe being difficult on the body, but I think for me I'll be fine for these races. Mentally it'll be quite difficult because the standard of the drivers here is really high level.
I've been super impressed with the progress that Kalai Atkins has made over the last couple of seasons. It takes a lot to come out of an unusual country for motor racing. Obviously, the family based in Jamaica moved to London to focus on his racing and his sporting credence, and has come into the Croc Promotions team and the Mad Croc chassis, and he has fitted in with the team there incredibly quickly, and now he is fighting at the sharp end of the dais in Senior X30. As we mentioned earlier, he'll be going off P10 on the starting grid for this one, so he's definitely having an excellent job. So it's been an incredible race battle so far. So we are going to have an excellent run so far for the contenders, and they will continue to battle away. But let's see just how exciting it's going to be from here on in, because we still have an amazing amount of competition to come from the Senior X30. There goes the 1 minute board. So 1 minute until the drivers head out on track. Behind the top 10 that we've already mentioned, Ruben Moya is going to be in 11th position. Nathaniel Den Hont running out of P12. Then Eric Genet, the Spanish driver for Mol Racing. And then 14th position for Kamal Agar. Adria Mustienis, the Kids to Win driver on the LN chassis, alongside the similar kart of Oscar Joyce for the British Premium Karting team. And then Eduardo Villa, the sole representative of the TB Kart Racing team for Italy. And then Alexandra Mono for the Victory Lane Red Speed. Alberto Paul on the kart in Pro Tony Kart. And then 20th on the grid, it is the AC Motorsport of the Spanish talent Hugo Naturel in the Kart Republic. The drivers will head out onto the circuit. For them, this is their last race before the superheats tomorrow. So they need to book themselves a decent place on the starting grid. But these drivers are not going to be questing for the top spot. They're just going to have to try and give as much as they possibly can from this race. It's the other drivers in the later races that are really going to be battling for the spoils at the front end of the grid. Hugo Besson and Sam Balota from Sebastian Hedin and Luca Griggs, then Sam Shaw and Andy Rattel, Podkayos and Lazar Lartigo from Louis Johnston-Cool and Kalai Atkins, Ruben Moya and Nathaniel Denhont, Eric Genet and Kamal Agar, then Adrian Mustienis and Oscar Joyce, Eduardo Villa and Alexandre Monod, Alberto Paul and Hugo Nataril from Angus Mulsdale, Drake Janssen, Nathan Joliet and Ben Doughty. Mathis Barb is alone on his row, Juan Aluya and Hugo Brun from Federico Scalvini, Mirko Wouters, Gabriel Nicolai, Giovanni Trentin, Ariandro Huguet, Petra Babachkova and William Louis. So as the drivers make the most of these final 3 races, these are the ones that will also set the grid for the superheats. But as there are 107 drivers in the fray for Senior X30, they have 5 races over the course of the day. The maximum amount of grid heats that you can have in Senior X30 is 5 per driver. So 15 total because there are 3 groups. And we had 107 drivers competing this weekend in Senior X30 out of the 108 that it is possible to book in. That shows you just how exciting and frenetic the racing has been over the course of the weekend thus far. So we will continue to battle away. The drivers are just getting their tyres and brakes warmed up to temperature. It's definitely going to be an interesting and intriguing one. And with 3 races to go today here in Zuera, the sun is slowly starting to set, although it's going to take quite a while the way it's currently blaring out over the circuit. We're kind of hoping the weather stays like this for the rest of the weekend, because it's been very interesting to see how from qualifying, when it was raining yesterday, the sunshine has come out and developed into quite an exciting race circuit here today. So the drivers will battle away. Just 3 battles left, and it is definitely going to be very exciting. So let's see if we are going to have one final battle for these particular drivers in groups E versus F. The only driver from these groups that has a good chance of starting in the top 5 in their superheats is Luca Griggs, although that could change depending on how he fares from these 4 races. So let's see how it plays out. I think we're going to go round again somehow. Yes, indeed we do. The repeater light comes on. A false start in Senior X30. That was very quickly called there by Martin Bean, with assistance from his colleague Gonzalo Planta. So the drivers now making their way across the circuit once again. The repeater light comes on the starting gantry. That looks like one of the technical crew, Darren, is with them as well up there, just trying to get a bird's eye view of the world of Zuera circuit. Good to see that the crew going to work and putting on a great show once again. We should pay tribute while we can to the Orange Army around the circuit, the marshals, stewards and officials. Without them we are nothing, we cannot race without them. And they have given us an absolutely sensational battle. So we are hoping that it's going to be a very exciting trio of races to finish off. But it certainly looks as though it's going to go this way. So the combination of the drivers getting themselves ready for action again. All of the contenders putting in an excellent display. Let's see how it all finishes up. And the last battle for Besson and Balota is going to be an interesting one to focus on for the finish of this race. All the drivers charging to turn 1. Are we going to get a clean start? They're in position. That looks much tidier from the start. I think we're going to be off to a start, but I don't think the outside line has got as good a start. False start again. That's 2 false starts in a row. Now that does not happen terribly often in the world of IAME Euro Series. And if it does, then that usually causes a bit of an issue. Well, 2 false starts in a row is very unfortunate. But what is that going to do in terms of the way the race is going to start? Because Martin Bean may decide that they won't go for a 3rd restart just yet. But it does look as though they're going to. It is the first round of the season, so just give them a little grace in this one, a little bit of a grace period. I'm sure they'll be reminded in the start of the next heat that they do actually have to form up properly, because they don't want to watch the same triumvirate of attempted starts repeated for the next heat. So the competition is still going to be very, very tight from the top end of the field. But is it going to be a final triumvirate of races that really puts the boat out here? Karts are now neatly in position. An absolutely amazing run. Let's see if we are going to get the start that we need now out of the final turn. Hugo Besson and Sam Balota from Sebastian Hedin and Luca Griggs. Then Shaw, Rattel, Kayos, Lartigo, Johnston Cool, Atkins, Moya, Den Hont, Genet, Agar. This time it looks like a much better start. And I think we might be in business this time. Yes, we go racing out of the first corner. Gilter running well in front of Hedin. And Sam Shaw trying to hold it on the inside line, but there's just not enough grip. Up to the first corner. The big first stop is turn 2. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. Round the outside, that's the fast starting Andy Rattel, trying to break through to the top 3, and he's done it. What a start from Andy Rattel. That is absolutely monstrous. Hedin's going to go to the lead, though. Sebastian Hedin, the Swede, is into first position. A great start from the KR Sport driver. What a spectacular run. Here comes Andy Rattel, trying to make his bid on the inside. They drift out wide, and now wheel to wheel. That looks to me like Luca Griggs trying to get back in round the outside of Balota and Besson. But Griggs has to hang back. Oh, this is great stuff. 3:29, Luca Griggs holding his own there in front of the fast starting Hugo Besson and Sam Balota, but out in front, Sebastian Hedin and Andy Rattel have been given license to check out and run away with it. The end of the first lap, and it's all beautiful for Sebastian Hedin. No panic, no drama. Andy Rattel and Hugo Besson going well, but on the inside that is going to be Balota and Besson both getting past Rattel. Besson into second, briefly, because now Balota's getting through. Sam Balota in a second place. Besson has to give best to his teammate. Rattel is fourth, Griggs is fifth, then Shaw, Kayos, Moya, Lartigo, Atkins and Alberto Paul. Adrian Mustien is going much better this time, the Spanish driver in 12th position. Not really having the same misfortunes he had earlier. Rattel on the inside. That'll do. Into third position past Besson, and Griggs has been able to hold off from Kayos and Shaw as they run up the top of the hill. So Kayos has got through past Shaw. Lartigo has got past the Jamaican Kalai Atkins. So still they run. Up to the first part of the complex, they have been very, very close to each other. But Sebastian Hedin is almost a second clear of Sam Balota. Balota really needs some assistance now from Rattel and Besson. Here they come to the first corner, flat up on the throttle, not even a blip. Slight dab of the brakes, then turn in, hold the kart at the apex. Big G-forces exuded there, up through the left-hander. Now the big stop, control the kart, and in the inside, that's Besson and Griggs, both getting past Andy Rattel. So they move up into third and fourth. Andy Rattel is down to P5. Sixth position for Paul Kayos. The Spanish charge, still doing a great job on the Birolart chassis, the red and white machine at the back of the quartet. Second place, Sam Balota trying to close up on Sebastian Hedin. There goes Kayos. Kayos in the 261 gets through up into fifth position. But Besson and Griggs are still dueling away for third place. I'm up the top of the crest. Up to the turn. Through the triple apex right-hander, up to the double apex left now. Holding the kart at the apex, trying not to lose traction. A good run from Besson, with pressure from Griggs, Kayos, Rattel, Shaw, Moya, Atkins, Lartigo and Kamal Agar, the young man from the United Arab Emirates. Across the line, into turn 1, flat on the throttle. Ride the crest and the limit of adhesion into turn 2. So much G-force and pounding you take on the ribcage through there. Up on the inside, 3 wide. Paul Kayos squeezes through, but there's still 3 wide on the exit, and that's enough for Griggs to hold on to it. Kayos tries to get back on the inside. Besson goes for it on Rattel, and watch for Sam Shaw. He's got a chance, as has Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya tucks in instead, and Agar goes grass hopping. Now Moya gets through on Rattel. Excellent racecraft again here at Zuera in Senior X30. Now Sebastian Hedin is slowly losing his advantage to Sam Balota. Luca Griggs going strong. This is a very tough race battle he's in the middle of now. But can he hold station? Is there going to be more of this? A very tough battle. But it's still going to go right the way to the death. Through turn 1, that's the move made from Paul Kajos. He gets in past Luca Griggs for 3rd position. Swings through at turn 1, but they've got a bit of time to make up to Hedin and Balota. But crucially, Sam Balota is catching the Swede up front. The gap comes down to 4/10 as Ruben Moya slices in on the inside of Hugo Besson. Hugo Naturel gets the fastest lap of the race for the AC Motorsport team. Ruben Moya on the Pantano chassis, again making great strides for the Italian squad. But Hugo Naturel is the fastest man on track on his home circuit. A little bit of a twitch there from Paul Kajos. That's enough to put Luca Griggs back on the tail. They've got to be careful. Ruben Moya is on the warpath behind, and they've got plenty of time to do something about this. Sam Balota is chipping away at Sebastian Hedin. So Sebastian Hedin is your leader, the Swedish driver for the KR Sport Cosmic. The purple and white machine leads the way, but Sam Balota on the VDK. Blue, red and white in 2nd place. Up to the first corner, Hedin is leading, but it doesn't look like he'll hold its station for long. Here's the battle of a 6th. Rattel versus Besson, the 2 Frenchmen. KBK versus VDK. And still the team working hard. Here's Ruben Moya on the inside of Luca Griggs. Adios, amigo. He goes through in a 4th place. Nicely done from Ruben Moya. Mattis Barb now sets the pace as he gets the fastest lap of the race. Moya trying to shake off Luca Griggs. Mattis Barb going well for Castellet Kart Racing, the Frenchman. Now the fastest driver on track with a 103.6. Now the way things stand at the moment, Luca Griggs is going to remain in the top 10, even if he finishes in 5th. But he could really do with a bit of a better run here to get past Moya, past Kajos, past Balota and past the leader Sebastian Hedin. And the way it's tightening up, anyone in the top 5 could still win this. Sebastian Hedin does not look like he's going to hold the pressure of this for long. Are we going to see a totalitarian battle into turn 1? I think we are. Kajos eating up the road to Balota. Balota eating up the road to Hedin. He doesn't go for the move yet. There's still time. There's still opportunity as well. Is he going to make the move on the inside? There he goes. Balota takes the lead. Hedin holds it round the outside. That'll do for now. And this is still very tight indeed as Kajos holds on in front of Ruben Moya. Kamala Gar now gets the fastest lap of the race as Rattel gets his move for 5th position on the inside of Luca Griggs. Down to the braking zone, in through the hairpin. Balota, Hedin, Kajos, Moya, Griggs and Rattel. Although Rattel has now got into 5th position. There he is behind Ruben Moya. Hugo Besson still holding station in 7th. Just over a second. Covers the top 7 drivers. Balota is leading now. But if you thought the race battle has been exciting up to this point, it's about to get fever pitch. They come out of the final turn, and Hedin is going to be chasing down Balota. He'll catch him big time in the slipstream. Into turn 1, 2 to go. Battle will be joined. Hedin's going for it. On the inside, he's going to get support from Kajos. Hedin through, Kajos through. What about Moya? Moya can't get there either. So now he's got to go the long way round. Kajos gets through on Sebastian Hedin. Hedin's going to get him on the exit. Side by side. And Hedin takes the lead again from Kajos. And it's going to go 3 wide behind nearly as Moya has to chop across on Griggs and Rattel. Besson is still there for hunger. And as they come off of turn 6, they run down to 7. Watch for Balota. Balota had a look there on the onside of Kajos as Griggs gets back on terms with Andy Rattel. And now trying to get through. Besson trying to get through in a position. He hasn't made it. Rattel holds him at bay for the moment. Griggs is still there in 6th. Besson, Paul, Atkins and Kamala Gar. Sam Shaw in 11th for the moment. Everybody who started is still running, which is great news. Into the final bend and into the final lap. Paul Kajos hunting down Hedin and Moya hunting down Balota. Watch for the Spanish boys. They are going to be pushing on the final lap. Here we go. Hedin defends. So does Balota. Kajos is going to try and get the switch back. So too is Ruben Moya. Hedin parks the bus. Moya round the outside of Balota. He almost made that work. Heading tucked to the inside line. Kaios can't get by. Nor can Moya on Balota. Rattel and Griggs are lining up. Someone's just going to get impatient here and slam dunk it on the inside. Who's going to get there? Balota defends. So does it in. It's absolute nail-biting stuff. Griggs goes out wide. And side by side, that is Moya trying to fend off Rattel. Hedin's got Kaios to the inside. Balota trying to switcheroo on the inside as well. Moya's there with Balota. 2 corners to go. I don't see this changing unless there's a big slipstream maneuver. Rattel comes in on Moya. Kaios has got the run out of the final turn. It's going to go to the line. Who's going to get there? It is Hedin, only just from Paul Kaios. Sebastian Hedin hangs on. Well done, Sebastian. 200ths of a second at the line. Well committed there from Paul Kaios. He almost had it. If that finish line had been 6 feet further, then it would have been Paul Kaios who got the victory from Sebastian Hedin. But what a run that was from the Swedish driver after the bad luck of earlier on when he tangled in with Finn McLaughlin. It's been an excellent fight back. Wow, I'm losing puff here. I'm out of breath. And I'm not at all surprised. I'm going to be out of vocal cords by the time today's over. What a sensational challenge it has been from the drivers so far. Terrific stuff and great racing all the way through. So, Oliver Greenall has worked his way into the top 8 as a result of Griggs dropping to 8th place. So that's something that could end up coming his way. We'll have to double check and see how it works out for him. But certainly things have been very intense and exciting for Sebastian Hedin. He wins from Paul Kaios, Sam Balota, Ruben Moya, Andy Rattel, Carly Atkins and Hugo Besson, all covered by a second. Luca Griggs in 8th from Alberto Paul and Sam Shaw. Kamal Agar is 11th from Hugo Nataril, Eduardo Villa, Lazar Lartigo, Eric Genet, Mattis Barb, Louis Johnston-Cool and Adria Mustienes. 19th place behind them goes the way of Petra Babichkova. She made amazing progress to 19th in front of Giovanni Trentin, Angus Mulsdale, Ben Doughty, Duan Aluya from Nathaniel Denhont, Federico Scalvini, Alexandre Monod from Nathan Joliet, Gabriel Nicolet, Drake Janssen, Oscar Joyce, William Lewis, Alejandro Huguet, Hugo Brunn and Mirko Wouters. And can you believe it? All 34 drivers were covered at the line by less than 15 seconds. Find me a more competitive form of karting out there, because I don't think you can find it. That is absolutely amazing. Well, that's definitely going to give us an exciting battle. We were hoping to bring you an interview with Alexis Araujo and Giorgio Pantano. There isn't quite going to be time to bring you that before this race. We will try and bring it to you for the start of the next one. But because of the 3 attempted starts in that race, we're actually going to have to go and focus straight on with the race battle in this one. But certainly for X30 Senior Qualifying Heat C versus D, this is going to be a very exciting battle again, as more great drivers will battle for supremacy. And this time, a few of the contenders for the overall pole position in the Super Bowl are going to be making their way out on track. Thomas Fleming, pole position from Danny Carinini, the Lando Norris kart for Dan Holland Racing, alongside the Team Driver Racing Kart Machine for Kart Republic and the reigning IAME World Finals winner. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, 3rd on the grid, the Dutchman in the Dimes Racing Team kart. Finn McLaughlin will be 4th position on the grid, the Irishman, as he continues his quest for glory. So close to his first win in Senior X30. He's done a great job so far. The 1 minute board comes up. 5th on the grid will be Santiago Valve, the Mole Racing driver on the Birolart chassis. And then there is going to be a great fight forward from Dan Steenman after his earlier race victory in the PDB Racing Falcon. 7th on the grid will be Hugo Arendi on his Lando Norris kart for the Dan Holland Racing team. The Estonian will line up alongside Daniel Mathia for the AC Motorsport team in P8. And then 9th on the grid for the TD Kart squad on the Cosmic will be Miguel Silva, the Portuguese driver. And alongside him on the grid in P10 will be Arthur Poulain. A few drivers to watch out for from outside the top 10, most notably Gabriel Stilp, Eliska Babichkova, and Sita van Meert, 3 drivers who have been making massive progress over the course of the weekend. They've all been taking their plaudits through the field, and they should be on one final charge as they go through in their last heat before tomorrow's superheat. So the X30 senior qualifying heat C versus D continues. The drivers head out onto the circuit, and this is the penultimate race before shut-eye. Thomas Fleming and Danny Carinini from Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Finn McLaughlin, Santiago Valve and Dan Steenman, Hugo Arendi and Daniel Mathia from Miguel Silva and Arthur Poulain, Joan Pasalaigua and Olivan Veit from Gabriel Stilp and Eliska Babachkova, Alex Martinez and Santiago da Costa, Noah Maton and Sita van Meert, Max Ischtema and Charles Roussan, Bo Heijmans and Matteo Quintarelli, Ivan Arias and Nick Ho, from Hami Sands and Sami Dari, Arthur Vassort, Luna Claret, Gaspard Lagaye, Adrian Maliero, Luis Alves, Julian Kuch, Lars Venink, Philip Garner, Luca Degrange and Peter Stiller. And there is one kart that has failed to get out onto the circuit. 2 karts, in fact. Don't tell me that's Alex Martinez again. It is. He's had all sorts of problems in this race so far. But also in the mix there, that is the 306 failing to get going. That is the German Julian Kuch. So Martinez and Kuch will hopefully be able to get going as the field passes through turn 1. And they should be able to join up as the racing continues. And because they haven't been able to complete the out lap, but they should join in around the formation lap. There goes Alex Martinez. Julian Kuch is looking a little doubtful. So the German may have to wait until the field goes through on the start of the race, and that is not good news from his point of view. So he was rather hoping for something a little bit more than that. But certainly things are looking pretty hectic for them as they battle away for position. So now the contenders are looking for the tyre temperature. It has to be optimum to get the tyres and brakes to the best racing position. But what a thrilling battle it is going to be. An excellent run from the drivers. They're going to give us some great battle and some great racecraft around the course. But this is now where the battle for the superheat poles really starts to take focus. Poor Julian Kuch. He's desperately trying to get the kart started, but they are really struggling for it. The karts are now in position on the main straight. Who's going to get the run to the first corner? Will it be Fleming, Carinini, van der Westerleken or McLaughlin? Looks like the inside line's got a great start. Ready and go! Thomas Fleming runs in from van der Westerleken and Santiago Valve. They go through turn 1. Is everybody going to get through? They will battle away for position as the race goes on. And now we will battle away for position up to the first corner. Fleming is your leader. Then van der Westerleken and Santiago Valve is right in there for the hunt. A couple of drivers running off on the grass there, trying to keep off the rough stuff. And as they work through the hairpin at turn 5, everybody's throwing themselves into the battle. It's never going to be easy in these early couple of laps as drivers battle for supremacy. Up the inside for the lead. That is van der Westerleken. Valve gets through, so does McLaughlin. And there's a couple of karts off the road on the run to turn 6. That, I'm afraid, is the 251 going off the road. So that is game over at the front end of the field for Olivan Veit. So Olivan Veit is out of the race for the VDK Racing team. Not what he needed at all. So Fleming is in third now as Rivaldo van der Westerleken leads at the end of the first lap. And in second place, that is Santiago Valve into the first corner. A very tough run there between Hugo Arendi and Dan Steenman. Arendi holds on to it. Steenman can't get by for now. But Rivaldo van der Westerleken leads. Here goes the move from Santi Valve. Fleming is there as well. So Valve leads the way. Fleming in second. Third is now Rivaldo van der Westerleken ahead of Danny Carinini and Finn McLaughlin. These 5 should quest for the win now. They've managed to get well clear of the rest of the competitors in the mix. But Danny Carinini and Finn McLaughlin really want to challenge the 3 drivers in front. As it stands at the moment, Rivaldo van der Westerleken is looking like he will start third, and that is going to be second on the grid for the first superheat. So he really wants to get past the next driver in front of him. That is going to be Thomas Fleming. If he can get through, That will put him provisional pole for the second superheat. So Rivaldo van der Westerleken really needs to gun for this now. Up to the first corner. This is all going to be about tactics. Here we go. Fleming's going to make the move on Valve. Can van der Westerleken get there as well? No. Santiago Valve holds him off, and now he's going to defend the line. Carinini goes past as well, as does McLaughlin. Terrible misfortune there for Rivaldo van der Westerleken. That's going to drop him quite the way back. So the Dutchman is now going to concede pole position for the second superheat to Yannis Stivenadens as Valve gets past Fleming. McLaughlin gets boxed in. Carinini's going to storm by the third. And through to fourth goes Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Up the inside comes McLaughlin. He retaliates. Great racing from the Irishman. And now van der Westerleken is squeezed on the retaliation. So Santi Valve leads the way from Danny Carinini and Thomas Fleming. McLaughlin is fourth, fifth is van der Westerleken, and sixth is Dan Steenman, having finally got past Hugo Arendi. But Dan Steenman can make big progress in this race if he can make his way up from P6. He is up to P5 now. So Steenman could work his way through to the pole position for the second superheat. Essentially, Evan Gilter needs to finish in the top 10 and he will get the job done whatever happens in his heat later on. So as long as Gilter finishes in the top 10, it doesn't matter where he finishes, he should secure pole for the superheat tomorrow. But there's a race going on with 6 laps to go here. Santiago Valve in front of Danny Carinini, Thomas Fleming, Finn McLaughlin and Dan Steenman. The race battle continues. McLaughlin hunting down Tom Fleming. Fleming still holding it at the apex. Not a lot of an opportunity for McLaughlin to squeeze by just yet. 5th place. Steenman's really gunning for it as well now. He has dropped Hugo Arendi as they come through. McLaughlin really is hunting Fleming at the moment. Into the final turn, onto the main straight. Slipstream. Watch the gap disappear between Fleming and Carinini. Fleming is going to be all over the back bumper. Look at the gap for 6th position. We're watching the drivers battle away in the mid-pack there. That is Stilp, Silva, Da Costa and Bochheimans all in the mix there. Drivers really starting to make the rafters rock in the middle of the pack. Dan Steenman up to 5th position. It's an absolute squabble for P6 as Hugo Arendi was in 6th position. Now it's a great battle further back. Look at this. Rivaldo van der Westerleken has retained 6th position in front of Eliska Babachkova, who now loses ground to Juan Pasalaigua. And they are battling for position. Oh, that's a spit out. I'm afraid the Euro karting machine of the 319 of Luca de Grange has fallen off, and there's more problems, more contact, and I'm afraid that is game over in furious fashion for Santiago da Costa. So Santiago da Costa punches his steering wheel in absolute rage. So there's more problems around the course. Drivers are getting desperate in their search for an overtake. Carinini, Fleming, Steenman. Fleming's going to go for Carinini. He gets through. Steenman tries to repeat the feat, but he can't. So Fleming holds on a second for the time being. This is fast, frenetic stuff. Very tough racing at the moment. And still they duel away for position. My goodness, this is a really close battle. What an absolutely astonishing race this is turning into. But we are still going strong. So now the competition is really close in as Santiago Valve leads from Thomas Fleming. Is there going to be a run now from the 317 of Dan Steenman? They continue as they duel away for position. Santiago Valve in front of Thomas Fleming, Dan Steenman, Danny Carinini and Finn McLaughlin. They come off the turn together. Finn McLaughlin still has a chance of this. He's going to need to use the slipstream. Here goes Dan Steenman in a second. This is a very important overtake for Steenman. That's going to put him on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. The second of them, not the first. That is still looking to go the way of Evan Schilter, but Fleming's going to get him back straight away. Fleming retakes the place. Steenman really needs to get into second here. If Steenman can get second place, then he will secure pole position for at least one of the 2 superheats. So he's trying his best to get to the super pole. but can he get there? Carinini getting close to him. He wants to be in the sharp end as well. He's not quite going to secure enough points to get himself to the sharp end of the dais unless things go dramatically wrong for several of his opponents, which could still happen, don't forget. We still have the likes of Steven Aidens, Goldstein and Elkin in the next heat, as well as Ollie Greenall and Evan Gilter, and they all want to finish strong. 2 to go, and look at Santiago Valve. He is stretching away. And there goes Steenman, back into second place. That's the move that will get him pole position for the second superheat if it stays like this. Steenman has to hold on in front of Fleming. This is the penultimate lap. He's got to defend. I don't think there's any chance of him catching Santiago Valve now. The gap has opened up to a second. He needs to hold on to this. It will not be easy. And he's going to give it everything he's got. Through the hairpin. And a great race battle for them as they continue on their way. Down the straight. Up to the hairpin. Santiago Valve and Dan Steenman still battling away, but Thomas Fleming has got problems of his own to worry about. Danny Carinini is right in his bumper. Is Carinini going to get into third position? He could do with a move on Tom Fleming here. But Fleming needs as few points as possible to make a resurgent fight back. They're about to go onto the final lap of the weekend in preparation for the superheats. Certainly for them. Here we go. Carinini and Fleming side by side, and Carinini storms through. Last lap begins. And for the Italian, it's perfect timing. Out of the race, I'm afraid, goes Adrian Maliero. Maliero on the CRG is out of it. But how about this boy, his fellow countryman, Santiago Valve. Oh, Fleming's back on Carinini. Fleming back into third place. And this is absolutely textbook for Dan Steenman. If he could stay where he is, then he is guaranteed to be on the Super Bowl for at least one of the heats. It's currently looking to be the second, but if disaster strikes for Gilter, it could be the ultimate Super Bowl. Dan Steenman has done what he needed to do. This is absolutely amazing. He's in second place. He won't catch Santi Valve, but the Spanish driver has done excellent work in this heat. He took the lead when he had to. He has stretched away. And so now, Santiago Valve will take the victory in Zuera once again. Job done, and Dan Steenman secures pole for one of the superheats. Fleming beats Carinini to the line by 0.003 of a second. That could be the closest race finish we have all day long. What a drive from Santiago Valve. 15.2 kilometers of racing, and he comes through as the winner. But Dan Steenman, more importantly, has secured Super Bowl for at least one of the two races. 13 points. He will not be beaten for second place. That's the worst he will be from this one. It is likely that Dan Steenman will be Super Bowl for the second superheat. But if things go wrong for Gilter, it could even be Super Pole for the first superheat. Great work from the Dutchman. Dan Steenman is guaranteed now to be Super Pole for at least one of the races. Absolutely terrific. So, Santiago Valve wins, but Dan Steenman is going to be a Super Pole winner. Thomas Fleming, Danny Carinini and Finn McLaughlin from Aliska Babic-Kova. What a drive from her. Johan Pasalaigua and Rivalda van der Westerlaken from Artupulane. And in the top 10, yet again, Sita van Meert. How does she do it? Gabriel Stilt and Daniel Mathia from Gaspard Lagaye and Bo Heimans. Miguel Silva and Noah Maton from Ivan Arias and Alex Martinez. 19th place for Matteo Quintarelli from Hugo Arendi and Luis Alves. Then Luna Claret and Lars Venink. Jaime Sanz, Arthur Vausort, Peter Stiller, Maxi Steimer, and Philip Garner ahead of Nick Hole. Retirements, well, there were a few. Adrian Maliero in front of Santiago da Costa, and then Luca Desgrange and Charles Roussan. We lost Olivan Veit and Julian Koch on the very first lap. Well, a very interesting battle is coming to a conclusion. We have a few minutes to build up to the final race of the day. But there is going to be some interesting conversations to be had. There's a few cleanups to have around the circuit as well, so it could take a few minutes. But let's hear from the driver who has just put on another exceptional display. After the 5 races, she is looking very good over the course of the weekend. Could easily be starting in the final from the top 10. The Belgian talent, Sita van Meert of the EGP racing team.
It's very technical track, and you really need a slipstream, because if you don't have a slipstream, there's a lot of wind. I think it's a good new thing, because most drivers already have to go home on Saturday, and now they get a chance to drive on Sunday. Especially in seniors, there are always a lot of competitors, and with the B final, you already have to be in the top 6 to make it to the final. And now with the superheat, if you get into the top 15, you'll make it to the final. So I think it's a very good thing that they make another heat to get more people into the final, actually. When you're braking into the first corner, you always have to be careful, because when you brake too hard, you lose a lot of speed in the corner. So you really have to make sure you don't brake too hard and too long, because otherwise you lose a lot of speed. So when you come to the corner, you really have to brake very slowly, but make sure you slow down enough to make the corner. If you don't have the physical strength to come to this track, you're not gonna be with the fast ones. You really need to have physical strength to be fast on this track, because not only they're fast long straights, but also very fast short corners. So you really have to be physically prepared for this track.
So great performances so far in the weekend from Sita van Meert. We really have been treated to some excellent racing from her. We also want to look at the technical side of the sport as much as we do the racing on the track. So let's catch up with a couple of the drivers, a couple of the personalities behind the scenes. On the engine side, we speak to GFR's Alexis Araujo, and we also have a conversation with Giorgio Pantano, former Grand Prix driver and new chassis builder.
What we do is we do engine support for all the teams that use our engines. We are now in Zuera. This track has very long straights. You need very good pull out of the corner, and always very good top speed as well, so it's hard to have a good balance between the two of them. The racing is very hard. On this track, the engine is one of the most important bits of the kart. You will be able to run lower sprockets and like this get better slipstreams and try to break away from the rest of the pack in the racing. Between the different categories, the mini car has no limiter, so the slipstream is very big here, even up to 1 second. Then the junior and the senior have limiter, but the junior also the slipstream is big, and in senior it makes less difference. In wet condition, everything has to be perfect, as it's a lot more important to not have any problems with the spark plug or carburetors, the rolling up lap, so everything has to be good.
This track is obviously quite fast track. The requirement of the chassis depend. You need to try few chassis to understand which one working better on this track, but to get the right sprocket, right toe, right everything together is not just chassis, is engine, driver, toe, on the qualifying, on the race. The slipstream is very important here, obviously, but we always try to work without the slipstream, to be on the front, be alone when you race, and from there you need to do the different. We know we can gain time on the slipstream, but at the same time we want to be fast also without the slipstream. Then you can find the maximum from the chassis, from the driver, from the engine, and that makes the difference. Well, it's quite tough this weekend, because with this condition we have rain for the qualifying. Maybe tomorrow will be dry, maybe Sunday will be dry or wet, we don't know yet. When you take away rubber from the track with our tires, you need to be allowed to manage the tires, because there is no rubber down. With the dry tires, you need to be nice with the tires, otherwise you kill the tires straight away. We are working with all the different conditions. We try to fix our material with all the conditions we have, but we know what can be happen, and we try to find the best solution for the best situation, the best weather.
Great to hear from Alexis Araujo of GFR Engines and Giorgio Pantano himself. How significant is Giorgio Pantano's continued presence in the world of karting? Well, at the age of 9 years old, Pantano, the young man from Padua, started in karting, and he built an incredible legacy. Nico Rosberg once described Giorgio Pantano as probably the best of all time in kart racing. And Fernando Alonso once called him invincible in the world of karting. In fact, Nico Rosberg even had a poster of Giorgio Pantano on his bedroom wall as a youngster in the world of karting. Such was Giorgio Pantano's ability in karting. And to see him in the sport once again, the former European and world champion, now starting his own chassis and his own racing team in 2022. Expect them to be superstars by the end of the season, because they are definitely heading in the right direction for that. And of course, Giorgio Pantano drove for the Jordan Formula One team in the 2004 Formula One season, so we all know how strong a driver he is. Let's battle for the superheat pole. This is Evan Gilter's to lose. There is no two ways about that. All he has to do is finish in the top 10, and he's got the job done. Ariel Elkin starts alongside him. Yannis Steven-Aidens and Oliver Greenall on the second row from Henki Kautonen and Ellie Goldstein. Jason Young and Marcus Lucio. Eloy Gonzalez and Heralyn Neradini. Then Enzo Levesque and Kevin Rabin. Eduardo Dominguez and Enzo Le Cruz. Then it is Benjamin Hovelak and Jan Duran. Akil Gobert and Bart Harrison. Kimi Duron and Lewis Bird from Sebastian Murray and Herbert Moa. Senna Rodijk and Julian Carmen from Daniel Briz and Jan Rothen. Adrian Klosmanil and Delano Waylands from Harvey Ryby, Nicholas Mühlbach, Mika Voss, Adrian Margiulio, Francisco Costa, Mikel Marino, Lucas Federic and JP Sleater. So the battle is well and truly joined once again, and the racing will definitely be very tight from the get-go, as the competitors are going to be pushing very hard around the course. So far, so good for Evan Gilter, as he wants to put on an excellent display from the start. Ariel Elkin and Yannis Steven-Aidens are going to put on a bit of a showcase here from the start of the race. Yannis Steven-Aidens has just lost his opportunity to get the superheat pole. The only way he can get one now is if Evan Gilter has a DNF in this race. That's the only way it's going to happen. So this is now Evan Gilter's one opportunity to secure the job. If he can't do it for whatever reason, then Dan Steenman will secure the superheat pole, and Yannis Steven-Aidens could do it himself. One race to go, 9 laps of the course, and a grand total of 15.29 kilometers of racing to finish out the day here at Zuera. But who is going to be the victor? If Evan Gilter can hold on to it, he will be in the Super Pole for the first superheat, along with Dan Steenman, who has already secured a Super Pole from his earlier races. He's guaranteed to be either first or second in the accumulative results. So for Dan Steenman, it's looking likely that he will be in the front end of the field going into the finals tomorrow as well, but he is guaranteed to be in at least one of the Super Poles. So is Evan Gilter going to take the other? All he has to do is finish in the top 10. There is no need to push for the win in this one, but he's Evan Gilter. He doesn't do anything other than push for the win. Here they go, out of the final turn. Are we racing? No, not this time. We go around again. As if there wasn't enough tension and drama and a little bit of suspense for Evan Gilter, they go around one more time with the repeater light on the starting gantry. And the race will have another pause in proceedings for a new formation lap. So Ariel Elkin is the man who's going to try and take pole position away from him as they run through. And so there's just one race to go. So let's see how it all goes. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice completely. I blame the IAME X30 drivers in Mini, Junior and Senior. There's almost no vocal cords left in the Sanson. Somebody get a new one ready for tomorrow. Sanson, not vocal cords. The battle is going to be rejoined from Evan Gilter and Ariel Elkin on the front row of the grid. Steven-Aidens in third. Greenall will be fourth from Kautonen, Goldstein, Leung, Lucio, Gonzalez and Nuradini. So now the two VDK drivers, Evan Gilter of France and Ariel Elkin of Israel, will go together on the front row of the grid. Two of the best drivers at their craft. They have raced and competed at the European and World Championships in the past. Here they are in IAME X30 Senior, wanting to be the first to get to the first corner. This is a much better looking start. Ready. Avanti. It's a late call, but they do go racing. Ariel Elkin round the far side. He's going to try and hold second place alongside his teammate Evan Gilter. To turn 2 they go. Is everybody going to get through? Just. It was a little bit close for a couple of them. And out in the lead, Gilter holds it. Elkin, oh, the spin on the way to turn 4. I'm afraid that's Jason Young. The Canadian has spun off there, and he's not the only one in dire straits. Looks as though we've had a bit of an issue for Adrian Klosmanil again. So as they come out of the hairpin, out in front, it is still Evan Gilter. Elkin is going to try and get into second place. Back past Yannis Steven-Adens. And it looks like Ellie Goldstein is going to get squeezed there. Into third place past both of them comes the fast charging Marcus Lutzio. So the British driver, Marcus Lutzio, into third place. Excellent driving from him so far. And it really is good stuff from the three drivers out front. Gilter, Elkin, Lutzio. End of the first lap, 8 to go. And still they battle away to the first corner. Oh, problems for Elkin. Elkin's off. What has gone wrong for Elkin? His kart breaks down on the home straight. And the Israel is going to have an absolute heartbreaker. The Israeli is out. He walks away. Devastation for Ariel Elkin. He doesn't deserve that hardship. But mechanical failure as he comes down the straight. And that puts him out of the action. And that's really going to hamper his chances of a decent starting position in the superheats. He's going to plummet down the rankings. But his teammate, Evan Gilter, is still having a great race of it. As poor Ariel Elkin is consoled. Lutzio's going to lose ground to Goldstein. Goldstein goes through and takes over second position. So the Belgian charge, Ellie Goldstein now at a second place in front of Lutzio, Steven-Adens and Le Cruz. I tell you what, Enzo Le Cruz really has left this one to the very end of the day. But Enzo Le Cruz is giving it full guns blazing down to the first corner behind Yannis Steven-Adens. Herolin Nuradini, the German, is in 6th place. And then Ollie Greenall and Eloy Gonzalez having a tough day. But they're in the top 10 with Enzo Levesque and Jan Duran. But your race leader is still Evan Gilter. Goldstein and Lutzio, one apiece of the Frenchman up front. Everybody's still dueling away for position. But the one retirement from the race is Ariel Elkin. I'm afraid he has fallen right out of the top 8 in the aggregate rankings. A real shame for the Israeli. He was looking so strong up to that point. But watch out for Goldstein. He's going to make his bid here on Evan Gilter. He's already beaten him once. He may get the opportunity to do it again. In fact, no. Goldstein is yet to race against Evan Gilter. But these two have fought with each other many times before in various different races. Here comes Goldstein on the inside, and Lutzio goes with him. So Gilter down to 3rd. No panic for Evan Gilter. He doesn't even have to win the race. 3rd position will be more than enough to bag the Super Pole in the first superheat. He could finish 10th or higher to secure the job. But Goldstein would rather like to be 3rd overall. Here goes Lutzio, sorry. Fleming's already raced. It's Lutzio that gets through into the lead. So Marcus Lutzio hits the front here at Zuera. Goldstein trying to hang on in front of Gilter. And now Herolin Nuradini, the German, has left this one late to go for a real charge forward. So Herolin Nuradini is going to make his bid as he now tries to make an impression on Evan Gilter. It will be a very interesting challenge as the battle continues right to the death. So let's see who's going to finish up in style with these drivers. Gilter, Nuradini, Steven-Adens and Le Cruz in the fight for 3rd position. But the race leader is Marcus Lutzio. Here goes Goldstein again into turn 1. Gilter goes with him. Lutzio down to P3. 4th place behind Marcus Lutzio is now Herolin Nuradini, the German. He might go for a move here. And he does. Herolin Neradini slices through. So Herolin Neradini is into third position. Benjamin Hovelak, the fastest driver on the track. But Gilter gets into the lead. He gets back past Ellie Goldstein into the hairpin at turn 5. Great racing from Evan Gilter so far. Ellie Goldstein holds second. Nuradini, Lucio, Stephen Haydens, Le Cruz, Greenall, Gonzalez, Duran, and Achille Gobert. Achille Gobert is doing a good job here as well, making his way up in 10th place in front of Kimi Duron and Hubert Moore. They're all hugging the inside apex. They want a piece of this. Looks as though we've had another retirement. I think it is Adrien Monjulio who has fallen down. Oh no, he's still going, but he's now down at the back of the field with Jan Rothen. Side by side to turn 1. That is the two teammates, Gonzalez and Duran, and I think that was Jan Duran getting past his teammate. So Gilter leads. Up to second has come. Oh, that was a bit of defensive moving that turned into a battle for the lead from Goldstein. So Goldstein was originally trying to hold off from Nuradini, but Lucio's got through into third. Nuradini seems to have fallen away a little bit there. So Lucio's up to third. Nuradini has been held up. He's going to try and make his way back on the inside of Yannis Stephen Haydens. Goes over the top. Off they go. Stephen Haydens and Nuradini go off together. That's very unfortunate for the two drivers. It's a chaotic end to the race for them, unfortunately. And that's really going to plummet Yannis Stephen Haydens down the order, as it will as well for the man up front with him, Herolin Nuradini. They will plummet down the order. So across the line. Oh, that's Nuradini in third place. I do apologise. So it's actually a big problem for a couple of the other drivers in the mid. It was Lucio and Stephen Haydens. Lucio recovers in 20th. Stephen Haydens in 24th. Goldstein goes for Gilter and gets back the lead. So Herolin Nuradini squeezing as he tries to hold his position. Now Greenall comes up in a second. Nuradini gets back on the switch. Oh, brilliant. Epic racing from Senior X30. Bart Harrison gets into the top 10 with the fastest lap. But Ellie Goldstein may have gone for broke here. Gilter's down to third, make that fourth if that's going to be the move from Greenall. Greenall gets into third, and onto the Cruz trying to get past Enzo Gilter. Evan Gilter, I should say, but Enzo Le Cruz is trying to get through on Evan Gilter. But Gilter doesn't need to win this. He's got 2 laps to go. He's in 4th. He can finish anywhere in the top 10 and still claim the Super Bowl. But the warning flag comes out for Marcus Lucio. So he'll get the 5-second penalty. Nuradini goes for the lead. Herolind Nuradini is now leading the race, the German. Goldstein's going to come back at him though. That was short-lived. Greenall gets through as well in the second place. Nuradini trying to hold on from Gilter. And now Greenall goes for Goldstein. Not going to happen. The penultimate lap of the race. A very tall order this to hold on to. Nuradini trying to back Gilter into the path of Le Cruz. Le Cruz goes through. Oh, Gilter's gone off. Gilter's gone off. That couldn't be worse timed. If Gilter's dropped out of the top 10, then that could be it. That could be steaming on the Super Bowl. He's got to gather that up together. Evan Gilter, that is the nightmare scenario. He's got to finish in the top 10 though. So 1 lap to go. Here goes Greenall on the inside. Takes the lead from Goldstein. Nuradini is third. Where is Gilter? Still 10th. He cannot afford to lose a single position. Goldstein back on Greenall. Greenall fights back. And it's anybody's guess now down to the hairpin. Absolute rip-roaring stuff. Greenall and Goldstein side by side. Down the back straight. Side by side and up the inside. Nuradini, Le Cruz. They both come in on Goldstein, who holds it round the outside. Only losing 1 position. So he's still there in third. Where is Gilter? He's in P10 still. He cannot afford to lose 1 more position. If he does, then he loses the Super Bowl in dramatic fashion. Oh, and off the road. That is one of the VDKs going off. I couldn't see who that was. But it looks to me as though we've lost somebody from the front of the fray. Greenall coming through. Schilter is still beaten. He's got to hold it. But what about Ollie Greenall? Greenall's going to take the victory in front of Goldstein, in front of Nureddini and Lacruz. Where is Gilbert? Where is Schilter? 10th. He's just secured it. Oh my goodness. Evan Schilter has just done enough to secure the Super Bowl. Oh my word. As if it couldn't be any more dramatic. Evan Schilter flirts with the nightmare and somehow still comes through to be Super Bowl. There is Kevin Rabin, the Swiss driver, off on the final lap. So very unfortunate for Kevin Rabin. He retires along with the very unfortunate Israeli Ariel Elkin. But Ollie Greenall bags a crucial victory, and that puts him in third position in group for the Superheat. So he's got a great chance in the second Superheat from the inside of the second row. Great job from Greenall. That has saved his weekend. He's got a real chance now to go for it. So Oliver Greenall takes the win from Herolin Nureddini and Enzo Lacruz. Goldstein, Duran, Harrison, Moore, Gonzalez, Akil Gobert, and Evan Schilter, the luckiest man in Zuera. He does secure the Super Bowl, but only just. Sebastian Murray, Daniel Breath, Kimi Giron and Benjamin Hovelak from Enzo Levesque, Eduardo Dominguez, Henki Kalteren and Mika Voss. Very exciting racing to the finish. 19th is Julian Carmen in front of the very unlucky Marcus Lucio, Harvey Ryby, Lewis Bird, Yanis Steven-Adens and Mikkel Marino. From Senna Rodijk, Adrian Klosmanil, Nicholas Mühlbach, Francisco Costa, JP Sleater, Lucas Federic, Delano Waylands and Jan Rothen, Jason Young and Adrian Marjulio. The retirements, Kevin Rabin, and on the second lap, the most unluckiest of drivers, Ariel Elkin. Well, I mean, what else can you say looking over what we have been treated to over the course of the weekend? It's been absolutely phenomenal so far. Daniel Kelleher, unbeaten in Mini X30. He will go off the Super Bowl in the Mini X30 category. Consistency is the way that Aaron Garcia gets to the Super Bowl in the Junior X30 with 5 different winners from 6 races. And Evan Schilter started dominant. He was lucky there at the end to secure the Super Bowl. Dan Steenman is going to be a threat in the second race, but there will be so many questions answered tomorrow. This first weekend of the IAME Euro Series 2022, promoted by RGMMC, could not have started in a more dramatic fashion. We're going to do it all again tomorrow for the Superheats consolation race and then the finals here at Zuera. Join us tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen?
We're gearing up for another sensational season of IAME kart racing. Are you ready for more action, more drama, and more epic racing? We begin the season at Chiva in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup on the first weekend of February. Then the Euro Series begins at Zuera near the beautiful Spanish city of Zaragoza in March. Off to the Karting de Fania circuit for the second round in May. Then to the beautiful Siete Archi circuit near Milan on the final weekend of July. The season finale will crown our champions at the home of champions, Karting Genk in August. Then we'll end the year with the iGames at its new home at Karting Campillos in November. With full race coverage on motorsport.tv, there's never been a better time to sign up and get on the grid. We'll see you in 2022.